Chapter 1451. Long Zhao's heart suddenly turned pale. He hurriedly wanted to take his hand away, but found that his hand seemed to be sucked. At this moment, even the soul inside Long Zhao panicked. Quickly withdraw, he is an immortal. In Long Zhao's mind, the old voice shouted hurriedly. Long Zhao also wanted to withdraw, but unfortunately he couldn't withdraw at all. His palms seemed to be sucked. Zhu Zishan, not far away, still had a smug look on his face. He thought that Long Zhao was taking advantage of David's strength, but he didn't know that it was the opposite at this moment. Long Zhao was sweating profusely at this time, and seemed at a loss. Broken arm, hurry up and cut off the arm. The soul shouted anxiously, asking Long Zhao to cut off his arm. Long Zhao hurriedly took out his sharp blade, but facing his arm, he really couldn't do anything. If he cuts off his arm, he will become one arm just like Zhu Zishan. He was still young and only had one arm left. Just when Long Zhao hesitated, the soul became angry and shouted loudly, "Hurry up and do it." There was hesitation in Long Zhao's eyes, and when he finally gritted his teeth, he swung out the sharp blade in his hand, but instead of his own arm, he slashed directly at David's neck. He thought about cutting off David's head, so that he would be fine and his arm would be saved. But with a flash of cold light, David seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand instantly blocked in front of him, directly blocking the sharp blade in Long Zhao's hand. Damn it! The soul in Long Zhao's body was in a hurry, only to see Long Zhao's eyes roll, and then the aura on his body changed instantly. The soul directly controlled Long Zhao's body, and then forcefully pulled his arm off. This sudden scene terrified everyone, and they didn't understand what happened to Long Zhao. Why is it so good that he ripped off his arm? Even Zhu Zishan was stunned, wondering if Long Zhao was crazy. Kill him, kill him. Long Zhao roared and asked everyone to kill David. Seeing this, Zhu Zishan knew that something must have changed, so he jumped up first. Go ahead, kill David. Zhu Zishan roared, and the others followed closely and rushed towards David. Although David at this moment absorbed some of the energy in Long Zhao's body, it was only a drop in the bucket. Facing Zhu Zishan's attack, apart from waiting to die, he was powerless to fight back. None of these people noticed that the mermaid sculpture on the throne actually cracked, revealing its true colors. And the formation around the throne, also at this moment, a huge vibration occurred. Rumbling. For a time, the entire palace began to shake, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Then I heard a shattering sound, followed by a terrifying aura that filled the entire palace. So everyone was stunned for a moment. They were a little overwhelmed by this sudden change, and no one knew what happened. Look, look! At this time, someone shouted in horror. Everyone turned their heads to look, each with a surprised look on their faces, looking at everything in front of them in horror. I saw that the mermaid sculpture on the throne came to life, and the formation around the throne made a sound at this moment, and finally collapsed directly. The mermaid stretched out in front of everyone, with extreme excitement on her face. Everyone be careful. Panic flashed across Zhu Zishan's face and reminded everyone. Everyone looked at the mermaid in earnest, not knowing what happened to the mermaid. Rumbling. There was another violent shaking, and the entire palace seemed to collapse. The soil began to fall continuously, and there seemed to be a huge vibration above the head. Come on, this palace is going to collapse. Long Zhao suddenly frowned and hurriedly rushed out of the palace. When the others saw this, they also ran out one after another, and no one was taking care of David's life and death. Chapter 1452. Seeing this situation, David hurriedly mobilized his last strength and ran outside. If the entire Bliss City collapsed, even if Daluo Jingxian was here, he would die here. Especially the recovered mermaid sculpture gave David a great sense of threat. In that dream, David watched the mermaid with his own eyes, and killed many masters as soon as he made a shot. With his current strength, he was afraid that he would be blown to death by someone in one breath. Ha 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 ha. Thousands of years, thousands of years. The mermaid got rid of the shackles completely, and laughed loudly. With the laughter of the mermaid, one after another terrifying murderous intent kept coming. Puff puff. People began to vomit blood and die, which made everyone panic even more and ran out desperately. With a wave of the mermaid's palm, the gate of the palace began to slowly close. This time, everyone began to scramble to crowd out, for fear of dying here. One after another murderous intent is still pounding down, and people continue to fall to the ground, being harvested for their lives. And the mermaid looked at everything in front of him indifferently, as if these people were just ants in his eyes. Puff! A ray of murderous intent penetrated David's chest and instantly knocked David to the ground. David, who was already weak, looked even more ugly at this moment. Blood kept pouring out. David gritted his teeth and stood up again desperately. He can't die here. He is dead. What will Sonia do? What about your own mother? Who is the father that you have never met? David still wants to know all this. David struggled to get up and rushed towards the door with difficulty, but at this moment, most of them had already escaped from the palace and headed out of the city without looking back. After Zhu Zhishan escaped from the palace, he looked at the gate of the palace that was about to close slowly, and his eyes showed a bit of joy. I thought you David was still inside, but didn't escape. David. Just when David arrived at the door and the palace gate was about to close, Gujai suddenly shot and pulled David, trying to pull David out. Seeing this, Zhu Zhishan's face turned cold. Mind your own business. After all, Zhu Zhishan patted Gujai with a palm. Gujai hurriedly dodged to the side, but failed to catch David. David, just stay inside and die inside. With a sneer on Zhu Zhishan's face, he swung his fist away, and a terrifying energy went straight to David. David, who originally arrived at the door, was hit directly on the body by this terrifying energy, and his body flew back upside down. At this moment, the gate of the palace was also directly closed. Looking at the closed door, David roared, Zhu Zhishan, you despicable villain. Ha ha ha, I'm a despicable villain, what can you do to me? Zhu Zhishan raised his mouth proudly. Rumbling. The entire city of Bliss shook, and Zhu Zhishan didn't dare to stay any longer when he saw this, and hurried out of the city. After taking a look at the palace, Gujai also turned around and left, and now no one can save David. At this time, David was lying on the ground, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. One after another murderous intent hit him, and every blow was a terrifying wound. David was helpless and stared at the mermaid in front of him. David knew that he would never have the chance to escape from here again. But just when David thought that he was bound to be bombarded to death by this murderous intention, he didn't want that terrifying murderous intention to suddenly disappear. And the mermaid, who was originally arrogant, turned pale at this moment. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he was panting heavily. Chapter 1453. Seeing this, David couldn't help feeling overjoyed. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, leaning on a strand of blood essence, and stood up directly. The mermaid was surprised when she saw that David was still able to stand up. As expected of the son of the dragon, his body is really strong. The mermaid said in surprise. David once again heard the words, son of the dragon, from the mermaid's mouth. He couldn't help but stunned and asked hurriedly, who are you? Do you know what I am? The merman gasped for breath, but did not answer David, but his body was slowly absorbing the spiritual energy from the beast pills on the ground. After being sealed for thousands of years, the strength of this mermaid has long been lost. If the mermaid's strength is still preserved, he will definitely not let these people in front of him, because these people are the best cultivation resources for him. David found that the mermaid was recovering his strength. He suddenly fought with the last ounce of strength, and smashed it with one punch. The golden light on the fist is extremely dim, and even the power of the dragon is not much left. The mermaid frowned, dodging David's punch. Boy, if I still have the strength, I can kill you thousands of times with a single spit. How dare you do something to me? When my strength recovers, I will make your life worse than death. The mermaid looked at David angrily. At this moment, David's consciousness is not light because of forcibly urging blood essence, and his eyes are blurred. But he knew that if he didn't want to kill the mermaid now, after he absorbed the spiritual energy to restore some of his strength, his soldiers would surely die. I won't give you a chance. David suddenly bit the tip of his tongue again, followed by a mouthful of blood mist. David's breath instantly increased a lot. The golden light on the fist began to become bright, and then he shouted angrily, and smashed the mermaid with one punch. There was endless anger on the mermaid's face, and he had never been ignored by the ants like this. It's just that the strength in the body is gone, the mermaid is angry, and there is no way to do it. Seeing David's punch coming in front of his eyes, the mermaid gritted his teeth and shot a white and transparent fishbone from his body. This fishbone is about half a meter long, with a cold light on it, like it was carved from white marble. When the fishbone penetrated David's body, it disappeared in an instant, and David fell to the ground with a thud, and then it became darker and darker, and he fainted directly. Looking at the fainted David, the mermaid's eyes narrowed slightly. Okay, you stinky boy, force me to waste the stabbing thorns in my body, I will peel your skin and cramp your muscles in a while, and suck everything from your body. Net! The mermaid looked at David angrily, and then began to absorb the spiritual energy in the beast pill and slowly regained his strength. On the other side, Zhu Zhishan and the others escaped from Bliss City, but only after they came out did they discover that Suolong Island had begun to collapse. The originally huge island had only a small area left. Even these places are also collapsing towards the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, there was a cruise ship, and everyone hurriedly boarded the ship, and then watched Suolong Island disappear into the sea. Soon, everything became calm, as if there had never been an island here. What a pity. So many beast pills are wasted. I also hope that I will have the opportunity to come again in the future. This is all over. Many people began to regret it. Long Xiao looked at the silent Suolong Island, and his face was full of regret. Only Zhu Zhishan's face darkened slightly, staring at the sea where Suolong Island disappeared, not knowing what he was thinking. Long Xiao walked over. Both of them were missing an arm at this time, and it was the same person who caused all this, that is David. Chapter 1454. It can be said that both of them now hate David to the core. Do you think that David will escape? Zhu Zhishan asked suddenly. Long Xiao was stunned for a moment, and then said, this time, he will never be alive. Even if he escapes, how many days can he survive in this vast sea without a boat? Zhu Zhishan was right when he heard it, and a smile finally appeared on his face. It's just that I couldn't kill him with my own hands. It's a pity. Long Xiao always wanted to kill David with his own hands, but in the end this wish could not be fulfilled. Zhu Zhishan looked at Long Xiao. When you killed David, what happened? Why did you cut off your arm suddenly? Zhu Zhishan remembered the incident in the palace where Long Xiao forcibly tore off his arm, so he asked curiously. Long Xiao forgot to glance at his severed arm, with an indescribable look on his face. There are some things he can't say with Zhu Zhishan. Remember URL. Zhu Zhishan looked at Long Xiao like this, and knew that Long Xiao didn't want to say anything, so he smiled slightly and said, it's the soul in your body who is in charge and broke your arm, right? Long Xiao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zhu Zhishan in disbelief, but quickly nodded, yes, that David practiced the exercises at that time. It was very strange. Originally I wanted to absorb his strength, but I didn't want to be swayed. He controls and continuously sucks the strength in my body. When Zhu Zhishan heard that David's exercises were so powerful, he couldn't help but gasped. Fortunately this guy is dead now, otherwise the strength of this guy in the future is absolutely immeasurable. At that time, we people, I am afraid that we will have to die. Zhu Zhishan said with some fear. After hearing this, Long Xiao smiled awkwardly. Originally, he was the most talented person in the younger generation, but now, he was forcibly suppressed by David. Although David will never appear again in the future, the legend of David is very scary. It will take a long time to fade. Long Xiao, what's the matter with the soul in your body? Why did your breath drop significantly during the battle just now? Zhu Zhishan asked strangely, not understanding why Long Xiao suddenly lost his strength. In fact, Long Xiao himself didn't understand, and he was just about to ask what happened to the soul. It's just that I didn't have time to ask. Soon, Long Xiao's consciousness dived and asked the soul, Senior, when the girl's armor appeared just now, where did you go? Why can't I feel you? The armor on the girl is the treasure of the Buddhist family, and the light is Buddha's light. That's the light of the Buddha. If I didn't hide it, where would I be able to talk to you now? It would have disappeared long ago. The soul said in a fearful voice. It seems that the Buddha's light just now really gave him a lot of pressure. But after Xiaoru escaped, the spirit came out again. When Long Xiao heard this, a light flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect a seemingly ordinary armor to be a treasure. Long Xiao. Seeing Long Xiao's expression, Zhu Zhishan let out a soft cry. Long Xiao reacted and said to Zhu Zhishan, I wish the alliance leader, that Dong Jiahao escaped with the girl. In this sea, he will definitely not be able to escape. He should still be on this boat. Let's look for it. After Long Xiao finished speaking, he ran to look for it impatiently. Zhu Zhishan frowned, not understanding why Long Xiao was suddenly interested in these two people. Long Xiao searched the whole ship, but there was no sign of Dong Jiahao and Xiaoru. It turned out that the two put down the lifeboat and escaped. This made Long Xiao feel very regretful. If the two of you escape, as long as David can't escape. Let's get down to business now. Zhu Zhishan patted Long Xiao on the shoulder and said. Chapter 1455. Long Xiao nodded, okay, let's get down to business. Afterwards, Long Xiao gathered all the people on the cruise ship who participated in the trial. In this trial, it can be said that the casualties were heavy. They fought with the monsters on the shore, and some people died. After the battle with David, more than 10 more died. At the end of the escape, several were killed in the palace. More than 20 people died in one trial. This is the first time. But in the same way, in the trial, it is the only time to get so many resources. Everyone has at least 100 beast pills on them. You must know that there are many rare beast pills in them, but their efficacy has been reduced due to the age. But these beast pills are absolutely priceless. I gathered everyone to tell you that this trial was organized by our Long family, so the resources obtained this time need to be handed over to our Long family, and then distributed to all of you. I hope you can hand over the beast pills you got, and I will redistribute them at that time. Long Xiao said loudly to the crowd. Long Xiao's words instantly caused everyone to shout in dissatisfaction. Mr. Long, what do you mean? Although the trial was done by your Long family, you didn't say that you need to allocate resources? Long Xiao, what the H3LL did you say when you killed David just now? Yes, what are you doing? Now that David is dead, and Suolong Island is gone, you will fall into trouble. If I don't pay, I'll do it if I can. With so many of us, are you afraid that you won't succeed? Everyone roared, how could anyone be willing to hand over the resources they got? Listening to the roars of the crowd, Long Xiao was not angry, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. You can either not pay, then wait for 7 days, and then die from rotten stomach. Long Xiao, what do you mean? Someone asked loudly. Nothing else. Before you set off, do you remember the chi-gathering pill you ate? If you don't want to die, then hand over the beast pill obediently, and I will redistribute it to you. Long Xiao said with a sneer. Hearing what Long Xiao said, everyone began to curse. It's shameless to scold the Long family, and it's not a good death to scold the Long family. No matter how much he scolded him, Long Xiao was not angry. Even Zhu Zhishan, who was beside him, looked at Long Xiao with admiration. But scolding and scolding, when it comes to the moment of life and death, someone will compromise after all. Soon, someone handed over the beast pill. Immediately afterwards, more and more people handed over the beast pill. In the end, only Gu Jiayi did not hand over the beast pill. Miss Gu, aren't you afraid that your bowels will be rotten? Long Xiao looked at Gu Jiayi suspiciously. I can tell you, I didn't lie to you at all. If you don't hand over the beast pill, I won't give you the antidote. I'm not afraid, I can die, but the beast pill will not be handed over. Gu Jiayi sneered. Because Gu Jiayi didn't eat the chi-gathering pill at all, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Long Xiao looked at Gu Jiayi angrily, but because of Gu Jiayi's identity, Long Xiao didn't treat her like that. Long Xiao put all the beast pills together and began to distribute them uniformly. It's just that the distribution is not evenly distributed. but distributed according to the size and strength of the sect family. The children of those big sect families get more, while the children of some small sect families get very little. Although the children of the small sect family were dissatisfied, they had no choice but to curse in their hearts. And the children of those big sect families are very satisfied, so they will not trouble the Long family. This is a society where the strong eat the weak, and this is the law of survival. In this trial trip, Long Shao got a lot of beast pills, and also destroyed David, which can be said to be a double harvest. The only regret is that Long Shao lost an arm. Chapter 1456. Bliss City, inside the palace. David still fainted on the ground, and the mermaid's eyes became sharp after absorbing part of the spiritual energy. Looking at David on the ground, the corner of the mermaid's mouth raised slightly. I didn't expect that thousands of years later, I would be able to meet the son of the dragon just after waking up. It seems that this is God's favor for me. The mermaid slowly walked to David. The eyes of the mermaid radiated red light, like a scanner. They swept across David's body, and then the light disappeared. The young monk Yuanying, the son of the dignified dragon, is so weak. However, the dragon crystal in the body is not small. I absorbed your kid first, and I am slowly recovering my strength. The mermaid said, and suddenly grabbed Longjing in David's body. But just when the mermaid got it right away. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and then a figure flew out of David's body. This figure is incomparably tall, covered with dazzling scales, and the breath exuding from his body makes people shudder. After the mermaid saw the sudden appearance of the figure, she was so frightened that she hurriedly backed away. His eyes were full of fear and anxiety. A mere stinky fish can't do anything wrong, the figure said coldly. The mermaid trembled all over and knelt directly on the ground. His eyes were full of incredible, you are a dragon. But before the mermaid finished speaking, I saw the figure wave lightly with one hand, and a fluttering breath instantly moved towards the mermaid. The mermaid didn't even dodge, and disappeared in an instant, as if it had never been here before. Only a crystal-clear shark bead appeared on the ground, indicating that this mermaid had appeared. The figure turned his head slowly, his deep eyes fixed on David. His angular face had some similarities with David. Child, the road in the future can only be taken by yourself. There was a hint of tenderness in the figure's eyes. David seemed to sense something. His eyelids moved slightly, but he didn't wake up. Rumbling. Bliss City is still collapsing, and the sound is shocking. I saw a slight wave of the figure, and the city of Bliss, which had vibrated violently and collapsed quickly, was quiet at this moment. The wind and waves caused by the collapse on the sea also subsided in an instant. Soon, the figure slowly disappeared, as if it had never been here. And David was still in a coma and knew nothing about the outside world. Kyoto. Returning from this trial, how much joy and how much sorrow. Many sect families have lost their best children, but there are also many sect families who have received generous rewards, and a large number of beast pills can allow them to cultivate a few more masters. It's just that this trial has also brought the Long family and the Martial Dao alliance into the cusp of the storm. Some small sect families have taken place in the forum to denounce the Long family's practices. At this moment, Long Jinghua of the Long family looked at Long Shao, who had broken his arm, and he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Shower, your trial this time is too reckless. Isn't this creating an enemy for our Long family? Long Jinghua said to Long Shao. Many aristocratic sects denounced the Long family, making the reputation of the Long family a complete failure. Dad, how can you care about the little section when you do things? Look at how many experts I brought back, so many beast pills this time. How many masters can I train for our Long family? And with these beast pills, I have the confidence to become the #1 person in the martial arts world in Kyoto in a short period of time. Long Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said arrogantly. Hey, Long Jinghua sighed slightly, and then said, then David, did you see the death with your own eyes? No, but the entire Suolong Island has collapsed and disappeared into the sea, so David can't live at all, but it's just a pity for those beast pills in the city of Bliss. A trace of pity flashed in Long Zhao's eyes. Chapter 1457. Then it's good that David is dead, and now it's time to quell the anger of those martial arts families. After Long Jingwa finished speaking, he walked straight out. He had just taken 2 steps, but he stopped and turned around and said, "Shower, don't go anywhere during this time, and cultivate well at home. The way you are now, you are being if people know it, it will be very troublesome." After Long Jingwa finished speaking, he walked straight out of the Long family and went straight to the Martial Arts Alliance. In the hall of the Martial Arts Alliance, Zhu Zhishan was in a good mood. This time he not only killed David, but also brought back so many beast pills to the Martial Arts Alliance. I believe that the high level will definitely not punish him, maybe the Almighty can reward him with some treasures. Just when Zhu Zhishan was happy, Long Jingwa walked in. "Patriarch Long, please sit down." Zhu Zhishan was very polite to Long Jingwa. This time the trial was done by the Long family. The ability to kill David and get so many beast pills is also a credit to the Long family, so of course Zhu Zhishan should be more polite to Long Jingwa. "I wish the ally, this trial." Shower was young and energetic, and changed the rules randomly, which made a lot of martial arts families dissatisfied, and now there is negative news about my Long family everywhere, so I would like to ask the Lord of the Alliance to think of a way to put these things down. Long Jingwa said straight to the point. When Zhu Zhishan heard this, his brows were slightly wrinkled. "Long family master, your Long family is also a member of the Martial Dao Alliance. Of course, our Martial Dao Alliance should take care of this kind of thing, but you also know that there are many noble families here. I didn't join the Martial Arts Alliance, so I said it doesn't count. However, I can guarantee that I will punish all the aristocratic families belonging to the Martial Arts Alliance who dare to make irresponsible remarks to the Long family." When Long Jingwa heard this, his brows were tightly knit together. However, what Zhu Zhishan said is indeed right. Many aristocratic sects have not joined the Martial Arts Alliance, so even if Zhu Zhishan speaks, no one may listen. But if these people are allowed to make trouble, the reputation of the Long family will be ruined. After all, the Long family is also a famous martial arts family in Kyoto. If such a thing happens, it is better to find a way to suppress it. Could it be that there is still a rumored national martial arts circle that knows about this matter? Then the Long family can't be ashamed. I have a solution here, I don't know if it is suitable or not. At this moment, Ningji walked out from the side. Ningji always had that kind of faint smile on his face, no one could guess what he was thinking. "Ning, what can the deputy leader of Ning do?" Long Jingwa wanted to call Ningji, but now Ningji is the deputy leader. Besides, this trial was approved by Ningji, so Long Jingwa also wanted to give Ningji a face. "Patriarch Long, these sect families have not joined the Martial Arts Alliance, so we can't control it, but from now on, we can let them join. As long as these sect families have joined the Martial Arts Alliance, then I wish that the leader of the alliance was talking, wouldn't it be easy?" Ningji smiled lightly. When Long Jingwa heard this, he suddenly smiled bitterly. "Vice Alliance leader Ning, after so many years, these sect families have already joined the Martial Arts Alliance. Long Patriarch is right. Many aristocratic sects don't want to join the Martial Arts Alliance. They feel that they are bound. We can't force them to join." Zhu Zhishan also explained. "This is so easy to do. This time, young Master Long got a lot of beast pills. We can use some of them as resources. As long as they join the Martial Arts Alliance, we can give them resources and increase the resources of our Martial Arts Alliance. Shared. In addition to the annual trial, there are other benefits that can be added. In the face of interests, who can refuse?" Ningji said to Zhu Zhishan and Long Jingwa. Chapter 1458. Hearing what Ningji said, Zhu Zhishan nodded with satisfaction. After all, the more Martial Dao families joined in the Martial Dao Alliance, the stronger their Martial Dao Alliance would be. However, Long Jingwa was a little hesitant. After all, these beast pills are now the resources of the Long family. Let him take them out and recruit members for the Martial Arts Alliance. Long Jingwa is a little reluctant. Vice Alliance leader Ning, if there are so many benefits, what if there are still aristocratic families who don't join? Long Jingwa asked. The corners of Ning Zhi's mouth twitched, revealing a sneer. Since you don't eat toast, then you will be punished. Anyone who doesn't join the martial arts alliance will just... Ning Zhi wiped his neck, which startled Zhu Zishan and Long Jinghua. Killing without joining the martial arts alliance is not forcing others to join. Ning Zhi, you are thinking well, but have you forgotten that there is a Mr. Shi in Kyoto? Zhu Zishan reminded Ning Zhi. Leader, we are recruiting members normally, and Mr. Shi can't stop him, right? Those stubborn sect families, leave it to me to deal with, and I will deal with it in secret, and Mr. Shi will not know. Without evidence, can Mr. Shi still dissolve our martial arts alliance? Ning Zhi said with a sneer. After Zhu Zishan heard it, he pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, then you can do it. When our martial arts alliance grows, you will be the most credited. Zhu Zishan got up, patted Ning Zhi on the shoulder and said. Ning Zhi nodded, then looked at Long Jinghua. Long Patriarch, I'll ask you to send someone to deliver the resources. Seeing this, Long Jinghua could only agree, okay, I will send someone to deliver it. Long Jinghua got up and left, while Zhu Zishan looked at Ning Zhi. Ning Zhi, you must be careful not to cause serious trouble. Zhu Zishan is still in the position of the leader of the alliance, and he has finally settled down. He does not want to cause trouble, nor does he want to take responsibility. Don't worry, alliance leader. Ning Zhiman said confidently. Zhu Zishan then nodded, got up and went to the back to rest, while Ning Zhi looked at Zhu Zishan's back with a gloomy smile on his face. Inside the Kyoto Protectorate. The atmosphere is very depressing, everyone is silent, and Mr. Shi is sitting in the main seat, with a cigarette in his hand, taking a sip from time to time, frowning. Xing Jun on the side didn't dare to breathe. He had been with Mr. Shi for more than 10 years, and this was the first time he saw Mr. Shi's expression. And that Zhao Waoqi was trembling slightly all over. Although he had been with Mr. Shi for a while, every time he faced Mr. Shi, Zhao Waoqi felt nervous all over. After smoking a cigarette, Mr. Shi slowly looked at Zhao Waoqi. Is the news you heard accurate? Mr. Shi, it is absolutely true, and I also brought Dong Jiahao, the boy of the Dong family, who is outside the Dharma Protector Pavilion. There is also a girl named Xiaoru, they all escaped from Suolong Island. Zhao Waoqi hurriedly said to Mr. Shi. As soon as Mr. Shi heard Xiaoru, he quickly said, bring the two of them in quickly. Zhao Waoqi didn't dare to neglect, he hurriedly brought Dong Jiahao and Xiaoru in. After seeing Xiaoru, Mr. Shi's eyes looked up and down, making Xiaoru a little scared. Facing Mr. Shi, Dong Jiahao was extremely nervous, and hurriedly bowed to Mr. Shi. Dong Jiahao, see Mr. Shi. Dong Jiahao, tell me everything you see and know. The realization asked Dong Jiahao. Dong Jiahao hurriedly explained everything after he met David, without any concealment. Chapter 1459. After Xing Jun and Zhao Wuji heard it, they were all filled with righteous indignation. They did not expect that at the last moment, all the guys in the Kyoto martial arts world would target David for their own benefit, and it would be shameless to kill David. Is this still a well-known sect, or the style of a martial arts family? What's the difference between following those evil cultivators? Mr. Shi's face was also extremely ugly. He did not expect such a change. It seems that he still overestimated human nature. Could it be that David really died at the bottom of the sea? Self-reproach flashed across Mr. Shi's face. Mr. Shi, the only information I heard was that Mr. Chen was trapped in the City of Bliss. When those people escaped, Mr. Chen was not dead. Zhao Waoqi explained to Mr. Shi. Trapped in Bliss City, there is no difference with death. Since Bliss City collapses, I am afraid that the entire Suolong Island will no longer exist. If you are trapped in the bottom of the sea, how can you live? Mr. Shi looked solemn. Mr. Shi, where is the City of Bliss? Have you been to that place? Xing Jun asked Mr. Shi curiously. He had never heard of this Bliss City. Mr. Shi shook his head. I just heard that it was an ancient city thousands of years ago, and it suddenly disappeared overnight. No one knew where the City of Bliss went, and I didn't expect it to sink to the bottom of the sea. Mr. Shi, do you want me to take someone to find David? Even if David is trapped at the bottom of the sea, with our current strength, we can rescue him. It's really not good, we have to find his body, right? Xing Jun asked. Mr. Shi did not speak, lit a cigarette again, and then inhaled hard. Suddenly, a white light flashed in Mr. Shi's mind, and Mr. Shi, who was originally gloomy, now smiled. The change in Mr. Shi's expression stunned everyone. I don't know if this Mr. Shi is stupid, why he suddenly grinned. Okay, don't worry about David, you go out. Mr. Shi kicked everyone out. This kid's life is really big, I know he can't die, I hope this time is his good fortune. Mr. Shi put out the cigarette, and his face returned to a cold state. Miss Xiaoru, why don't you rest at our house for a few days, and I'm taking you to Yaoshan Valley. After walking out of the law enforcement pavilion, Dong Jiahao said to Xiaoru. Brother Dong, I want to go to Yaoshan Valley now. Now that Brother David is alive or dead, I want to discuss with Uncle Long and the others. I believe that Brother David will not die. Xiaoru looked at Dong Jiahao gratefully and said. After coming to Kyoto, Xiaoru is not familiar with the place of life, but fortunately there is Dong Jiahao, which makes Xiaoru very grateful to Dong Jiahao. Alright then, I'll take you to Yaoshan Valley now. Dong Jiahao nodded and said. Dong Likun sent several half-step Wuhou and Wuhou masters to escort Dong Jiahao and Xiaoru to Yaoshan Valley. In this trial, David was targeted by the entire Kyoto martial arts world, Dong Jiahao was injured, and Dong Likun was very angry. It's just that the current Dong family is not enough to compete with the entire Kyoto martial arts world, so he can only bear it. When the Dong family is strong enough, he will definitely avenge David. Because without David, there would be no Dong family. There is also the Valley of the Wicked with the same idea. David is dead. Whether it is Zhao Ligua or the four villains, as David's subordinates, they have the responsibility to avenge David. But they also know that their strength is not enough to fight against the entire Kyoto martial arts world, but this hatred has been recorded in each of them, and one day, this blood feud will be avenged. Chapter 1460. On the martial arts forum at this time, the news of David's death is also flooding all sections. This is David's third death, right? In a short period of time, David died 3 times. I don't know if this time is true. I heard it's true. Almost everyone in the entire Kyoto martial arts world saw that David was trapped at the bottom of the sea and must have died. Have you heard? It's the first time that people in the entire Kyoto martial arts world have dealt with David alone. The trial that was promised, the leader of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, Zhu Zhishan, also went. Isn't this an obvious trap? It seems that the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance hates David to the core. For a while, there was a lot of discussion and everything was said, but a large number of people did not believe that David was really dead. After all, this is the 3rd time David has died, and every time it is the same as the truth, and there are pictures to prove it. What happened in the end? David is not alive and well, maybe this time too. In Yaoshan Valley, after Xiaoru saw Gu Linger and Longwu, she immediately hugged and cried together. Xiaoru was frozen for several months. Whether it was Longwu or Gu Linger, they felt that it was impossible to see Xiaoru in their entire life, but they didn't want to see Xiaoru again, which made them a little unbelievable. After crying, Longwu followed Xiaoru to understand the situation at that time. After hearing that David was trapped in Bliss City, Longwu's face was very ugly. Uncle Long, I believe it's impossible for David to die like this, he will definitely be fine. Xiaoru persuaded Longwu. At this moment, Gu Linger was also surprisingly calm. She always believed in her heart that David would be fine. David encountered danger again and again, and was declared dead on the forum several times, but every time he was safe and sound. This time, she believed that David would be alright. Time passed day by day, and the Martial Arts Alliance finally took hold of the entire martial arts world in Kyoto. Under the huge interests, many aristocratic sect families announced to join the Martial Arts Alliance, and some sect families hesitated, but they were destroyed. In an instant, the Kyoto martial arts world was in chaos, and in the end most of them joined the Martial Arts Alliance. Only a few big sect families are still competing, such as the Dong family, such as the Gu family. And the Martial Arts Alliance has also begun targeting these big families, as well as the Valley of the Wicked, and the Valley of the Medicine God, who are relatively close to David, and are ready to start. Zhu Zishan wanted to completely erase the traces of David's existence. Anyone who came close to David became the enemy of the martial arts alliance. During this time, Long Xiao was also taking the time to cultivate. With a large number of beast pills as resources, Long Xiao's strength was also advancing by leaps and bounds. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and still no David appeared, and everyone began to believe that David was dead. And the most important festival in the summer, the Spring Festival, is also slowly approaching. Many people are starting to prepare things for the new year. Bliss City, inside the palace. David slowly opened his eyes. He didn't know how long he had been in a coma, let alone what happened outside during this time. Looking inside the palace, I didn't see the figure of the mermaid, which made David very strange. I don't understand where the mermaid went and why he let him go. What's this? David suddenly saw the shark bead on the ground. This shark pearl is different from other beast pills. Under the glossy exterior, there is actually a hint of chaos inside. David took the shark pearl in his hand, and a huge spiritual energy instantly swept through David's body. What a terrifying aura! David couldn't help being surprised. He found that the aura emanating from this shark bead was no less than that of Duda's nascent soul. What the H3LL is this? How can there be such a strong spiritual energy? David carefully looked at the shark bead in front of him. Chapter 1461. It's just that after watching it for a long time, David didn't see the reason, so he could only temporarily put away the shark beads. David pushed open the gate of the palace, and the beast pills exuded a faint light. David released his consciousness and launched a carpet-like search. He wanted to see if there was anyone else in the City of Bliss. When David searched upwards, he found that he couldn't rush out of the City of Bliss at all, and he couldn't feel the existence of Suolong Island. How come there is no more Dragon Island? David was startled and wanted to spread his spiritual consciousness here, but found that his body was already very weak, and his mental strength could not support it at all. The helpless David could only choose to retreat to practice and recover his physical strength. Fortunately, there are countless beast pill resources here, enough for him to recover his stamina. Thinking of this, David sat cross-legged, and the heart condensation art began to run quickly. A large amount of spiritual energy poured into David's body. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days have passed, and the new year is only a few days away. During these 10 days, the Kyoto martial arts world has been quietly changing, and the power of the martial arts alliance has almost reached its peak. This time, the expansion of the martial arts alliance has not been officially blocked, which has also caused many people to talk about it. In Yaoshan Valley, Zhao Ligua and the 4 evil men are all here. They mobilized everyone to protect Long Wu and Gu Linger. Whether it is Zhao Ligua or the 4 villains, they are all David's subordinates. They know their mission. Regardless of whether David is really dead, they must protect David's friends and family. Gu Linger's heart also began to shake. After so long, there was still no trace of David, and the martial arts alliance was ready to start an attack on the Valley of the Wicked. At this juncture, if David was really alive, he would definitely appear. David, are you really dead? Gu Linger stared at the east with tears all over her face. Having known David for so long, Gu Linger followed David all the way from Horrendal to Kyoto. From a small detective, she has now become a Wu Zong. This is something Gu Linger never dared to imagine before. David, if you really die, I will definitely go with you, you wait for me. Gu Linger's face was ashen, and she had already made a plan in her heart. Kyoto Budo Alliance. Zhu Zishan sits in the position of the leader of the alliance, and his heart is very happy. David is dead, and now that the martial arts alliance has grown to such a degree, Zhu Zishan is waiting for the reward above. Originally, Zhu Zishan was very disdainful of Ning Ji, but after this time, he found that Ning Ji is a talented guy, and he took care of everything in an orderly manner. In this way, Zhu Zishan looks much more relaxed, but Zhu Zishan doesn't know that the more relaxed he is, the more dangerous he will be. When a person loses value, it is time to lose his life. I wish the alliance leader, now that almost all the sect families in the entire Kyoto martial arts world have joined our martial arts alliance, is it time to teach those guys who are very close to David a lesson? Ningji walked into the hall of the martial arts alliance and said to Zhu Zhishan. Ningji, do you have any good plans? Zhu Zhishan asked Ningji. During this time, he was used to letting Ningji arrange it. Now the Dong family and the Gu family are always reluctant to join our martial arts alliance, and these two families have a certain influence in Kyoto. If we rashly attack and destroy these two families, it will definitely cause official dissatisfaction, so I thought. Ningji leaned into Zhu Zhishan's ear and whispered a few words softly. After Zhu Zhishan heard this, he suddenly burst out laughing. Ningji, if you really have it, you can come up with such a method, you can do it yourself. Zhu Zhishan waved his hand in satisfaction and said. The corners of Ningji's mouth twitched slightly, then turned and left the martial arts alliance. Chapter 1462 Dong Family. Dong Likun had a sad face. He knew that the time for the Dong family's life and death had come. In the past, the Dong family and the Ning family were at odds with each other. Now that Ningji has become the deputy leader of the martial arts alliance, he will definitely attack the Dong family first. Nowadays, almost all the sects in the entire Kyoto martial arts world have become members of the martial arts alliance. If Dong Likun wants to fight with the martial arts alliance, he will almost hit the stone with an egg. Dad, our Dong family is also a well-known family in Kyoto. Even if Ningji became the deputy leader of the martial arts alliance, would he dare to openly attack us? If he dares to do it, we can go to Mr. Shi to call the shots. The entire Kyoto martial arts world, not the martial arts alliance itself. Dong Jiahao saw his father's sad face, so he persuaded him. Hey, Dong Likun sighed, what do you know, if Mr. Shi wanted to take care of it, he would have taken action long ago. How could the martial Dao alliance expand like this? Then why doesn't Mr. Shi care? Dong Jiahao asked inexplicably. How would I know, the official attitude, we can't figure it out. Remember the website? Dong Likun shook his head. For a while, Dong Jiahao stopped talking, and all fell into silence. Dad, why don't we ask the Gu family for help? Now in the martial arts world of Kyoto, only the Gu family has not joined the martial arts alliance, and dares to fight with the martial arts alliance. Suddenly, Dong Jiahao said to Dong Likun. The Gu family has always been independent from the world, and we have nothing to do with the Gu family. Why should they help us? Dong Likun frowned. Dad, I went to find that Gu Jai. I don't think she has a bad heart. She was in Bliss City and rescued me. Dong Jiahao is still grateful to Gu Jai for saving his life. Dong Likun pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Alright then, you can bring some more gifts. First, thank Miss Gu for her life-saving grace, and second, find out the tone of the Gu family. Okay. After Dong Jiahao heard this, he turned around happily and left. Kyoto, the Gu family. The strength of the Gu family is also considered one of the best in Kyoto, but the Gu family has always been indifferent to the world, never had disputes with others, and never joined any alliances, associations, etc., so the Gu family's popularity in Kyoto is not equal. Not tall. As the most talented person of the younger generation, Gu Jai became famous at a young age, but because of Gu Jai's retreat, his reputation slowly receded a lot. On this day, Gu Jai was sitting in the gazebo at home, staring at the east in a trance. This guy won't really die like this. Gu Jai said to himself. Jai, ever since you came back from your trial, you've been fascinated, what are you thinking? At this moment, a middle-aged man approached Gu Jai with a smile on his face. This middle-aged man is Gu Jai's father, Gu Fuhai. Gu Jai hurriedly regained her senses, turned her head to look at Gu Fuhai and said, I didn't think about anything, I was just too stuffy in the room, so I came out and sat down. In such a cold day, when you sit outside in a trance, are you thinking of a man? You should have a boyfriend at your age. Gu Fuhai smiled slightly. Dad, what did you say? Who misses a man? I ignore you. Gu Jai rolled her eyes at Gu Fuhai, got up and was about to leave, but was held back by Gu Fuhai. Ha ha ha, you are my daughter, don't I know what you are thinking? Gufuhai laughed, that David is indeed a genius, I also like him very much, but his life is too short, so early dead, there is no such blessing. Dad, who thinks about David? Don't talk nonsense. I don't know him either. Gujai seemed to have a guilty conscience. She shook off Gufuhai and was about to flee, not wanting to talk to Gufuhai. Chapter 1463. At this moment, a servant of the Gu family rushed to report, Patriarch, Miss Dong Jiahao, the young master of the Dong family, came to visit and said he was looking for Miss Dong Jiahao. What is he doing to me? Gujai frowned slightly. This Dong Jiahao is not bad. Although he is a bit rambunctious, he is not bad. Gufuhai smiled at Gujai. Gujai rolled her eyes at Gufuhai, I ignore you. After speaking, Gujai walked towards the door. She went to see what Dong Jiahao was looking for himself. When Gujai arrived at the door, she found Dong Jiahao standing at the door, dressed in a straight suit as if she had been specially dressed. Dong Jiahao, what are you looking for from me? Gujai asked Dong Jiahao. Although Gujai saved Dong Jiahao's life in Bliss City, it does not mean that Gujai likes Dong Jiahao. Gujai didn't have a crush on those young masters in Kyoto. Seeing Gujai, a bright light flashed in Dong Jiahao's eyes. Miss Gu, I take the liberty to interrupt. I have something I want to talk to Miss Gu. Dong Jiahao hurriedly approached Gujai and said. What's the matter, just say it, why are you so close? Gujai took a step back in disgust, very dissatisfied with Dong Jiahao's frivolous appearance. Miss Gu, this is not the place to talk, let's talk in another place. Dong Jiahao said with a smile. If you want to say it, say it. If you don't say it, I will go back. I don't have time to accompany you to sell things. As Gujai said, she turned around and was about to go back. Miss Gu, it's about David, don't you want to hear it? Dong Jiahao said suddenly. Hearing David, Gujai stopped, turned around and asked, what happened to David? Is David still alive? Seeing Gujai's slightly anxious look, Dong Jiahao's eyes showed a bit of evil charm. Miss Gu, let's find a place. I'll tell you slowly so that no one else hears it. After Dong Jiahao finished speaking, he opened the door very gentlemanly. Gujai hesitated, but finally sat up. Dong Jiahao got into the car, then started the car and drove towards a hotel. Looking at Gujai through the rear-view mirror, the corner of Dong Jiahao's mouth rose slightly, revealing a sinister smile. This kind of smile has never appeared on Dong Jiahao's face, but Gujai didn't notice it. In the city of Bliss, David sat there cross-legged, and the countless beast pills on the ground had been reduced by more than half at this moment. With the continuous reduction of beast pills, David's strength is also rapidly improving. At this time, David has stepped into the second realm of nascent soul. Although it is only a small improvement in realm, his strength has undergone a qualitative change. Slowly opening his eyes and looking at the large pieces of beast pills disappearing from the ground, David couldn't help but sigh. Cultivation in the nascent soul realm requires such a huge amount of resources, wouldn't it be more difficult to cultivate in the future? Looking at the large amount of beast pills left in front of him, David didn't know when he would be able to absorb them all. I don't know how long it has been, what's going on outside. David now has no concept of time. He doesn't know how long he's been here, let alone what's going on outside. I don't know if the spring festival has passed, but he secretly made up his mind to rescue Sonia and his mother before the spring festival, but now it seems that he does not know whether his wish can still be realized. However, this is the end of the matter. In the face of a lot of beast pill resources, David can't just walk away and leave it alone. If these beast pills can be carried, it is a pity that the space in his storage ring is not so large, and he can't take all these beast pills away. You can only continue to practice first. David shook his head helplessly, then ran the heart concentration technique and practiced again. Chapter 1464. Kyoto, inside a hotel. Gujai followed Dong Jiahao to a room. The room was well furnished and warm. Gujai looked around, and then asked Dong Jiahao indifferently, Dong Jiahao, Is it inappropriate for you to bring me here to talk about things? Although Gu Jiayi said this, she didn't take it to heart, because she knew Dong Jiahao's strength, and she could subdue Dong Jiahao with whatever she wanted, so she was not afraid of Dong Jiahao's bad thoughts. Miss Gu, there's nothing inappropriate. I've liked you for a long time. I called you here today to confess to you. Dong Jiahao said, actually took out a bouquet of flowers, and then knelt down in front of Gu Jiayi on one knee. Seeing this, Gu Jiayi's face was as cold as ice, and she said with disdain, "You're dead, I don't look down on you at all." After Gu Jiayi finished speaking, she turned around and walked out. She did not expect that Dong Jiahao had tricked herself into confessing. Although Gu Jiayi was very angry now, she did not do anything to Dong Jiahao. After all, now that the world of martial arts in Kyoto is being reshuffled, it is difficult for the Gu family to be free from the world, so she doesn't want to give the Gu family tree an enemy. But just as Gu Jiayi was about to leave, Dong Jiahao suddenly shot and grabbed Gu Jiayi's wrist. "Miss Gu, since you're here, I think we should have a good chat before leaving," Dong Jiahao said with a bit of a gloomy smile on his face. Gu Jiayi frowned. "Let go of me." After all, Gu Jiayi raised her hand and punched it out. But Gu Jiayi didn't use all her strength. If she hit with all her strength, Dong Jiahao would definitely not be able to bear it. But who knew that when Gu Jiayi punched out, Dong Jiahao didn't dodge, and directly reached out and grabbed Gu Jiayi's fist, so that Gu Jiayi couldn't move. Gu Jiayi was stunned for a moment, and a mist emanated from Dong Jiahao's body in an instant, and then Gu Jiayi's mind began to become dizzy, and finally closed her eyes and fainted. Looking at the fainted Gu Jiayi, Dong Jiahao raised the corner of his mouth and carried Gu Jiayi directly onto the bed, then slowly took off Gu Jiayi's clothes. Looking at Gu Jiayi's body, a black mist filled Dong Jiahao's body, and then Dong Jiahao's face changed, turning into Ningji. It turned out that this Dong Jiahao was actually made by Ning Zhiyirong. No wonder Gu Jiayi's punch was easily caught. TSK. What a wonderful woman. If it wasn't for the fact that I no longer have the ability to be a man, I would definitely get you. Ningji regretted for a while, then took out the prepared camera and started taking pictures with Gu Jiayi. After everything was done, Ningji left the hotel. For the next thing, he slowly waited for the Gu family to follow the Dong family to the point of life and death. I don't know how long it took. Gu Jiayi slowly woke up. When she looked at her disheveled clothes, her whole body collapsed and burst into tears. She is the arrogant daughter of heaven, and she is the dream lover of many young masters from sects. But now, she has been spoiled. Dong Jiahao, I must smash your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Gu Jiayi exuded a strong killing intent. At this time she thought it was Dong Jiahao who disrespected her. Depressed, Gu Jiayi returned home, washed her body desperately, and then changed into a new dress. She wants to go to Dong's house to ask for an explanation in person. Even if she dies, she will kill Dong Jiahao. But just when Gu Jiayi was about to go to the Dong family to find Dong Jiahao, a servant of the Gu family hurried in. "Miss, Dong Jiahao, the young master of the Dong family, is asking to meet outside the door." Hearing this, Gu Jiayi instantly burst out with terrifying killing intent, and then disappeared in a flash, rushing towards the door. Chapter 1465. She didn't expect Dong Jiahao to do such a thing, and even dare to come to her. The servant felt the killing intent on Gu Jiayi, and was so frightened that he hurried to find Gu Fuhai. At this time, Dong Jiahao, holding a gift in his hand, looked a little nervous. After all, it was the first time he entered the gate of Ji's house, and he felt like a new uncle came to the door. But when Dong Jiahao was waiting nervously at the door with a gift, he suddenly found a figure in front of him in a flash. "Miss Gu." Seeing Gu Jiayi appear, Dong Jiahao shouted nervously. "Dong Jiahao, you ba5 tard, take your life." Gu Jiayi's eyes widened, her anger continued to rise, and then she punched Dong Jiahao with a punch. Dong Jiahao's face was shocked. He didn't understand what happened to Gu Jiayi. Why did he suddenly act on himself? "Miss Gu, you are..." Before Dong Jiahao's words were finished, he was punched in the chest by Gu Jiayi. "Remember URL." A mouthful of blood spurted out, and then Dong Jiahao's body flew out instantly. It smashed heavily on the car not far away, and the body was smashed to pieces. This punch cost Dong Jiahao half his life, and finally got up slowly. Dong Jiahao found that Gu Jiayi was attacking him again. Dong Jiahao cried out in his heart for a while. He didn't know what happened. Why did Gu Jiayi do it when he saw him, and he still killed him? His strength is not lower than Gu Jiayi, and now he doesn't even have the ability to dodge, so he can only watch Gu Jiayi's terrifying fist blowing towards him. Stop! At this critical moment, Gu Fuhai arrived, directly blocked in front of Dong Jiahao, and then resolved Gu Jiayi's fist style with one palm. Dad, don't stop me, I must kill him today. Gu Jiayi said to Gu Fuhai with a look of anger. Jiayi, what's the matter with you? Why did you kill him? Gu Fuhai questioned Gu Jiayi. But Gu Jiayi couldn't say anything, so he could only stamp his feet angrily. I must kill him today. Seeing that Gu Jiayi didn't say anything, Gu Fuhai turned to look at Dong Jiahao, who was injured, and said, Master Dong, what happened to you and Jiayi? Why did she want to kill you? Dong Jiahao was also confused at this time, shook his head and said, I don't know, Miss Gu will kill me when she sees me. Did you tell her something? Gu Fuhai frowned slightly. Because he knew that Gu Jiayi was not a vexatious person. Although he was a little headstrong at times, he would never kill for no reason. No, I didn't say anything. Dong Jiahao was so wrong that he was about to cry. I just came over with a gift to thank me, but Gu Jiayi would beat him as soon as they met. Seeing this, Gu Fuhai could only say to Dong Jiahao, Young Master Dong, you'd better go back first, and I'll talk about it when I'm done with the situation. When Dong Jiahao saw this, he could only leave, otherwise his life would be lost. Seeing that Dong Jiahao was about to leave, Gu Jiayi shot directly at Dong Jiahao, but was blocked by Gu Fuhai. Looking at Dong Jiahao, who had left, Gu Jiayi could only cry helplessly, and then ran back to the room. When the injured Dong Jiahao returned home, he fainted directly. Dong Likun was extremely angry when he looked at Dong Jiahao, who fainted. It's just that both Dong Likun and Gu Fuhai are considered wily people, so they didn't immediately plunge the two into the flames of war. Ning Ji, who was originally waiting for a good show, was a little disappointed, but even if the two did not start a war, they would never be united. The martial arts alliance could be defeated one by one. A family of aristocrats will become a member of the martial arts alliance. Chapter 1466. Inside Bliss City. David is still cultivating frantically, and the beast pills that were all over the place are actually very few at this moment. If someone saw that so many beast pills were absorbed by David alone, he would be shocked to drop his jaw. Now that the Spring Festival has passed, it is precisely because of this traditional festival that the Dong family and Yao Shenga have a chance to breathe, otherwise the martial arts alliance would have already started. David's strength has been further improved under this crazy training. At this time, David's strength has reached the edge of the second realm of nascent soul. If he tries hard, breaking through the third realm is not a problem. It's a pity that there are not many beast pills left in Bliss City, and I am afraid that it will not be able to support David's breakthrough. It's a pity. David sighed softly. As long as he reaches the third realm of nascent soul, he can go directly to the Martial Dao Alliance to save people. Even if he encounters a 5th-rank Marquis, David has no fear. Suddenly, David remembered the shark bead he picked up at the beginning, and then took out the shark bead. Feeling the aura emanating from the shark bead, a smile appeared on David's face. He swallowed the shark pearl without hesitation, and then David closed his eyes again, ready to break through. Kyoto, Dharma Protector Pavilion. Xing Jun reported with Mr. Shi with a solemn expression. Although there are so many things happening in the martial arts world in Kyoto recently, Mr. Shi has not intervened, but it does not mean that Mr. Shi is unaware. Mr. Shi, now more than 95% of the entire Kyoto martial arts world has become a member of the Martial Arts Alliance. Now the Martial Arts Alliance has grown a lot. And the Martial Arts Alliance has frequently cultivated a lot of marquee masters recently, just like a production line. That Long Shao of the Long family has also made breakthroughs in recent times, and his strength has grown rapidly. At present, the Dong family and Yaoshan Valley are not in any danger, and the Martial Arts Alliance has not yet attacked them. Xing Jun reported, and Mr. Shi closed his eyes slightly, his face was calm. The resources of the beast pills tested by the Long family years ago should be almost exhausted according to time, right? Mr. Sure said lightly. Yes, the resources obtained by the major sects and families have basically been used up, but it has also increased the strength of the major families. Xing Jun nodded and said, well, the current calm is estimated to be broken. Without resources and interests, the entire Kyoto martial arts world, a martial arts alliance, can't control it at all. You just need to watch carefully. No matter what happens in the martial arts world during this time, you are not allowed to intervene. Mr. Sure told Xing Jun. Understood. Xing Jun nodded, then turned to leave. But when he reached the door, Xing Jun stopped and turned to look at Mr. Sure, looking like he was hesitant to say anything. Just say something. Mr. Sure still said with his eyes slightly closed. Mr. Sure, is David really dead? It's been such a long time, the spring festival is over, and there's no sign of David. It's probably more fortunate than for luck. Xing Jun also once suspected that David could not die, but for such a long time, even the most important festival, the spring festival, David did not appear, so maybe David really died. David is dead or not, time will give the answer, and the time has not yet come. Mr. Sure said lightly. After Xing Jun heard this, he sighed slightly, turned and walked out. After Xing Jun walked back, Mr. Sure slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes flashed with brilliance. David, you have to show up soon, otherwise, when the Kyoto martial arts world is completely controlled by the Martial Arts Alliance, you are trying to rescue your girlfriend, but you will have to pay a higher price. With a smile on his face, Mr. Sure muttered to himself. Chapter 1467. Kyoto, the Dragon Family. After Long Shao had absorbed the last beast pill, the aura of his whole body had undergone a qualitative change. In this short month, Long Shao actually made breakthroughs one after another, jumping to the strength of a 5th-rank marquis. Now that Long Jingwa is facing Long Shao, it is beyond his reach. However, this is not because of Long Xiao's talent, but because of the soul in his body, coupled with sufficient resources, Long Xiao's strength has grown by leaps and bounds. Xiao, I really can't believe that your strength has improved so fast, you are a genius. I have never seen someone who cultivates so fast. Long Jingwa said with a face full of surprise. From the very beginning, Long Jingwa resisted the soul in Long Xiao's body, and now he is full of envy. Long Jingwa wished he had a soul attached to his body. That way, cultivation would be more effective with less effort. Dad, it's a pity that there are too few resources, otherwise my strength could still be improved. Long Xiao said proudly. Long Jingwa also frowned. The so many beast pills he obtained this time were absorbed by Long Xiao alone, and the resources he collected from various places were also given to Long Xiao, but they still could not satisfy Long Xiao's cultivation. Make Long Jingwa a little embarrassed. At this moment, Long Xingxiu came over, feeling the surging breath of Long Xiao. Long Xingxiu was envious. At this time, he and Long Xiao were completely different, and there was no comparison. Congratulations, young master, the strength has improved a lot. Long Xingxiu said respectfully. Xingxiu, do you have anything to do with me? Long Jingwa saw Long Xingxiu appear and knew that he must be looking for him. Master! Long Xingxiu shouted, then looked at Long Xiao and did not continue. Seeing this, Long Jingwa knew what Long Xingxiu wanted to say. It must be because of his sister Long Ruodong. Because this matter has been hidden from Long Xiao, Long Xingxiu did not dare to say it in front of Long Xiao. Long Xiao also seemed to be aware of it, so he said, Dad, are you hiding something from me? Xiao, there are some things that I don't want you to know about, but now that you're older, you can take charge of yourself, and you should know some things. After Long Jingwa finished speaking, he began to talk with Long Xiao, and took Long Xiao to the dungeon of the Long family. Long Xiao looked at the gloomy dungeon and his aunt in the dungeon, feeling a little incredible. And Long Ruodong was a little surprised when he saw Long Xiao, who suddenly appeared. After all, over the years, the only people Long Ruodong could see were Long Jingwa, who had never brought strangers here. But now, seeing the strange Long Xiao, Long Ruodong seemed surprised. Xiao, this is your aunt, she's been imprisoned here for more than 20 years. Long Jingwa pointed at Long Ruotong and said. When Long Ruotong heard Long Jingwa's introduction, he immediately understood that this Long Shao was Long Jingwa's son. Dad, you said that I wanted to get a secret from my aunt. What kind of secret is it? Long Shao asked curiously. After more than 20 years of detention, this secret has not been obtained, which makes Long Shao very curious. Mind law, a set of heart law that can immortalize. Long Jingwa said slowly. Immortal? Hearing these 4 words, Long Shao was instantly shocked. Even if he is now a 5th-rank marquis, he still can't stop the ravages of the years, and he will grow old sooner or later. It would be great if you could live forever. Is it possible that my aunt has not spoken for more than 20 years? Long Shao asked. Long Jingwa nodded. Yes, for more than 20 years, I have tried my best. She didn't say a word. I even threatened her with her son. It was useless. Her son? Long Shao was taken aback. Yes, if my guess is correct, that David should be your aunt's son, and the 2 of you are cousins. Long Jingwa's voice fell, and Long Xiao's head exploded with a bang. Chapter 1468. Long Xiao never imagined that he would have such a relationship with David. But now that David is dead, it doesn't matter. The idea of immortality is really a good thing. I have a way to get her to speak. At this time, the soul in Long Xiao said. Dad, I have a way to get my aunt to speak. Long Xiao said to Long Jingwa. Really? After Long Jingwa heard this, he instantly became excited. He imprisoned Long Ruotong for more than 20 years for this mental method, but he still failed to get what he wanted. Now Long Xiao has a solution. Of course it's true. Have you forgotten the exercises I'm learning now? Long Xiao smiled slightly. Remember URL. Okay then, hurry up. Long Jingwa said impatiently. Long Xiao nodded, then looked at Long Xingxiu and said, You go out, you are not allowed to come in without my permission. As ordered. Long Xingxiu bent over and stepped back, but at the moment Long Xingxiu bent over, a stern look flashed in his eyes. Even though his strength is now a world apart from that of Long Xiao, Long Xingxiu is not reconciled. Now almost all the resources of the Long family have been given to Long Xiao, and Long Xingxiu has been conscientious and hardworking and won't get anything. He would never be reconciled to such a mediocre life. After Long Xingxiu left, Long Xiao looked at Long Ruotong, his eyes twinkling. Immediately after that, a black mist rose up from the body, and then a figure escaped from Long Xiao's body. This is the soul in Long Xiao's body. Long Jingwa knew it, so he didn't panic. However, Long Ruotong had never seen such a scene before, so she seemed a little surprised and panicked. After the soul escaped from Long Xiao's body, it instantly moved towards Long Ruotong, trying to get into Long Ruotong's mind. But just when the soul wanted to enter Long Ruotong's mind, a golden light suddenly flashed between Long Ruotong's eyebrows. This golden light was so dazzling that Long Xiao and Long Jingwa couldn't help but close their eyes. But the spirit screamed, as if it was frightened, and quickly returned to Long Xiao's body. Long Xiao spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly became extremely pale. Shower! Seeing this, Long Jingwa hurriedly checked it out. Senior, what's going on? Long Xiao frowned slightly and asked in confusion. There's so much righteousness in this woman's body, I can't get into her body at all. The soul voice said weakly. When Long Xiao heard this, he was immediately speechless. He didn't understand the level of this soul in his body, and why was it always unreliable. In Bliss City, I was scared to hide by the Buddha's light, and I didn't dare to show my head. Now I was injured by a mighty aura. Speaking of which, it was too rubbish. It's just that Long Xiao didn't dare to really say it. After all, he still has to rely on the other party for his cultivation. The 2 of them are now both prosperous, and both lost. Shower, what's going on? Long Jingwa asked Long Xiao. Dad, this woman has an aura of righteousness, she can't enter her body, search her memory, it seems that she has to find another way. Long Xiao followed Long Jingwa and said. Humph, this stinky girl is the hardest. Now her son has lost one of your arms. Today I'm going to take revenge on her body. After Long Jingwa finished speaking, he picked up the special leather whip and slapped Long Ruodong fiercely. Long Ruodong didn't say a word, didn't make a single sound, as if the whip wasn't hitting him. After Long Jingwa was tired, he dropped his whip and walked out angrily. Just after Long Jingwa and Long Shao walked out of the dungeon, someone from the Long family came to report that Zhu Zhishan of the Martial Arts Alliance invited Long Jingwa to come over. Chapter 1469. Shower, Zhu Zhishan is looking for me for resources. I will find a way to get some resources for you. You can rest at home for the time being. Long Jingwa knew that the resources of the major sects and clans were rapidly depleting. Nowadays, almost all the clans in the entire Kyoto martial arts world have joined the Martial Arts Alliance, so they will definitely ask the Martial Arts Alliance for resources. After all, the promise at the beginning must be fulfilled by the Martial Dao Alliance, otherwise it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among many aristocratic families. After Long Jingwa left, the Soul and Long Shao immediately said, "You are now trying to find that girl named Xiaoru and arrest her. The armor on this girl is a holy thing. And this girl's body is different from ordinary people. If you can absorb the strength of this girl, I believe your strength will be stronger. Okay, I'll send someone to investigate the whereabouts of this girl right away." Long Shao licked his lips, his eyes full of heat. On the other side, Long Jingwa came to the Martial Arts Alliance. Zhu Zhishan was waiting for him anxiously at the moment. "I wish the Lord, you find me." Long Jingwa asked Zhu Zhishan. "Long Patriarch, during this time, there have been sect families who have been asking for resources from the Martial Arts Alliance. Look at this." Zhu Zhishan looked at Long Jingwa without finishing his words. He was observing Long Jingwa's reaction. "I wish the Lord, our Long family's resources are extremely limited now, and now even the Longquan water has begun to dry up, and there are no resources to come out." Long Jingwa thought that Zhu Zhishan wanted to ask the Long family to provide resources, so he hurriedly said, "Long family master, you misunderstood, I am not asking for the resources of your Long family." Zhu Zhishan waved his hands again and again. "I was thinking, there are thousands of beast pills in the City of Bliss. Can we go there once, take out some more beast pills, and the resource matter will be solved? I wish the Alliance leader, that Suolong Island is sinking, and the City of Bliss collapses. How can you get the beast pill?" Long Jingwa asked in surprise. "I think that even if the City of Bliss collapses, those beast pills will definitely not disappear. It's just that it's more dangerous to take the beast pills. It's not that the beast pills can't be taken out. I have prepared water beads. As long as there is enough time, the beast pill can definitely be taken out," Zhu Zhishan said. Long Jingwa was silent for a while. It seemed that Zhu Zhishan had already made plans, and calling him was nothing more than a notification. Even if the City of Bliss collapses, it is the resource of their Long family, so they will inform themselves. Since the leader of the Alliance is ready, then you can do as the leader of the Alliance has arranged, but our Long family can't dispatch people for the time being. Long Jingwa knew that it was very dangerous to do these things in the deep sea. Although he could avoid water droplets, it was impossible to stay underwater for a long time. He would not let his masters do such dangerous things. Anyway, after the beast pill is taken out, their Long family will take the big head. After all, this is the resource place of the Long family. Long family master, I have prepared the candidates. You Long family just wait for the allocation of resources," Zhu Zhishan said. "That's good, then I'll wait for the good news from the leader." Long Jingwa left the Martial Arts Alliance. And Zhu Zhishan then called together the four of Su Song, and distributed the water beads, and asked them to go get the beast pill. Although the four of them knew that this errand was dangerous, let's not talk about how difficult it was to get the beast pill in the collapsed Bliss City on the bottom of the sea. If the beasts in the sea were encountered in the water, they would only have to run for their lives. On the bottom of the sea, but the home of those monsters, even the monsters with only Wuzong's strength, if they are on the bottom of the sea, these marquis are probably very difficult to deal with. Chapter 1470. But in danger, they can only bite the bullet. They can only obey orders now. For the Martial Arts Alliance, these people are just puppets cultivated by the Martial Arts Alliance. In the future, there will be a steady stream of people to replace them. They are chess pieces and can be abandoned at any time. On the vast sea, a speedboat is floating on it, and there are 4 people sitting on the speedboat. It is Su Song and the 4. Looking at the bottomless sea, the 4 people's faces were extremely solemn. They knew better than anyone else that this was a task of a lifetime of survival. Otherwise, other aristocratic sects would have secretly sent people to get beast pills. After all, the resources of these beast pills are very attractive. It's just because it's too difficult and dangerous, so no one comes to take the risk. Okay, it's time for us to go down. If we can come back alive this time, I believe that the leader of the alliance will not treat us badly. After Su Song finished speaking, he swallowed the waterproof beads in one mouthful. With the waterproof beads, they could spend more time on the bottom of the sea. Puff, puff. The 4 quickly plunged into the water and swam towards the bottom of the sea. At this time, in the city of bliss, David's body flashed with golden light, and the endless aura was rolling. The whole city of bliss was filled with the aura of David. After breaking through, David broke through again. The strength of the 3 realms of nascent soul makes David look even more immortal. I finally broke through. I don't know when it is now. David let out a long breath. He is here, he has no concept of time, and he has no idea how long it has been. It's time to leave, but how do you get out of here? David frowned. Here in the sea, if there is no ship, David's current strength, I am afraid it is difficult to return to the land, because the distance is too far. In addition, there must be monsters harassing them along the way. In the absence of a boat, it is almost as difficult to return to the land as going to the sky. Just when David was in trouble, David suddenly felt a few breaths. Someone? David looked surprised. He didn't understand why someone would come at this time. However, David still hid, wanting to see who it was. Soon, the 4 figures of Su Song appeared. Looking at the intact Bliss City, the 4 fell into shock. This city of bliss still exists, and it has not collapsed. Someone exclaimed excitedly. If the city of bliss did not collapse, it would be much easier for them to obtain the beast pill, and there would not be too much danger. It's really strange. Sualong Island has sunk. I didn't expect that the city of bliss has not collapsed. I just don't know if David is dead. Seeing that the city of bliss had not collapsed, Su Song immediately thought of David. It's been almost 2 months, so David must have died long ago. This place is so far from the landing site, if there is no ship, then David will not be able to live at all. Someone said. Let's be careful when we go in for a while. I always have a bad hunch. After taking the beast pill, I'll leave quickly. After Su Song finished speaking, he brought people into Bliss City. And David, who was hiding at the moment, listened to the conversations of several people, and then realized that he had been staying for more than a month. In this way, the Spring Festival has already passed. And it seems that the outside world has long thought that he is dead. This is a good thing for David. At that time, he will be dark, and the martial arts alliance will be bright, and he can do whatever he wants a lot of time. Soon, Su Song and the 4 entered the city of bliss, but looking at the empty city of bliss, the 4 of them were dumbfounded. Where is there any beast pill, except for some ruins? Not even a single beast pill could be found. What's going on here? Someone asked in surprise. Chapter 1471. Su Song also frowned, his face full of puzzlement. It was obvious that when they left, there were still thousands of beast pills here. How come it has become empty in just over a month? Brother Su, could there be another sect family that sneaked in here and stole these beast pills? Someone asked Su Song. Su Song nodded, it's possible. After all, in the last trial, many people from aristocratic sects knew this place, so it was not impossible to sneak in here to take the beast pill without fear of danger. Let's go back and report to the leader, this is no trivial matter. Su Song knew that this was a big deal. If these beast pills are really acquired by a sect family, it will not be long before the Kyoto martial arts world will be shuffled again. After all, with such a large resource, I don't know how many masters can be cultivated. But when Su Song and the others were about to leave, they all stopped suddenly, and then turned their heads in confusion. Remember URL. Because they found that there was an aura that locked them in an instant, so that they didn't dare to move around. When the four of them turned around and saw David coming out of the cover, they were all surprised. David, you didn't die. Su Song said with horror in his eyes. You people are not dead yet, how can I die? David's face was gloomy, and his body was full of killing intent. These four guys all rely on Sonya's blood to improve their strength. Thinking of the suffering Sonya, David hated these four guys to the core. Feeling the killing intent on David, the four of them also became very cautious. Brothers, let's go together, kill David, and go back with his head. The leader will definitely reward us heavily. Su Song said to the other three. The three nodded, and then their energy exploded, attacking David together. All four of them are in the realm of Marquis, and the strength of the four of them has greatly increased. Humph, the guy who doesn't know whether to live or die. David snorted coldly, and then his body shook slightly, and a terrifying spiritual force suddenly erupted. Now that David has stepped into the third realm of nascent soul, his strength has doubled. Before the four of them could reach David, they were blown away by the terrifying spiritual power. You! Su Song looked at David in horror, his face full of incredulity. In just over a month, David's strength has risen to such a terrifying level. David, you are trapped here. If you don't have a boat, you can't escape at all. Why don't we make a deal, you let us go, and we take you back to the land. Su Song felt the terror of David's body, and began to negotiate with David. Kill you, the boat is mine, and I can go back. David looked at the four of them coldly, and the icy aura on his body became more and more raging. The next second, David opened his hand, and the dragon-slaying sword appeared in David's hand. Under the blessing of the divine dragon, the dragon-slaying sword kept humming. And the sword spirit in the dragon-slaying sword has grown a lot with the improvement of David's strength. The dragon-slaying sword made a bloodthirsty hum, as if it was desperate for blood. Seeing this, the four of them hurriedly showed their weapons and looked at David solemnly. I have a sword that can cut everything. David said it, took a step forward, and then slashed with a sword in the sky. The terrifying Jianmong instantly brought a gust of wind and went directly towards the four. Seeing this, Su Song shouted loudly, holding a jet-black short blade, and instantly blocked it. The other three also stepped forward, bursting out with terrifying energy, blocking David's sword glow. Chapter 1472. Brush. I saw a flash of sword light, and the weapons in Su Song's hands were instantly cut into two pieces. And everyone's chest left a bloodstain of tens of centimeters, and the body retreated again and again. The four of them looked at the weapons in their hands in shock, knowing that these weapons were also made of tungsten steel by the Martial Arts Alliance. They were extremely hard, but they were easily cut off by David. Brothers, it seems that this time is going to be desperate. After Su Song finished speaking, the aura on his body became even more rampant. Humph, all of you together, it's just a man's arm blocking the car. David snorted coldly, followed by another sword swing. Boom! The sword energy roared, and the entire Bliss City began to tremble under the sword. Su Song roared loudly, and then his hands gathered a ray of light, and rushed up to meet him. Seeing this, the others also hurriedly activated the magic technique to welcome David's sword. Stab! The sword energy directly shattered Su Song's rays of light in a destructive manner, and continued to move towards the four without stopping. Su Song turned pale in shock and instinctively stepped back, while the other three directed countless bright rays of light towards David. The rays of light hit David, and David did not move at all, as if he was unconscious. Shoo! The sword chi swept across the four of them in an instant, and everyone looked at David in shock, and the movements in their hands completely stopped. Pfft! Suddenly, one person lay down without warning, and then blood spurted from the waist up, and all the internal organs flowed out. This sword directly cut the man in half. Seeing his tragically dead companion, Su Song couldn't help gasping for air. You must know that the four of them are all-powerful warriors in the Marquis realm cultivated by the Martial Arts Alliance. Now that the four of them joined forces, they couldn't help David, and they were killed by David's backhand sword. David's strength had completely dumbfounded them. I haven't seen blood on my dragon-slaying sword for a long time, and today I just let your blood feed my dragon-slaying sword. David shook the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and said. David could feel the bloodthirsty impulse on the dragon-slaying sword, and then another sword came out. The first sword of the Nine Shadows divine sword. In an instant, a sword light several meters long descended from the sky, and then slashed down with a fierce sword. Jianmong emits a dazzling light, making the entire Bliss City radiant. The huge sense of oppression made all three of Su Song tremble. Not to mention whether they can defeat David, the power of David's sword has already made them terrified and have no fighting spirit. Quick, fit together. Seeing this, Su Song hurriedly shouted. Immediately afterwards, the three of them suddenly stood back to back, shouted loudly, and waved rays of light from their hands, turning into a barrier to block them in front of them. The thick breath made David feel a little familiar in an instant, and his mind was in a trance at this moment. It was only a momentary event, and then the invincible Jianmong had arrived in front of Su Song and the others. Stab! Jianmong easily opened the barrier in front of the three of them, just like opening a piece of waste paper. Jianmong flashed across the three of them in an instant, and finally formed a deep ravine behind them. All the defenses on the three of them were broken open, and the sword glow was like a destructive force, leaving deep sword marks on the three of them. The eyes of the three are full of horror. They all look down at their bodies. They didn't know if this sword would cut off their bodies as well. Su Song saw that there was only blood coming out of his chest, and when he touched it with his hand, although the wound was deep to the bone, it did not cut his body in two. Su Song let out a long breath. It seems that their defense just now worked. Chapter 1473. But at this moment, the two people around Su Song opened their eyes wider and wider, and their eyes were full of incredible. Ft! Ft! Immediately after the sound of two falling to the ground, Su Song looked at his companions in horror. At this moment, they all fell into a pool of blood, and their bodies became two pieces. The thick bloody smell instantly stimulated Su Song's nerves, and Su Song seemed to be stupid at the moment. It wasn't that David's sword was blocked by their defenses, but that David deliberately left Su Song's life behind. He wanted Su Song to die in panic. As long as they were members of the Martial Arts Alliance, David would use cruel methods to let them die. David took the dragon-slaying sword and walked towards Su Song step by step. Kill me, you kill me quickly. Su Song was stimulated, and the whole person fell into madness. Looking at David coming over, he suddenly rushed towards David, and then tightly grabbed David's collar and let David kill himself. A sword ended in life, and that kind of death was a little more pleasant, but this time for a general who was facing death and waiting for death was the most torturous. Don't worry, I will definitely kill you, but I won't let you die happily. David put away the dragon-slaying sword and said with a cold expression on his face. What are you going to do to me? We were sent by the leader of the Alliance, and the leader of the Alliance will avenge us. Su Song gritted his teeth, and the corners of his eyes kept shaking. Vengeance? David's eyes narrowed slightly. If Shu Jishan doesn't find me, I will kill him. After David finished speaking, he slapped Su Song's head with his palm, and then Su Song only felt that the strength in his body was rapidly draining. Su Song's body began to shrink, and finally turned into a dry old man. However, David did not let Su Song die, but gave him a sigh of relief. Just stay here and wait for death slowly. After David finished speaking, he slowly walked out of Bliss City. Kill me, kill me. Su Song fell to the ground, screaming desperately, but David's figure had long since disappeared. Kyoto. After Long Shao got Xiaoru in Medicine God Valley, he immediately brought many experts from the Long family to Medicine God Valley to arrest people. At this moment, Long Xiao's face was filled with pride, and his heart swelled to the extreme. He even began to imagine that the Dragon family would rule the entire Kyoto martial arts world in the future. As long as you catch this little girl, get the armor on her body, and absorb her strength, I believe that in Kyoto, no one will be your opponent anymore. In his mind, the old voice of the soul sounded. Long Shao raised the corner of his mouth, and said with a gloomy smile, "Could it be that I absorbed the strength of that little girl? Can I be promoted to the realm of the Great Marquis? Even if you are promoted to the realm of the Great Marquis, it is impossible for you to be invincible in the martial arts world of Kyoto. What really makes you invincible is that armor, which is a holy relic." At that time, Zhu Zhishan kicked the little girl with one foot. That little girl was unscathed. She knew how powerful this armor is. The soul said excitedly, "What if that little girl is using the Buddha's light? Then you are not hiding again, and I have to face it myself." Long Shao asked the soul. Listening to the tone, Long Shao was still a little dissatisfied with the spirit hiding and leaving him alone. "Your current strength, even if I don't show up, how many people are your opponents, not to mention that you have brought so many people, can't you even catch a little girl?" The soul asked with a bit of sarcasm in his tone. "Humph, of course I can catch it, the Yaoshan Valley can't stop me." Long Shao snorted coldly. "All speed up for me, I can't wait." Long Shao ordered loudly, and then increased his speed. Chapter 1474. At this moment, no one in Yaoshan Valley has recovered from the sadness of David's death. The entire Yaoshan Valley was enveloped by a depressing atmosphere. "Sister Linger, I can feel that Brother David is definitely not dead." On a hilltop, Xiaoru persuaded Gu Linger. During this time, Gu Linger would be here every day, looking to the east, the direction of Suolong Island. Every time she wanted to see David's figure appear, but every time she was disappointed. More than a month later, Gu Linger still couldn't accept the fact that David had died. Gu Linger's eyes were blank, as if the whole person was in a daze, and Xiaoru didn't seem to hear what she said. "Xiaoru." At this time, Zhao Chuang came over with a handful of flowers picked from the mountains in his hand. Through this period of contact, Zhao Chuang fell in love with Xiaoru, and the two were of the same age. Seeing Zhao Chuang finding herself with flowers, Xiaoru's face became a little ugly. Now Gu Linger is sad because of David, and Zhao Chuang brings flowers to show his hospitality at this time. When Gu Linger sees it, he will definitely feel bad. "What are you doing here? Didn't you see me talking with Sister Linger?" Xiaoru gave Zhao Chuang a blank look and said. Zhao Chuang looked embarrassed, and then said, "Sister Linger, Brother David will definitely be fine. The beasts of the Martial Arts Alliance, who can't kill Brother David, must be the fake news they released. I believe it won't be long before Brother David will be back, so don't be too sad. Sister Linger, I think Brother David must be fine. You are so depressed all day long. When Brother David comes back, seeing you like this, you will feel distressed." Xiaoru also persuaded Gu Linger. "Xiaoru, let's go, I want to be alone." Gu Linger said with a smile at Xiaoru. Seeing this, Xiaoru could only nod her head and leave, while Zhao Chuang followed closely behind Xiaoru. In fact, Xiaoru also has a good impression of this guy Zhao Chuang. Although he looks carefree, he is very caring and loyal. It's just that the strength is a little bit worse, and the talent is not good. "Xiaoru, this is the flower I picked for you," Elder Su said. "It's called the Moon Liuxiang. This flower can be fragrant for a month." Zhao Chuang handed the flower in his hand to Xiaoru. Xiaoru smiled shyly, took the flower, and then quickly said Zhao Chuang's face. This time, Zhao Chuang was stunned. The whole person didn't react yet, and he lightly stroked his face with one hand. He was stupid. Soon, a happy smile appeared on Zhao Chuang's face, and he suddenly stepped forward and picked up Xiaoru and jumped up. "When I was young, I was so said by me." At this moment, a gloomy and icy voice suddenly came. This shocked Xiaoru and Zhao Chuang, and the two immediately looked towards the place where the sound came from. Soon, Long Shao and the Long family appeared in front of them. Long Shao. Zhao Chuang saw that it was Long Shao, and his expression changed greatly. When Xiaoru saw Long Shao, her face became extremely angry. Although he didn't know Long Shao, she knew that there was this guy in front of David in Bliss City. "Long Shao, what are you doing here?" Zhao Chuang asked Long Shao loudly. Wearing a black robe, Long Xiao said with a gloomy smile, "I'm here for this little girl. Her physique is different from that of ordinary people. This is a once-in-a-century." Long Xiao's eyes stared at Xiao Ru, as if a beast saw its prey. Seeing this, Zhao Chuang hurriedly protected Xiao Ru behind him. "Long Xiao, don't mess around, this is the valley of the god of medicine, my father and the four villains are here." Zhao Chuang knew that he was not Long Xiao's opponent, so he moved out his father and the four villains. Chapter 1475. Ha ha ha, even if they are all here, what can I do? Today I will take this little girl away, who can stop me? As Long Xiao said, he reached out and grabbed Xiao Ru. Zhao Chuang gritted his teeth, "Long Xiao, I fought with you." After speaking, Zhao Chuang tried his best to smash Long Xiao with his palm. But Long Xiao didn't take Zhao Chuang into his eyes at all. After all, Zhao Chuang's current strength is not comparable to him at all. The two were not at the same level at all. Even if Long Xiao stood still and let Zhao Chuang hit him, Long Xiao would not be hurt. Boom! Zhao Chuang punched Long Xiao fiercely, but he took a few steps back and fell to the ground. At this moment, Zhao Chuang's wrist was hurting even more, and his hand bone was broken. Is there anything more humiliating than this? Just like you, let's save your energy and learn what kind of hero to save beauty. Long Xiao glanced at Zhao Chuang with a sneer, then grabbed Xiao Ru. Xiao Ru's face was full of anger, she waved her hands lightly, and in an instant, a coldness hit. Xiao Ru's hands actually condensed frost at this moment. Afterwards, both palms came out, and two spiritual powers mixed with frost roared towards Long Xiao. The body of ice crystals, this little girl is the body of ice crystals. The surprised voice of the soul flashed in Long Xiao's mind instantly. Before Long Xiao could react, what is the body of ice crystals? His whole body was hit by those two frost powers, and then his body began to freeze. Layer after layer of frost began to condense on Long Xiao's body, and at this moment Long Xiao directly turned into an ice man. "You killed Brother David, I want to kill you." Seeing her hand, Xiao Ru froze Long Xiao, jumped up hastily, and slapped Long Xiao's head with her palm. But just when Xiao Ru was in front of Long Xiao, the frost on Long Xiao's body began to shatter, and then Long Xiao smashed Xiao Ru's body with a punch. Xiao Ru's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily on the ground. Xiao Ru. Zhao Chuang saw this, his eyes were full of grief and anger, and then he rushed towards Long Xiao desperately. "Humph, I'm not self-sufficient." Long Xiao waved his hand gently, and Zhao Chuang's body flew out instantly. He fell directly beside Xiao Ru, his face was pale, he vomited blood, and he couldn't get up. "Zhao Chuang, Zhao Chuang." Xiao Ru got up and called out to Zhao Chuang nervously. Xiao Ru has armor to protect himself, so he didn't suffer any damage, but Zhao Chuang couldn't do it. At this moment, his ribs were broken, and his internal organs were severely injured. Blood continued to spurt out of his mouth, and his eyes stared at Xiao Ru tightly. Zhao Chuang wanted to say something, but his mouth was full of blood, and he couldn't say a word. "Don't say anything, if we die, we will die together." Xiao Ru grabbed Zhao Chuang's hand tightly, and Zhao Chuang laughed at this moment. Hearing Xiao Ru's words, Zhao Chuang smiled even though he was seriously injured and faced death. "Little girl, follow me obediently, as long as you are obedient, I can spare his life." Long Xiao took a few steps forward and said to Xiao Ru. Xiao Ru looked at Zhao Chuang, who was seriously injured, and got up slowly, while Zhao Chuang pulled Xiao Ru tightly and squeezed out a few words. "No, don't go with him." Zhao Chuang didn't want to let himself become a bargaining chip to threaten Xiao Ru. "Shut up." Long Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, his palms suddenly sucked, and he actually grabbed Zhao Chuang directly into his hand. Long Xiao's hand was firmly stuck on Zhao Chuang's neck, and then looked at Xiao Ru. "Have you made up your mind?" Long Xiao threatened Xiao Ru. He wanted Xiao Ru to follow him obediently. If Xiao Ru died, it would be of no use to him. Chapter 1476. Xiao Ru looked at Zhao Chuang's blushing face due to suffocation, and her face was still painful, nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go with you, you let him go." Seeing Xiaoru agree, Long Xiao raised a smile on the corner of his mouth, and threw Zhao Chuang out like a dead dog. "Don't," Zhao Chuang yelled, even if the blood kept pouring out of his mouth. Zhao Chuang didn't care. "Long Xiao, my day. Your ancestor, you killed me, killed me." Zhao Chuang wanted to die. As long as he died, Long Xiao would not threaten Xiaoru's capital. Long Xiao didn't even look at Zhao Chuang, but said to Xiaoru, "Come with me, don't think about any crooked thoughts." After Long Xiao finished speaking, he then glanced at his subordinates, and soon several experts from the Long family stepped forward, and the rays of light turned into chains, directly binding Xiaoru. Xiaoru glanced at Zhao Chuang, didn't say anything, but left with Long Xiao. Zhao Chuang roared desperately. He wanted to stand up to catch up, but unfortunately he couldn't stand up at all. After Xiaoru was taken away, Gu Linger heard the voice and hurried over. When she saw Zhao Chuang, who was seriously injured, she was shocked. "Zhao Chuang, what's the matter? Where is Xiaoru?" Gu Linger asked Zhao Chuang. "Xiaoru was taken away by Long Xiao, taken away," Zhao Chuang said with a painful expression. Gu Linger frowned, and quickly helped Zhao Chuang up and rushed back to Yaoshan Valley. She wanted to tell Long Wu about this and see how to rescue Xiaoru. Kyoto, Xian family. This is Xian Pengfei's home. Since returning from the trial, Xian Pengfei has attached himself to the Martial Arts Alliance and the Long family, and has obtained a lot of beast pill resources. During this period of time, Xian Pengfei's strength has also improved a lot. How to say he is also the #1 on the happy list. Although this happy list is not officially recognized, Xian Pengfei is very concerned about this title. Especially after seeing the strength of the younger generation such as David and Long Xiao, Xian Pengfei knew that he still had a long way to follow the true talents, so he practiced even harder. At this time, outside the Xian's house, a man shrouded in black robe appeared. The man in black robe slowly raised his head, and David's handsome face was revealed. David looked at the plaque at the door of the Xian family, and whispered secretly, "Let's start with your Xian family. I will not let anyone off the hook." David slowly put on a mask, and then pushed open the door of Xian's house. After seeing that someone suddenly broke in, many children of the Xian family immediately gathered around. "Who are you? Dare to break into the Xian family privately?" someone asked David loudly. David didn't speak. A cold light flashed in his eyes, followed by a slight wave of his palm. A huge spiritual force moved towards the surroundings. The children of the Xian family who surrounded David, before they had time to react, all flew out one by one, and then died tragically on the spot. Hearing the movement, Xian Pengfei hurriedly led someone out and frowned when he saw his children were dead. "Who are you? Why did you break into my Xian family and kill my Xian family members?" Xian Pengfei asked David angrily. "I am the one who killed you," David said coldly. "Kill me? Do I have any grudge with you? Why do you want to kill me?" Xian Pengfei was puzzled. He didn't feel that he had offended anyone. "Why?" David snorted coldly, and then took off his mask. When Xian Pengfei saw David's face, he was instantly stunned, and his face became extremely ugly. David waved his hands, and a faint light flickered, and then enveloped the entire Xian family. Chapter 1477. David did not intend to let the Xian family escape alone. Xian Pengfei's eyes widened. "David, you didn't die." "Of course I'm not dead. Not only am I not dead, but my strength has improved a lot. Can't you feel it?" David was slightly shocked, and a terrifying coercion instantly fell from the sky. Xian Pengfei only felt his heart tighten, and he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Xian Pengfei forcibly held back, but his legs trembled. As for the rest of the Xian family, there is no one who has the ability to Xian Pengfei. Under the terrifying pressure of David, their eyes widened and their bodies exploded to death. The bloody aura instantly filled the air of the entire Xian family, and Xian Pengfei was dumbfounded when he looked at the tragic death of these Xian family children. David lightly relied on the power of coercion to easily kill these people. It can be seen that David's strength has improved a lot. "David, since you are not dead, you should find a place to hide, but you openly went to my house to kill. Aren't you afraid that the Martial Arts Alliance will know? Remember the website. Xian Pengfei questioned David. Why are you afraid? This time, I will completely eradicate the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance. David's eyes narrowed slightly. Xian Pengfei looked at David, knowing that it would be difficult to be kind today, so he gritted his teeth, and the breath on his body exploded. Xian Pengfei can reach the realm of Marquis at a young age, which is not comparable to ordinary people. This punch is extremely fierce, and all the energy in his body is condensed on the fist. David looked at Xian Pengfei, who was attacking, with a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. Then he raised his hand lightly, and directly grabbed Xian Pengfei's fist. Xian Pengfei was startled and wanted to retract it, but found that his fist was tightly squeezed by David. Kakaka. Only hearing the sound of bone cracks, Xian Pengfei showed a painful expression on his face full of hideousness. At the moment when you confronted me, you should think about today's. David suddenly exerted force, Xian Pengfei's fist shattered instantly, and Xian Pengfei screamed in pain. Immediately afterwards, David slapped Xian Pengfei on the face and slapped Xian Pengfei out. Xian Pengfei's mouth full of teeth was spat out, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he finally knew the gap between himself and David. In front of David, he had no power to fight back. Poof! Xian Pengfei knelt down in front of David all of a sudden. David, Uncle Chen, please spare my life. At that time, I was forced to helpless, so I would target you. Now the entire Kyoto martial arts world has become a member of the Martial Arts Alliance, and I have no choice. Xian Pengfei cried bitterly and followed David to beg for mercy. The entire Kyoto martial arts world has joined the Martial Arts Alliance. David couldn't help being a little scared. No matter how powerful the Martial Arts Alliance is, it is impossible for the entire Kyoto martial arts world to be included in it. And it is impossible for officials to watch the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance become bigger and stronger, and it will lose control. Yes, except for the Dong family and the Gu family, now almost all of them have joined the Martial Arts Alliance, just for that little resource. Xian Pengfei said quickly. Don't Mr. Shurcare. David was very puzzled. Why did the government ignore the expansion of the Martial Arts Alliance? I don't know about this. No one from the government has come forward to stop it. It seems that the Martial Arts Alliance has tacitly agreed to do so. Xian Pengfei shook his head, and then continued, but now the Martial Arts Alliance is not a monolith, and many sects and families are running out of resources, and they are all looking for the Martial Arts Alliance for resources. Xian Pengfei's words reminded David of Su Song. It seems that the Martial Arts Alliance needs a lot of resources to support so many sect families, so Su Song and the four took the risk to go to the City of Bliss to get the Beast Pill. Chapter 1478. Without these four people, David would not be able to come back now. Without a boat, it would be very difficult for David to get to the land. It seems that I will kill a good person in the entire Kyoto martial arts world. A cold light flashed in David's eyes. Tonight will be an earth-shaking night in the martial arts world of Kyoto. I've told you everything I know. Please forgive me. I won't say anything. I can leave the capital and walk far away. Xian Pengfei begged for mercy, and there was a lot of snot and tears, very pitiful. I only believe what the dead say. After David finished speaking, he reached out and patted Xian Pengfei's head. Soon, Xian Pengfei turned into a mummified corpse, and the entire Xian family was left alone, with no survivors. Putting on the mask again, David walked out of Xian's house slowly. The next one. David's back disappeared into the night. The next morning, the entire Kyoto martial arts world exploded in an instant. In one night, all 13 sect families were wiped out. And without exception, the masters above Wuho have all become mummified corpses. Obviously their strength has been absorbed by others. The world of martial arts in Kyoto is about to change. Who is so bold to directly destroy 13 aristocratic families? These sect families have all joined the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance. Isn't this directly hitting the Martial Arts Alliance's face? This must be done by evil cultivators, otherwise how could people be sucked into mummified corpses? It's over, it's going to change in the future, and the evil cultivators have begun to blatantly haunt. Countless discussions drowned out the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance. And at this moment, within the Martial Arts Alliance, several mummified corpses were placed in front of Zhu Zhishan. And every mummy has a word engraved on it. Combining them together, it turned out to be, join the Martial Arts Alliance, die. This is obviously aimed at the Martial Arts Alliance. Who is it? Who is making trouble with our Martial Arts Alliance? Zhu Zhishan slapped the table angrily. At this moment, Ningji squatted down and put his hand on each mummy body, as if he was feeling something. Soon, Ningji stood up. I wish the alliance leader, although these people have been absorbed by others, they are not evil cultivators. The reason why this person does this may be to confuse the public and divert our attention. Who is it? Since it's not an evil cultivator, who has the power to draw strength from living people? When Zhu Zhishan heard what Ningji said, he immediately frowned. Ningji was also a little confused at the moment. After all, with the current strength of the Martial Arts Alliance, no one dared to openly oppose the Martial Arts Alliance like this. Moreover, these people who were killed were not ordinary people. If they could destroy 13 sect families overnight, their strength must be very strong. Ningji didn't dare to think about how strong it was. Anyway, with his current strength, it would be a little stressful to destroy these 13 aristocratic sects overnight. Is there no one alive at the scene? Ningji asked those who had been to the scene. If you go back to the deputy leader, there was no one alive at the scene, and even the dog was killed, the man replied. Ningji frowned. The person who started the attack was too ruthless. And Ningji felt a little flustered when he met such a ruthless opponent. It seems that we have to inform those high-level executives. This matter is beyond our ability. The other party is too powerful. Zhu Zhishan was a little scared and wanted to push this matter to the top to handle it. Ningji didn't speak, his face was gloomy, his eyes were slightly closed, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Soon, Ningji opened his eyes, and then looked at Zhu Zhishan. Alliance leader, did you send Su Song 4 people to get the beast pill? Yes. Zhu Zhishan nodded, and then said, but these days, it's time to come back. Even if you can't come back, you should tell me how the situation is. Chapter 1479. When Ningji heard Zhu Zhishan's words, his face instantly became more ugly. Broken. Ningji's face was gloomy. Ningji, what's wrong? Zhu Zhishan asked with a puzzled face. I suspect that David is not dead, and what happened last night was what David did. Ningji said solemnly. After hearing this, Zhu Zhishan's expression changed greatly, and then he shook his head and said, impossible, then how could David not die? Even if he did not die, with David's strength, it is impossible to destroy 13 sects overnight. From a family of aristocrats, don't be alarmist. Zhu Zhishan does not believe that David is not dead, and he cannot accept that David is not dead. In his heart, David is already dead, and it is impossible to live. At this moment, Long Jinghua and Long Xiao, who heard the news, also came to the Martial Arts Alliance. After hearing that Ningji suspected that David was not dead, and that David destroyed these sects, the Long family didn't believe it at all. Vice Alliance leader Ning, if you spread these words out, I'm afraid it will make people laugh. Even if David is alive, he doesn't have such great ability. Long Jinghua sneered. That Long Xiao also said, yes, I can't do this now with my strength, so even if David is alive, it is impossible to do it. You can't do it, but it doesn't mean he can't do it. During this time, your strength has increased several times, but it doesn't mean that David has not increased. Maybe his strength has increased faster than you. Ningji gave Long Xiao a disdainful look. It was not for no reason that he suspected that it was David's. There were various indications that David was probably not dead. Since David was not dead, he could do such a thing to destroy 13 sects. Moreover, David has always been ruthless towards the enemy, and he has never encountered it. What's more, now David hates the Martial Arts Alliance. All these sect families have joined the martial arts alliance, which is David's enemy. I think you're scared of being beaten by David. Your Ning family was destroyed by David. You're being chased by David. You must have a shadow in your heart, so it's normal for you to suspect that it's David. Should be your inner demon now. Although Ning Ji was the deputy leader of the alliance, Long Xiao did not give face at all. You! Ning Ji's eyes suddenly burst into anger, but he held back and did not do anything. Now is not the time for him to do it, the time is not yet ripe. I'm going to practice. Since you don't believe it, just wait and see. Ning Ji turned around and left. He was going to hurry up to practice. Fortunately, the martial arts alliance had Sonia's blood, which could help Ning Ji practice quickly. Long family master, you have to be careful, maybe this person will go to your dragon family. Zhu Zhishan warned Long Jinghua. I wish the leader of the alliance rest assured, as long as that person dares to come, I will definitely be able to catch him. Long Jinghua didn't say anything, but Long Xiao said it confidently. Because he will soon be able to improve his strength again, and when he gets the armor on Sheru's body and absorbs Sheru's strength, he will be able to look down on the entire Kyoto martial arts world. After sending off the Long family and his son, Zhu Zhishan immediately sent someone to investigate the matter, who did it, and Zhu Zhishan himself was not idle, he needed to appease those sect families in the martial arts alliance. Now many aristocratic sects are in fear and trembling, because they don't know when that person will appear, and they risk destroying the sect. Some Zongmin families started to choose to withdraw from the martial arts alliance. After all, the other party could not hide the fact that they were targeting the martial arts alliance. The fact that several mummies were engraved on their bodies soon spread, so some Zongmin aristocratic families chose to withdraw from the martial arts. Alliance for Self-Preservation. Chapter 1480. Although many aristocratic families withdrew from the martial arts alliance, they still could not avoid the fate of being wiped out. For a time, the entire Kyoto martial arts world was panicking, and even a family of sects moved out of the capital in order to avoid the fate of being wiped out. Rumors abounded in the martial arts circles in Kyoto, saying that Fan Jiang was the one who killed the sect family in this black robe. Talking about Fan Jiang, the younger generation of martial artists in the Kyoto martial arts world don't know much, because more than 20 years ago, this Fan Jiang was a well-known evil cultivator. How many sect families do you know? Later, the entire Kyoto martial arts world was dispatched and cooperated with the official arrest, and finally Fan Jiang was forced off the cliff. More than 20 years later, everyone thought he was dead. But now, such a black-robed man suddenly appeared again, slaughtering sect families everywhere, absorbing the strength of others. This has to make people think of the devil Fan Jiang. Back then, Fan Jiang, by his own strength, beheaded several marquis masters and was besieged by hundreds of people before he was forced to fall off a cliff. Now that more than 20 years have passed, if it really is that Fan Jiang returns, then his strength will definitely be extremely terrifying, and he will be ruthless, and he will not stay alive. This style is too similar. Many aristocratic sects in Kyoto have reached the point where they are full of grass and trees, including some large sects, and they have also called back the masters scattered all over the place to deal with the coming danger. There are even many aristocratic sect families united to petition, asking Mr. Shi to take action, kill the black-robed man, and bring peace to the martial arts world in Kyoto. Remember the URL. Law Enforcement Pavilion. Mr. Shi was drinking tea leisurely, as if he didn't care about the noise of those sect families. Mr. Shi, in the past 2 days, every day there are people from Zongmin aristocratic families who have come to ask to see you. Now the entire Kyoto martial arts world is in chaos, and people are panicking. Xing Jun said to Mr. Shi, slightly tired. In the past 2 days, Xing Jun has come forward. Mr. Shi has never seen those people from the sect family and let them come again and again. I didn't say that, I sent them away when I found them. I won't see them. Mr. Shi took a sip of tea and said. But, Xing Jun looked embarrassed. Mr. Shi, many people are now rumoring that the man in black robe is the big devil Fan Jiang 20 years ago. If Fan Jiang really appeared, I'm afraid it's more than that. The sect family, I am afraid that even our officials are in danger. In the pursuit of Fan Jiang, the official leader was the leader. At that time, all the martial arts circles in Kyoto were united. If that Fan Jiang is here to take revenge, maybe he will do something to the official law enforcement team. Even if he doesn't dare to do something to the law enforcement team, it is not impossible to kill a few members of the law enforcement pavilion to vent his anger. Ha ha ha, not to mention that this man in black robe is not Fan Jiang. Even if it is Fan Jiang, how dare he take action against the official? Although this Fan Jiang is a cultist and a big devil, he is not a fool. Mr. Shi burst out laughing. Xing Jun was stunned for a moment, and asked curiously, Mr. Shi, how do you know that this man in black robe is not Fan Jiang? Judging from the cruel method of killing, it is very similar to that of Fan Jiang. Xing Jun also suspected that the man in black robe was Fan Jiang, otherwise who would have such great strength? Some things, you will know later. Mr. Shi said lightly, then waved his hand and let Xing Jun go out. After Xing Jun left, Mr. Shi raised a smile on the corner of his mouth. David, this kid is getting more and more bloody. Looking at Mr. Shi's expression, he had already guessed that the man in black robe was David, so he didn't stop or even let the officials come forward. He needed David to have this kind of blood. Mr. Shi knew that in the near future, there are more cruel things waiting for David. Chapter 1481. Kyoto Budo Alliance. Many aristocratic sect families saw that they had no success in seeking Mr. Shi, so they could only come to the Martial Arts Alliance, and even Long Jingwa and Long Shao also came. Originally, Long Shao didn't care. As long as he could absorb Sheru's strength, he would have the confidence to deal with the man in black after getting Sheru's armor. But in the past 2 days, he tried every means, but failed to get Sheru's armor. Sheru's armor has been integrated with the body, and can only be taken off when the armor is revealed. Before he could get the armor, Long Shao couldn't do anything to Xiaoru, so he had to find another way. And now there are rumors everywhere that the man in black robe is Fan Jiang, which can frighten Long Shao enough. Although Long Shao has not seen Fan Jiang's strength with his own eyes, he has heard Long Jingwa talk about it. You must know that the Long family also participated in the roundup of Fan Jiang that year, and Long Jingwa was also one of them. As the largest martial arts family in the Kyoto martial arts world, the Long family contributed the most. Now if Fan Jiang really returned, their Long family would be in danger, so Long Jingwa brought Long Shao directly to the Martial Arts Alliance, and followed Zhu Zhishan to discuss countermeasures. I wish the alliance leader, now that there is such a big mess in the martial arts world in Kyoto, and the officials are sitting idly by, now only the Martial Arts Alliance can come forward. If the Martial Arts Alliance can catch the black-robed man now, I believe that many sect families will return to under the command of the Martial Arts Alliance. Long Jingwa said to Zhu Zhishan. Patriarch Long, I'm also sending people to inquire around, but the whereabouts of the man in black robe are erratic and irregular, which makes it difficult for me to do it. Zhu Zhishan said with a slight frown. I wish the alliance leader, now it is rumored that the man in black robe is Fan Jiang, do you think it is possible? Long Shao asked Zhu Zhishan. It's impossible. Zhu Zhishan shook his head firmly. I wish the Lord, why are you so sure? Seeing that Zhu Zhishan was so sure, Long Shao couldn't help but wonder. That year, that Fan Jiang was forced off the cliff, we saw it with our own eyes, and we found the body behind the cliff. Although the body was eaten by wild beasts beyond recognition, it must be that Fan Jiang. How can a person who has been dead for more than 20 years be returning? It's just some rumors. In order to cause panic in the martial arts world, I can guarantee that it will definitely not be that Fan Jiang, and although this man in black robe is also very strong, compared with Fan Jiang, there is still a gap. Back then, Fan Jiang was the strength of a 5th-grade marquis. Now it has been more than 20 years, and I am afraid that he has already become a great marquis, or even a martial saint. Do you think that a martial sage came back to seek revenge? Would it be necessary to cover up? Zhu Zhishan analyzed it for Long Shao, and nodded again and again after what Long Shao said, feeling that Zhu Zhishan was right. Since it's not that Fan Jiang, who could it be? Long Shao fell into confusion, and Long Jingwa also frowned, not knowing who this black-robed man was and what he was for. After Zhu Zhishan sent the Long family and his son away, he walked quickly into the dungeon of the Martial Arts Alliance. And in the deepest part of the dungeon, a shadow was sitting there, and in front of the shadow was a bowl of bright red blood. It's been more than 20 years. I didn't expect someone to mention you again now, thinking that you came back for revenge. What a big joke. As everyone knows, you have been in our martial arts alliance for more than 20 years, how can you go out? Zhu Zhishan murmured to the black shadow in front of him. It turned out that the deepest part of this dungeon was the great devil Fan Jiang. After Fan Jiang fell off the cliff, the martial arts alliance sent someone to rescue Fan Jiang, and then found an unrecognizable corpse and put it in place, blinding other people. For more than 20 years, I have also done a lot of things for you. Otherwise, with your strength, how can you mobilize those hidden evil cultivators? Fan Jiang spoke slowly, and then drank the blood in front of him. Zhu Zhishan didn't say anything, but turned around and left. Chapter 1482. Kyoto, in a small hotel. David was wearing black clothes, and after a simple disguise, he was sitting at the table eating. He came to inquire about the movements of the Martial Arts Alliance in the past 2 days. The reason why David acted ruthlessly in the past 2 days is to take revenge, and to attract the idea of the Martial Arts Alliance, so that many masters in the Martial Arts Alliance can search for the so-called Black-Robed Man. And David can take advantage of the emptiness in the Martial Arts Alliance and find a way to rescue Sonia. David is not fully sure of breaking into the Martial Arts Alliance now. Just when David was eating, 4 figures suddenly caught David's attention. I saw 4 old men with different expressions walked into the restaurant, ordered some food, and started to eat. All 4 of them looked very solemn. 4 wicked people. What are they doing in the capital? Do they know that they are dead, and how are they going to take revenge? When David saw the sudden appearance of the 4 villains, he couldn't help but look a little nervous and worried. However, there are many people here, so David can't directly recognize each other, he can only wait silently. Soon, after the 4 wicked men finished eating, they walked out of the restaurant, and David followed closely behind. The sky is dark now, and there are a few stars scattered in the sky. But the places where the 4 wicked men go are all very dark places. Where there are no street lights, they go wherever they go. After turning into an alley, David also turned around and followed. But when David turned around, he found that there were no 4 villains in front of him, but when David was stunned, the 4 villains had already fallen from a height and surrounded David. "Who is your excellency? Why are you following us?" Ding Dao glared at David and asked. Seeing that the 4 of them did not recognize him, David couldn't help but smile in his heart, and decided to test the strength of the 4 of them during this period of time. "I think you 4 are sneaky and don't look like good people, so come and see." David squeezed his throat and said in a hoarse voice. Hearing David say this, Ding Dao's face instantly turned ugly. "Big brother, what nonsense are you talking to him? Just kill him directly, we still have to do business." After Ding Busan finished speaking, he punched David. Now that the 4 of them are cultivating in the Demon Suppression Tower, they have all reached the realm of Marquis, so Ding Busan's strength should not be underestimated. The terrifying fist style smashed directly towards David with a whistling sound. I saw the boxing shadow Ho-Ho, although it was just one punch, there were countless fist styles surrounding David, and then one after another fist style hit David fiercely. Bang bang bang. I only heard a series of muffled humming sounds, and David stood there and didn't move. "You still lack a lot of strength," David said to Ding Busan. At this moment, Ding Busan was already dumbfounded. He looked at David in disbelief, and couldn't believe it. His punch didn't even hurt David's fur, and he didn't even move the place. The other people were also shocked, but Ding Buer scolded Ding Busan angrily, "Young third, you are a beak, tch, why don't you have any strength?" After Ding Buer finished cursing, the aura on his body suddenly soared, and a visible energy swam around Ding Buer's body, and finally converged on his right fist. Ding Buer's fist began to be enveloped by a layer of faint white light, these were all the energy emanating from the fist. Immediately afterwards, with a loud shout, Ding Buer also punched David. This time, Ding Buer didn't have any fancy moves, but raised his strength to the extreme. Boom! After a loud bang like thunder, Ding Buer flew out instantly, his entire arm began to numb and began to tremble uncontrollably. Looking at David, he still remains motionless, not even shaking his figure. Chapter 1483. It's too weak. With your strength, you should go back to practice more. Don't run around, be careful that you may lose your life. David spoke slowly. This time, both Ding Buer and Ding Busan were angry, and even Ding Busi's breath soared, ready to start together. Although David's strength shocked them, but a few people were not afraid at all, ready to go all out. However, he was stopped by Ding Dabu, and then he frowned and asked David, "Who is your excellency?" "We are the 4 wicked men in the Valley of the Wicked. We have no injustice or enmity with you. I don't know why you are following us." Ding didn't know much about the hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the martial arts world of Kyoto, and the strength of this person in front of him was unfathomable. If it was not necessary, he could not go all out. Because they still have more important things to do, the 4 of them are here to rescue Xiaoru. If there is a conflict here or time is delayed, it will not be worth the gain. At this time, David slowly took off the hat on his head, revealing a delicate face. When the 4 villains saw David, their eyes widened and they showed incredible expressions. Then one by one got excited, and Pudong knelt in front of David. "Palace Master, you're not dead, remember the URL." Ding didn't knelt in front of David, and wept bitterly. They all thought that David was dead. After all, David had not appeared for so long. "Get up quickly." David hurriedly helped the 4 villains up. "I don't die so easily, the person who killed me hasn't been born yet." "Palace Master, are you the one who destroyed those sect families during this period of time?" Ding Busan remembered what happened in the martial arts world in Kyoto recently, so he asked David. David didn't hide it either, but nodded to admit it. This time, the 4 villains were even more shocked. To be able to do this proves that David's strength has improved a lot. "What are you 4 doing in Kyoto?" At this time, David asked the 4 of them. The faces of the 4 of them were suddenly embarrassed. After a while of silence, Ding Dao said, "Palace Master, Miss Xiaoru was taken away by Long Xiao. The 4 of us are here to save Miss Xiaoru." "What?" David frowned, and his anger rose instantly. "This goddamn Long Xiao," David gritted his teeth, his eyes were slightly condensed, and his eyes were full of killing intent. Feeling the terrifying killing intent on David's body, the 4 villains couldn't help being terrified. After a while, David's murderous aura slowly subsided, and then he asked, "You 4 went to the Long family to save people. Isn't that asking for your own death? The strength of the 4 of you is not enough to deal with the entire Long family. You must know that the Long family is a veteran martial arts family in the martial arts world of Kyoto. The Dragon family is a master like a cloud. It is said that the current Long Xiao, the 4 villains may not be able to deal with it. Going to the dragon's house to save people in this way is no different from suicide. Palace Master, now Long Jinghua and Long Xiao of the Long family are gone, and some of the masters have also been transferred. It's a good time to save people." Ding didn't say much. David asked with a puzzled face, "How did you know?" Mr. Long Wu called the Long family and said that he was making an appointment to meet that Long Jinghua. Now Long Jinghua has taken someone away, so the 4 of us took the opportunity to rescue Miss Xiaoru. Ding didn't explain. "Uncle Long?" David was shocked. "You must know that Long Wu is an ordinary person now, and he has no strength at all. How can he deal with people like Long Jinghua?" In this way, Long Wu is sacrificing himself to lead Long Jinghua out of the Long family and provide an opportunity to rescue Xiaoru. After all, Long Jinghua hated Long Wu thoroughly, and the betrayal between Long Wu and the old dragon led to these things that followed. Long Jinghua wanted to kill Long Wu for a long time. Now Long Wu has come to the door automatically, and Long Jinghua will definitely go there. "You go to stop Uncle Long now, I'll go to Long's house to save Xiaoru." After David finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. He knew that time was precious. Chapter 1484. The 4 villains looked at the direction in which David disappeared, and all looked at each other, not knowing whether to follow David or stop Long Wu. "Brother, what should I do?" Ding Buer asked. They were afraid that David would go to Long's house alone. If there was any danger, it would be troublesome. But if they follow, Long Wu is in danger, and David will definitely not be able to spare them. Go back and stop Mr. Long Wu. Ding didn't finish speaking, and his figure quickly disappeared into the dark night. The Long family, Long Jinghua, took Long Shao to see Long Wu, and the Long family has only a few high-level officials at the moment. Because the people in black robes frequently killed people during this period, the Long family's defense was very tight. The 2 guards at the entrance were replaced by Wu Zong, and in the courtyard, there were more than 10 Wu He waiting in battle. In addition to some of these marquis being cultivated by the Long family, there are also some guest ministers invited by Long Jinghua during this period of time. What kind of elusive man in black robe do you think won't come to us? A guard in front of the dragon's house asked another companion. A little scared. Certainly not. Don't worry, you didn't find out that those sect families that were destroyed are not strong enough. Our Long family is one of the best in the capital, he dare not come. Another companion comforted. That's good, my eyelids have been twitching for the past 2 days. In addition, the owner and the young master have both left, and I'm very flustered. The terrified guard whispered. Fuck you. Now there are more than 10 marquis in the yard. Even if the man in black robe comes, he will definitely not survive. I have been in the Long family for more than 20 years, and I have never seen such a battle. Well, don't worry. The companion patted the shoulder of the fearful guard. But just as the voice fell, a long figure appeared in front of the 2 of them under the street lamp. The 2 guards' expressions tightened, and then they saw a man in a black robe and a hat who could not see his face, walking towards the Long family step by step. The man in black. Seeing this, the frightened guard turned pale with fright, and turned his head to run towards the yard. But as soon as he turned around, he felt a huge suction force, and instantly moved his entire body towards the black-robed man. Puff! A sharp sword penetrated the body of the guard, and before he could scream, the guard went to see the King of Hell. When the other guard saw this, he knelt to the ground with a thud. Don't look at the unafraid appearance just now, but when you see David coming, you're scared to pee. David glanced at the guard, but instead of killing him, he walked towards the courtyard. David just walked into the yard, a dozen terrifying breaths came from all directions, and then surrounded David. These dozens of people are all in the realm of Marquis, and the aura on their bodies continues to rise. Although there are more than a dozen of them, when facing David, they can still hear the nervous breathing of these dozen people. During this period of time, David's reputation was out, and his aggressive actions made many people start to fear. At this moment, in a corner, Long Xingshu secretly observed David, although he could not see David's face clearly, but Long Xingshu still felt that the person in front of him had some kind of déjà vu. Bold madman, broke into my dragon's house late at night, damn. At this time, a senior member of the Long family stood up and rebuked David loudly. And David looked at the senior members of the Long family in front of him, looking at everything in the Long family, and the anger in his heart had already reached its peak. He knew that his mother should be somewhere in the Long family at this moment. Shoo! David didn't speak, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand burst out with light, like a meteor piercing the night sky. It was like a flash of lightning, flashing by. Chapter 1485. The sharp sword beam slashed across the neck of the senior dragon family member in an instant, and the head of the senior member of the dragon family was thrown up high, and then rolled to the side. Blood spurted out, and after a moment of pause, the body fell heavily. This time, the eyes of the other Long family members showed horror, and the blood filled the air, making the atmosphere of the scene terrifying. A Marquis of Wu, in front of this black-robed man, didn't even have a chance to fight back. Fright began to spread in the hearts of every Long family member. At this moment, they believed that the rumor must be true, and the man in black robe in front of him must be the big devil Fan Jiang who disappeared for more than 20 years. Some people started to tremble, and the hand holding the weapon was a little unruly. Even though there were more than 10 of them now, the reputation of Fan Jiang's big devil still made them tremble with fear. David glanced coldly at the Marquis of the Long family, and then said in a cold voice, "If you don't want to die, just get out of here." David's words caused the dozen or so Marquis of the Long family to look at each other, not understanding what David meant. Didn't they come to destroy the Long family? Why let them go? You must know that the other sect families were all wiped out, and not even a dog was left. Seeing that these people were not moving, David said again, "Before I change my mind, get out." David's voice rolled, like a blast of thunder ringing in his ears. More than a dozen Marquis of the Long family were awakened at this moment, and then some people jumped up and left the Long family directly. One person moved, and everyone else started to leave, while David stood still and didn't make a move. For a moment, more than a dozen Marquis of the Long family walked cleanly, and apart from a headless corpse on the ground, there was no half a figure to be seen. The servants of the Long family didn't even know where to hide. David hurriedly exuded consciousness, looking for where Xiaoru was being held, and also wanted to see where his mother was. Although he has never seen his mother's face, David knows that as long as the two of them can feel each other, they can definitely recognize each other. Just at the moment when David's consciousness spread, his eyes suddenly turned to the corner. His eyes were sharp and cold. "Come out!" David shouted to the corner. Soon, Long Xingshu walked out from the corner, but there was no sign of fear on his face. When David saw that it was Long Xingshu who came out, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. After all, the two of them met when they went to Suolong Island for the first time. But it's been a few months, and Long Xingshu's strength doesn't seem to have changed much. At this moment, Long Xingshu is like an ant in front of David, and David can shoot him to death with a wave of his hand. "Aren't you afraid of me?" David was curious when he saw Long Xingshu facing him without any fear. After all, those Marquis Wu ran away in fright when they saw him, but Long Xingshu dared to face him. Long Xingshu shook his head. "I know you are looking for someone, but I know where the person you are looking for is." After David heard this, he frowned and said, "Do you know who I am?" Long Xingshu smiled. "I didn't know it just now, but now I know. Since you know where the person I'm looking for is, take me there." David said coldly to Long Xingshu, "I hope you don't play tricks, otherwise you will know the end yourself. Don't worry, you won't kill me, because if you kill me, no one but the Long family will know where the person you are looking for is locked up." After Long Xingshu finished speaking, he walked straight towards the backyard. David followed all the way and came to a very ordinary room. Then Long Xingshu gently pressed the switch, and suddenly a stone door appeared in front of him. Chapter 1486. The moment Sherman appeared, a wave of wave formation was instantly sensed by David. "There is a formation here," David said in surprise. Even if it was just close at hand, if the mechanism was not activated, David would not be able to sense the fluctuation of the power of the formation, but when Sherman appeared, David sensed it immediately. It can be seen that this formation is very advanced, and David's current strength is unable to set up such an advanced formation. This is the Dragon's Dungeon. Of course, a formation will be set up. Your mother is inside, but you must be able to open the stone gate, Long Xingshu said lightly. When David heard the word mother, his body trembled slightly, and then he looked at Long Xingshu with sharp eyes, and stuck Long Xingshu's neck with his hand. "How do you know so much?" David was a little surprised. The strength of Long Xingshu should not be reused in the Long family, but why did he know such a secret? And this secret seems to be known only by the Long family now. Remember URL. Long Xingshu was caught by David's neck, he had difficulty breathing, and his face flushed. "You stuck me like this, how can I say?" David saw that Long Xingshu was about to suffocate, so he let go and looked at Long Xingshu vigilantly. Because of Long Xingshu's performance, it doesn't match his current strength at all. Although my strength is not high, I can be regarded as a sideline of the Long family, and I also have the blood of the Long family. Even if I know about this, there is no surprise. Long Xingshu explained. Then why are you helping me? There's no fraud here, right? David asked cautiously. Since Long Xingshu is from the Long family, why should he help himself? I'm helping you, just helping myself. Now that the Long family is exhausted, I know that you will kill the Long family's father and son sooner or later, and then I will hope to be the head of the Long family. And now that I've helped you, you won't avenge your kindness, right? What's more, we both have the same blood. I'm not as ruthless as that Long Jingua. My own sister and nephew will all be killed. When Long Xingshu said these words, he seemed to be filled with righteous indignation. David stared at Long Xingshu. He wanted to see through this guy's mind and see if he was telling the truth. Unfortunately, David couldn't see anything from Long Xingshu's face. But now, regardless of whether what Long Xingshu said is true or not, David intends to break in and rescue his mother. David took a deep breath, his hand began to flash golden light, and then he slapped the stone door with his palm. Boom! A ray of light flashed, and David was blown away by a huge force. David looked at the stone gate in front of him in amazement. He didn't expect the power of this formation to be so great. This formation was laid down by the ancestors of the Long family hundreds of years ago, and it is not so easy to open. Now the entire Long family, only the owner can open it. Every time I enter, I have to choose to report to the owner. Long Xingshu said to David. David didn't speak, but stretched out his hand and sacrificed the dragon-slaying sword, and then walked to Sherman again. Take a deep breath, the power of the dragon is injected into the dragon-slaying sword. With the injection of David's spiritual power, the dragon-slaying sword also burst into a dazzling light. The entire sword body was shaking, and it seemed to become very excited. Break! David shouted, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand slashed out fiercely. Clang! The huge sound was deafening, and the terrifying anti-shock force made David back a few steps again, while Long Xingshu, who was beside him, was directly knocked out by the terrifying aftermath and smashed into the wall. David frowned and looked at the stone gate in front of him. Not even a trace was left. The power of this formation was beyond David's imagination. It seems that it is impossible to break through this formation. At this time, Long Ruotong, who was in the dungeon, seemed to sense something. His eyes flashed with excitement, and then he stared at the direction of the dungeon entrance. Chapter 1487. Son, is that you? Is that you? Long Ruotong called softly. Although the dungeon was sealed by the formation, it was impossible for the voice in the dungeon to come out, but David outside, as if he felt something, suddenly froze on the spot. He seemed to hear his mother's call. Mother, mother. David roared twice, followed by the golden light between the eyebrows. David's consciousness was all radiated by David. Since he couldn't break the stone gate, David wanted to let the consciousness go in and take a look at his mother. It's a pity that the divine sense can't penetrate this stone gate at all, and David can't see anything except a faint breath. But this faint breath, he can be sure, this is his mother's breath. What? David suddenly roared like crazy. Immediately afterwards, the spiritual power in the body was boiling, and the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand was buzzing. Mother, mother. The dragon-slaying sword in David's hand slashed fiercely at Sherman. One after another sword lights continued to emanate from the dragon-slaying sword, and the raging breath made Long Xingshu flee long ago. If he stayed there, his body would have been torn to pieces. David didn't know how many swords he slashed, until he was sweating profusely and his spiritual energy was depleted, and David sat down on the ground. At this moment, the surrounding houses had already been shaken and collapsed. David sat paralyzed on the ground, looked at the stone gate in front of him, and roared in collapse. Mother, mother. David's roar was filled with unwillingness. This was the closest he was to his mother, who was right in front of him, but he couldn't do anything. This kind of frustration made David very uncomfortable. If you give yourself time, David will look for the formation eye a little bit, and it is not impossible to break the formation, but unfortunately David has no time to waste here. He wants to rescue Xiaoru, but also to save Long Wu. If Long Wu dies because of this, David will be uneasy for the rest of his life. Mother, baby, swear, I will save you. David kowtowed 3 times towards Sherman. Long Ruotong in the dungeon also sensed something, and suddenly burst into tears, shouting constantly, Child, my child, mother believes in you. David got up slowly, but turned his head helplessly. He was going to save Xiaoru. David was full of reluctance, but he had no choice but to look back at the stone gate in front of him in 3 steps, and finally turned his head and walked away. At this time, Long Xingshu had already been hiding far away, and David's madness erupted in strength. Just like a flash flood, it would crush everything. Where is Xiaoru locked up? David asked Long Xingshu. Xiaoru? Long Xingshu looked blank, he didn't know at all. Long Xiao arrested Xiaoru and then locked him up. Long Xingshu didn't know about it at all. That's why at the beginning, he took David to find Long Ruotong instead of Xiaoru. He thought that David broke into the Long family just to save his mother. David saw that Long Xingshu really didn't know, so he spread out his consciousness and wanted to capture the breath of Xiaoru. It's a pity that David's consciousness covered the entire Long family, but there was no trace of Xiaoru. Could it be that Long Xiao didn't keep Xiaoru in the Long family? David frowned involuntarily. There is no smell of Xiaoru in the Long family at all, so it seems that Long Xiao is likely to keep Xiaoru in another place. Now David can only rush back to Yaoshan Valley, stop Long Wu, and then make plans. This trip to the Long family failed to rescue Xiaoru, and neither did his mother, which made David feel a little frustrated. However, he still rushed towards Yaoshan Valley at the fastest speed, hoping to stop Long Wu. Chapter 1488. Long Wu, I didn't expect you to meet me after so many years. On a hilltop not far from Yaoshan Valley, Long Jinghua looked at Long Wu angrily and asked, "Why can't I see you?" Long Wu smiled coldly, facing Long Jinghua and his son. Long Wu showed no cowardice. "You traitor of the Long family, if it wasn't for my Long family back then, you would have been exposed to the Fuqing wilderness." Long Jinghua yelled. "It was the eldest lady who saved me, what does it have to do with your Long family?" Long Wu's face turned cold. "You inhumane guy killed your father and imprisoned your own sister for more than 20 years. Aren't you afraid of being punished? God's condemnation? I never believed this. Since you came to die today, I'll give you a ride." Long Jinghua didn't want to follow Long Wu's nonsense. He lifted his palm, and a sharp wind moved towards Long Wu. Long Wu did not dodge, but closed his eyes slightly, waiting for the dead general. He is just an ordinary person now, and he has no ability to resist at all. He came this time with the determination to die. He only hoped that the four evil men could rescue Xiaoru safely, then his death would be worth it. But just when the strong wind was in front of Long Wu, four figures suddenly stopped in front of Long Wu, and it was the four villains who came. A faint light radiated from the hands of the four of them, and the light spread in front of them to form a barrier, which blocked Long Jinghua's strong wind. Four villains? When Long Jinghua saw the sudden appearance of the four evil men, he couldn't help frowning. When Long Wu saw that the four villains had returned so soon, his face could not help but show concern. "Four brothers, have you ever rescued Xiaoru?" Long Wu asked nervously. "Don't worry, someone has gone to save Miss Xiaoru, the four of us are here to protect you." Ding Dao said to Long Wu. "Brother, the four of you are not the opponents of the father and son of Long Jinghua. Rather than losing your life, it is better for me to die alone. Long Wu doesn't want to let the four evil people take risks with him. It's our mission to protect you, and we won't leave unless the four of us die." Ding Bude had a firm look on his face, and then said to Ding Busi, "Fourth, you protect Mr. Long Wu, and we will catch up later." Ding Busi nodded, pulling Long Wu to leave, and Long Wu's face became indescribable. They used to be five brothers, but now, the four villains are respectful to him, and the brotherhood of the past is missing. "Brother, take care." Long Wu knew that he was just an ordinary person now, and even if he stayed, it would only be a burden. But when Ding Busi and Long Wu were about to turn around and leave, he felt a gloomy wind blowing, and then Long Xiao blocked their way. "Since you're here, you can't leave, so let's leave your life behind." The corner of Long Xiao's mouth was slightly raised, and he said contemptuously, "Fourth, you go." Ding didn't let out a loud shout, and then punched Long Xiao with a punch. Ding Budao burst out with all his energy. With this punch, waves of fluctuations began to appear in the air. A white gas visible to the naked eye made a sound of breaking through the air, heading towards Long Xiao. Ding Buer and Ding Busan also attacked Long Jinghua at the same time as Ding Buer was attacking Long Xiao. They want to entangle the two at the same time, so that Long Wuhao has a chance to escape. Facing Ding Dabuo's punch, Long Xiao let out a cold snort, and saw that he waved his hand casually, the black mist covering his hand, instantly engulfing the white energy. In an instant, the energy that Ding Bude smashed disappeared, and the black mist penetrated Ding Bude's body in an instant, directly knocking Ding Bude flying out. Chapter 1489. Seeing this, Longwu hurried over and helped Ding Dao up. "Brother, are you alright? Boy, I fought with you." Seeing this, Ding Busi suddenly had a sharp blade flashing with cold light in his hand, and there were gaps on the sharp blade, exuding cold air. Ding Busi was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning, and instantly came to Long Xiao. The sharp blade exuding cold air stabbed directly at Long Xiao's chest. Clang! After a loud bang, Ding Busi's sharp blade stabbed directly into Long Xiao's chest, but the sharp blade was broken, but it didn't hurt Long Xiao at all. Ha ha ha, a bunch of clowns jumping on the beam. Long Xiao laughed loudly, and then slapped Ding Busi out with a palm. Ding Bubi and Ding Busi stared at Long Xiao with incredulity in their eyes. They didn't expect Long Xiao's strength to grow so fast. In a short period of time, neither of them was Long Xiao's opponent. Remember URL. At this moment, Ding Buer and Ding Busan were fighting with Long Jinghua, and Long Jinghua's strength was inferior to that of Long Xiao now. Followed Ding Buer and Ding Busan to fight, but they didn't fall behind. "Father, let me come." Seeing this, Long Xiao moved in front of Long Jinghua. Then the two palms were shot, and Ding Buer and Ding Busan were also shot and flew out. Long Jinghua was very happy when he saw Long Xiao's strength at this time. "Xiao, your strength is getting stronger and stronger. In the future, I will count on you to expand my Long family." Long Jinghua praised happily. Long Xiao didn't speak, but looked at the four wicked men who fell to the ground, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. "The four marquis are really resources delivered to your door, and I have absorbed the strength of the four of you, maybe my strength can be even better." Layer. The reason why Long Xiao didn't kill the four villains was to absorb their strength. "Long Xiao, it's me that you want to kill, let them go, I'll let you deal with it." Long Wu stood in front of the four villains and said to Long Xiao. "Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me? What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Even if I don't let them go, can you still survive? Don't worry, all five of you are going to die, and one of you won't survive. You are a cripple, still want to talk to me?" Long Xiao laughed, his face full of mockery. Long Wu's face was extremely ugly. Long Xiao was right, what qualifications does he have to talk about now? Just as Long Xiao was slowly walking towards the four villains, a sudden sound of footsteps made him stop. Then I saw 7 or 8 people rushing towards here, and everyone exuded the spirit of Marquis. Long Xiao frowned, not understanding why so many Marquis suddenly appeared here. Could it be someone from Medicine God Valley? Just when Long Xiao was surprised, those people were already in front of him. Only then did Long Xiao see clearly that they were all from the Long family. And Long Jinghua frowned when he saw that all the masters of the Long family came here. "What are you doing here? Didn't you let you guard at home?" "Patriarch, it's not good, it's not good." A master of the Long family panted and said, "Then, the Black Robe killed the Dragon family." "What?" Long Jinghua was startled. "Then why did you escape? Why didn't you stop him?" "Patriarch, that man in black robe is too powerful. He killed Elder Qi with one sword. We are not opponents at all." Then the master of the Long family explained with a trembling body. "Damn, you dare to kill my Long family, you mustn't let him escape easily." Long Jinghua's eyes were full of anger, and the Long family was considered to be a respectable family in Kyoto. If this was killed it will by the people in black robes, if it spread out, the Long family would be disgraced. Chapter 1490. "Father, let's go back." After listening to Long Xiao, he also really wanted to meet the man in black robe and see if the man in black robe was Fan Jiang. "You guys, take them away together, we'll go back quickly." Long Xiao pointed at Long Wu and the 4 great villains, and then said to the masters of the Long family. Soon, Long Wu and the 4 wicked men were controlled, and then took them to the Long family. But after walking not too far, a figure stopped him. Long Zhao's eyes narrowed, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. And those dragon family masters, after seeing the figure in front of them, all changed their faces. Only the figure in front of him, wearing a black robe and hat, was the man in black robe who broke into the Long family. It was him, the one who broke into the Long family. At this time, a master of the Long family pointed at David and shouted. Long Jinggua's expression became tense. If the person in front of him was really Fan Jiang, it would be a little troublesome. This friend, can you tell me the name, why is it blocking our way? Long Jinggua stepped forward and said to David very politely. And David looked at the father and son of the Long family in front of him, the anger in his eyes was burning, and the murderous aura rose. Let them go. David has always been Long Wu and the four evil men, and said coldly to Long Jinggua. Long Jinggua was stunned for a moment, not understanding what David meant, so he asked, Friend, these are all enemies of my Long family, do you have anything to do with them? This time, David didn't speak, but his figure flashed suddenly, and I saw a figure shuttle quickly, and instantly arrived in front of Long Wu and the others. And the two masters of the Long family who have been holding Long Wu and the four villains all the time, only felt a chill in their necks, and then their heads were thrown up high. At the moment when their heads were cut off, they could even see themselves. Body is moving. This sudden change made Long Jinggua and Long Zhao both stunned on the spot, and Long Wu also looked at the man in black robe in front of him in disbelief. The two Dragon Clan masters who had their heads beheaded were Marquis Wu. Although they were only new Marquis, they were Marquis Wu. The four villains knew that the person in front of them was David, and the strength David showed now also shocked the four villains. Court death. Seeing the other party, Long Zhao couldn't help but say that as soon as he made a move, he killed two masters of the Long family. He was so angry that he wanted to attack David. However, he was stopped by Long Jinggua. After giving Long Zhao a wink, Long Jinggua suppressed the anger in his heart and stepped forward. This friend, who are you? Follow me to the Long family. What kind of hatred? Why did you kill the two masters of my Long family as soon as you made a move? Long Jinggua didn't know the identity of the other party now, so he could only hold back and would not act easily. David slowly turned around and looked at Long Jinggua coldly. My grievance with the Long family is undeniable. Having said that, David slowly took off his hat. David. After seeing that the man in black robe turned out to be David, Long Zhao and Long Jinggua were all shocked and shouted at the same time. They never imagined that the black-robed man who had caused a stir in the martial arts world in Kyoto and destroyed more than a dozen sect families turned out to be David. Shouldn't he have died long ago? Why are you still alive? Didn't he die in Bliss City? Many questions kept popping up in the minds of the father and son of the Long family. After Long Wu saw that David was still alive, tears of excitement flowed out of the whole person. David, you're still alive, that's great. Long Wu stepped forward and hugged David tightly. Uncle Long, I'm alive, I'm living well. David was moved for a while and comforted Long Wu. Chapter 1491. David. After a while, Long Zhao roared angrily, his eyes almost bursting with fire. His fists were clenched, and the energy in his body burst out wildly. David was still alive, which made Long Zhao almost mad. The energy on Long Zhao's body was like a knife, and he was going straight to David. David was very indifferent, and with a slight wave of his palm, Long Zhao's energy was dissolved. Long Zhao frowned. This first attempt to test let Long Zhao know that David's strength has increased a lot during this period of time. Mr. Chen, has Miss Xiaoru been rescued? Ding Dao asked David. David shook his head. Xiaoru was not locked up in the Long family. David, have you gone to Long's house? Long Wu looked excited, then the eldest lady. Since David went to the Long family, he could rescue Long Ruodong together. Hearing Long Wu mentioning his mother, David blamed himself. The Long family dungeon is protected by a formation, I couldn't break it. Seeing David like that, Long Wu hurriedly consoled, as long as you are alive, there will always be a chance to rescue the eldest lady. David, this is the end of the matter. I think we should talk about it. I tell you, you will never have a chance to rescue your mother. But if you kowtow to me now and shout a few words from your uncle, I can show kindness and let your mother and son meet. Long Jingwa said with a sneer. Hearing this, David's face suddenly became extremely cold. A murderous aura erupted from David's body, and the endless coercion made those masters of the Long family tremble one by one, and some even couldn't bear it and fell to the ground. You are also worthy of being my uncle. I want to make all the Long family disappear. David's voice was extremely cold, making people tremble all over. Long Jingwa felt the breath of David's body, and he was so shocked that he couldn't open his mouth. On the other hand, Long Shao frowned and stared at David. What a strong breath. It seems that during this period of time, the growth rate of this guy's strength is not inferior to yours. The soul in Long Shao said. When Long Shao heard this, his anger grew even stronger. Originally, he thought that he was the best in the world, but now David didn't die, he appeared again, and his strength increased a lot. Shao compares the psychological to stimulate. David, you are too crazy, don't think that only your strength is growing, and more than a dozen of us are enough to kill you. After being shocked, Long Jingwa said. A dozen people? After David finished speaking, his eyes swept across the masters of the dragon family. I'll give you one more chance, get out now, I can spare your life. These people felt David's sharp eyes, and no one dared to look up, but this time, they didn't dare to run. After all, Long Jingwa was here. If they ran away, it would be a betrayal. If you don't want to go, then go to die. After David finished speaking, his body suddenly erupted with golden light, and then he stepped out, and the terrifying pressure suddenly increased a lot. Those dragon family masters all fell to the ground on the spot, blood gushing from their mouths. Seeing this scene, whether it is Long Wu or the four evil men, they are all astonished. You must know that these are all Wuhou masters, and they can't even resist the pressure of David's body. What kind of strength is this David now? Are you pretending I don't exist? Long Shao snorted coldly, his body exuded a black gold aura, and he began to resist the pressure from David. Long Shao, who is already a 5th rank Marquis, has already made a qualitative leap in the aura that erupted from his body. For Marquis Wu, the improvement of each rank is a world of difference. David's eyes narrowed, and then he waved his palm in midair, and instantly a big golden hand pressed down on Long Shao and the others. Chapter 1492. Indestructible Space. Long Shao roared suddenly, raised his palm, and a black air instantly covered the sky above them, forming a unique space. After the formation of this space, the experts of the Long family suddenly felt relieved and stood up from the ground one after another. Let's work. Together, Long Jingwa ordered the experts of the Long family. Soon, streaks of qi energy, with a faint white glow, radiated from everyone, and more than a dozen streaks of qi energy gathered together and followed Long Shao to resist David's coercion. An ant regrets an elephant, and the pearl of a grain of rice dares to compete with the sun and the moon. David snorted coldly, with an incomparably domineering tone in his tone. I saw that golden palm, with incomparable wealth, instantly smashed the barrier that Long Shao had built up, and then slapped it down fiercely. Boom! For a while, the ground shook, the universe shook, and the dozen or so masters of the Long family were shot to death on the spot in an instant, and the death was terrible. Remember URL. Even Long Jingwa's face was ugly at this moment, and his blood was constantly rising. Long Shao has a gloomy face, he can't imagine that David's strength has become so terrifying. Long Wu and the four villains also sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect David's strength to be so domineering. David, you have the ability to fight with me and kill some servants. Do you have a sense of accomplishment? Long Shao said to David coldly. I gave them a chance, but unfortunately they don't know how to cherish it, so they can only die. David sneered, I can also give you a chance now, let the girl you captured, and I can spare your life. Impossible. Long Shao shouted loudly, his face became more and more gloomy, the anger on his body was rapidly rising, and then the black and golden color on his body continued to expand. Long Shao's figure is constantly getting bigger, and in the endless night sky, it seems that countless dark substances are constantly gathering towards Long Shao's body. Go to hell. Long Xiao shouted loudly, and then punched David. Long Xiao's speed was extremely fast, and his whole body was not covered in black mist, and he seemed to be invisible in the darkness. David only felt a gust of wind blowing, followed by a black mark, smashing hard on David's chest. Boom! This punch caused the void to explode, the world shook, and the power of the fifth-rank Marquis was unimaginable. Even with a simple punch, it is necessary to have 10,000 genes of strength to blow up a hill. David. Mr. Chen. Long Wu and the four villains saw David being punched, and they couldn't help but worry. But at this moment, a golden light flashed, followed by a palm that shone with golden light, and slapped Long Xiao's face fiercely. Snapped! The crisp sound even spread out for more than 10 miles. Long Xiao's body was directly thrown out, and he fell heavily to the ground, while David was motionless, with no expression on his face. The corners of Long Xiao's mouth were full of blood, and he got up from the ground. In addition to anger, there was also a trace of fear in his eyes. The burning pain on his face made Long Xiao dare not take the initiative to attack for a while. If you're afraid, then I'll do it first. David said lightly. As soon as the voice fell, David's figure suddenly disappeared, only to see a golden streamer streaking across the night sky, heading straight for Long Xiao. Seeing this, Long Xiao immediately covered his body with black mist, and layers of black mist began to solidify, like a piece of armor, wrapping Long Xiao's body tightly. Looks like I'm going to come forward, otherwise it's hard for you to survive today. The soul in Long Xiao opened his mouth. David's strength is already above Long Xiao's. If he continues to fight, Long Xiao will die in David's hands sooner or later. I saw Long Xiao's eyes roll over, and then the aura on his body suddenly changed. Chapter 1493. The black fog that filled the surroundings became thick again in an instant, and the armor wrapped around Long Xiao shone with a black gold light. Boom! David and Long Xiao collided fiercely. You must know that David's current body has been tempered to a certain extent, and it is extremely hard. In addition to the blessing of an indestructible golden body, few people dare to follow David head-on. But this time, Long Xiao and David collided together, a huge gust of wind howled, and the surrounding rocks and trees were instantly blown away without a trace. Seeing this, the four villains hurriedly protected Long Wu, trying their best to resist the aftermath. The avenue roared, the galaxy vibrated. David felt the change in Long Xiao's breath and knew that the spirit was now controlling Long Xiao's body, but David was not afraid at all. The blood in the body is boiling. David regards Long Xiao as an alchemy stone, and every shot is a training for himself. In the blink of an eye, the two passed nearly 100 strokes. Long Xiao's body began to show a tendency of decadence, but David had a relaxed look on his face, as if he was deliberately releasing water, letting Long Xiao accompany him to test. What? With a hysterical cry, with an eerie and terrifying aura, the black light on Long Xiao's body became brighter, and his aura instantly improved a lot. The corner of David's mouth raised an imperceptible smile. He wanted to force out Long Xiao's greatest potential. Let's see how much of the soul in this kid. At this moment, the place where the two were fighting was already in a mess, and the entire space began to become distorted. Long Wu and the four wicked men were suppressed to death, and they were already lying on the ground. And that Long Jingguo wasn't much better, only to see him kneeling on one knee, clenching his teeth to resist the residual prestige emanating from him. Rumbling. The mountain range actually began to collapse in the battle between the two, and bottomless ravines cut across the entire mountain, extending directly toward the Medicine God Valley. One after another terrifying aura continued to spread around, like a wave, without stopping. At this time, Su Changsheng and Zhao Ligua in Yaoshan Valley felt this terrifying aura. What's going on? How can there be such a terrifying aura? Su Changsheng's face condensed. Su Changsheng was treating Zhao Chuang, but the sudden vibration and the terrifying aura forced him to stop. I'll take someone to see. After Zhao Ligua finished speaking, he turned and ran out. In Yaoshan Valley, many people have already gone outside the house, and are standing and watching. I saw a place dozens of miles away from Yaoshan Valley. The golden light was brilliant, and the sound of the explosion was deafening, as if the end of the world was coming. Zhao Ligua hurriedly took some people and rushed towards that place, and Gulinger also flew out and followed Zhao Ligua. At this time, David and Long Xiao were still fighting, and both of them seemed to have reached their limit. Go to hell. Long Xiao became more and more impatient, and wanted to solve the battle as soon as possible. So with a roar, he found the right time and punched David. David's body flew out instantly, but instead of falling to the ground, he stopped steadily in the air. Long Xiao gasped for breath, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. On the other hand, David's face is still calm, as if the change has not changed much. Even if you are possessed by a soul, you are still not my opponent. It seems that your title of the most talented person in Kyoto is also self-proclaimed, right? David looked at Long Xiao with mockery in his eyes. Ah, kill him for me. Long Xiao roared, he was talking loudly to the soul. Boy, you are the most talented person I have ever seen. It's a pity that you are arrogant. Today, the old man will kill you and turn your body into a corpse. Long Xiao's throat made a deep, hoarse voice, which was so terrifying that it made goosebumps all over his body. Chapter 1494. This was the first time the soul made a sound with the help of Long Xiao's body. You are just a soul, you don't even have a body, and you dare to say such a big thing. Today I will let you taste what it means to be invisible. After David finished speaking, the breath on his body began to rise again. It turned out that after fighting for a long time, David did not use all his strength. I saw David reciting the Qingxin mantra, and the golden light on his body became even more dazzling. David was like a little sun at this time, illuminating the whole dark night. The golden light shines out for miles, and the entire mountain is clearly visible in the dark night. What? Under the golden light, Long Xiao let out a scream. On the other hand, David's breath is constantly rising, as if it will never end. Long Xiao's face became extremely ugly, and the fear in his heart began to spread. Under the irradiation of this golden light, the soul instantly broke away from the control of Long Xiao's body, and at this moment Long Xiao regained control of his body. However, feeling David's terrifying aura, Long Xiao was afraid. This time he was really afraid, a panic appeared in his heart. At this time, Long Xiao's confidence has been shattered by David. He suddenly found that the gap between himself and David seemed insurmountable, and David was like an unknown world. Everyone wanted to know about David, but no one could see through David. David was declared dead again and again, and came back to life again and again. And no one knows the realm of David's strength. Every time David appears, it will bring new knowledge to others. Run away, what are you still hesitating about? Do you want to die here? The soul within Long Xiao urged loudly to Long Xiao. Long Xiao was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Long Jingwa not far away, and when he finally gritted his teeth, he suddenly jumped back. Now he doesn't care about Long Jingwa anymore. If he can escape, one is one. Are you trying to escape? David said coldly. The voice fell, and David's figure instantly disappeared in place. Long Xiao only felt a strong wind blowing behind him, and then turned around to see that David was already in front of him. Because David's speed was so fast that Long Xiao didn't even see how David caught up, as if he appeared out of thin air. Boom! The big golden hand that has been clapping towards Long Xiao wanted to dodge, but it was too late. This palm slapped directly on Long Xiao's back, smashing the condensed armor on Long Xiao's body instantly. Long Xiao came straight to the dog and fell to the ground. He looked so embarrassed. How could he still look like the son of the Long family? Shower! Seeing this, Long Jingwa jumped up and went straight to David. Even if Long Xiao wanted to run for his life alone, but now there is danger, Long Jingwa couldn't just watch his son get killed. As a veteran Wuhou, Long Jingwa exploded his breath to the extreme. But just when Long Jingwa arrived in front of David, David didn't even look back, didn't even look at Long Jingwa. He stretched out his hand, and his 5 fingers stuck firmly on Long Jingwa's neck. The breath on Long Jingwa disappeared instantly, and the intense suffocation made Long Jingwa's mouth open and his face flushed red. Holding his uncle in his hand, David didn't have a trace of pity in his heart, only endless anger. Thinking of his mother who had been imprisoned for more than 20 years, David wished he could slap Long Jingwa to death now. But David can't kill him now, and he wants Long Jingwa to release his mother. David, if you dare to kill me, you will never want to see your mother. Long Jingwa said with a big mouth. Hearing Long Jingwa's words, David was furious in his heart, and slapped Long Jingwa in the face fiercely. Chapter 1495. The dignified head of the Long family of Long Jing, the veteran Wuho, is now in David's hands but has no power to fight back. If I kill you, I can save my mother. David stared at Long Jingwa, the strength in his hand increased a bit. Long Jingwa only felt that his neck was about to be crushed by David. At this time, Long Xiao didn't know what was in his mouth, but Long Xiao's body was slowly wrapped in black mist and slowly disappeared. However, David's attention has always been attracted by Long Jingwa, but he did not notice the disappearing Long Xiao. David, let my father go, or I will let your little girl die with your mother. At this moment, Long Xiao's voice came from all directions, as if it came from the void. David looked abruptly, only to realize that Long Xiao had disappeared without knowing when. If you dare to hurt Xiaoru and my mother, I will definitely make your father's life worse than death. After David finished speaking, he slammed Long Jingwa's face with a ruthless punch, and Long Jingwa's mouth full of teeth were knocked out. Remember URL. If that's the case, then you'll never want to see your mother and that little girl again. Long Xiao's voice is getting farther and farther, as if it came from the sky. When David saw that Long Xiao was going to leave, he immediately shouted, "Wait a minute. It is impossible for David to watch Xiaoru and his mother in danger." What? Are you afraid? Since you are afraid, let my father go. Long Xiao said with a cold snort. We can exchange, as long as you let Xiaoru and my mother go, I will let your father go. David couldn't trust Long Xiao at all, so it was impossible to let Long Jingwa go first. What are you kidding? You want to exchange one person for two people? It's impossible. Long Xiao snorted coldly, you let my father go, I let that little girl go, you only have one choice, otherwise don't let anyone go. Long Xiao's tone did not seem to be worried about Long Jingwa's safety, nor did he care about Long Jingwa's life or death. This time, David fell into a passive state. Whether it was Xiaoru or his mother, he couldn't care about their lives and deaths. But this Long Xiao doesn't seem to care about his father's life or death. As for whether to exchange or not, Long Xiao doesn't seem to care. I only give you 3 seconds to think about it. If you don't agree, then I'll go back and kill them all. Seeing that David was hesitating, Long Xiao urged. Okay, I promise you. David nodded. First, use Long Jingwa to exchange Xiaoru. As for his mother, there should be no danger. After all, he has been imprisoned for more than 20 years. If Long Jingwa wanted to do it, he would have done it long ago. He must have some scruples. That's good, tomorrow will be replaced in the martial arts field, and no one wants to play tricks. Long Xiao said. Okay. David agreed without hesitation. The martial arts field is the place where the Martial Arts Alliance competes. Long Xiao must have some intentions in choosing this place, but David is not afraid. Long Xiao left, in fact, Long Xiao left long ago, what just happened was just a wisp of Long Xiao's consciousness. The space magic technique Long Xiao cast disappeared in the void. This is David's carelessness. If David is not careless, Long Xiao will not have the chance to use space magic at all. Long Wu and the 4 wicked men surrounded him. Looking at Long Jingwa, who was beaten like a pig's head, Long Wu had mixed feelings in his heart. The former dragon family is also very beautiful in the martial arts world of Kyoto. But now, after the power of the Long family was taken away by Long Jingwa, it has become more and more decayed, and now the head of the dignified Long family has become a prisoner and a pig's head. David, let's go back quickly. If Linga knew you were still alive, she would be happy to die. Long Wu said to David. David nodded, and then let the 4 wicked men hold Long Jingwa and rush towards Yaoshan Valley. Chapter 1496. David and the others had just walked some distance when they met Zhao Ligua and Gu Linger, who were approaching. When Gu Linger saw that David was still alive, the whole person actually cried with excitement. David. Gu Linger didn't care that there were so many people around. She jumped up and threw herself into David's arms. I thought you were dead. I thought you were really dead. Why there is no news for so long? You are going to scare me to death. Gu Linger beat David's chest while crying. David flicked Gu Linger's hair. Okay, didn't I come back well? Don't worry, no one can kill me. Seeing this, Long Wu winked at everyone, and then everyone left, leaving some private space for David and Gu Linger. After all, the two have not seen each other for nearly 2 months. There will be a lot to say. Just when David was following Gu Linger, Long Xiao also rushed back to Kyoto and went to the Martial Arts Alliance as soon as possible. He wants to tell Zhu Zhishan that David is still alive. Who's looking for me this fucking night? Zhu Zhishan yawned and was called out of the room. When Zhu Zhishan saw that Long Xiao was looking for him at night, he couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Long Xiao, what are you doing with me at night? Zhu Zhishan asked Long Xiao with some dissatisfaction. I wish the leader, that David is still alive, and captured my father. Long Xiao said with an ugly face. What? Zhu Zhishan woke up instantly, his eyes widened, and his face was incredible. You're not kidding me, are you? Zhu Zhishan was a little unconvinced. How could David still be alive, and how could it be possible to capture Long Jinghua? I wish the leader, do you think I will come to you for a joke at night? Long Xiao said solemnly. After Zhu Zhishan heard this, he sat down on the chair, his face extremely ugly. How so? Zhu Zhishan gritted his teeth, his eyes full of disbelief. I wish the alliance leader, I will ask David to exchange my father in the martial arts field in 3 days. This is probably the best chance for us to kill that David. The reason why Long Xiao asked David to meet at the martial arts field was to kill David. The martial arts field? Zhu Zhishan frowned. In that place, we openly shot and killed David, and the impact was too bad. You have to know that that place is a place of competition. It solves conflicts and disputes one-on-one. If we bully the less with more, we will not be ridiculed by everyone in the martial arts world. If you fight alone, you can kill that David. It's not impossible, Mr. Long, your strength is advancing by leaps and bounds, it should be no problem to deal with that David, right? Zhu Zhishan is also a wily man. After all, the place in the martial arts field represents the rules of the Martial Arts Alliance, and it cannot be ruled by the Martial Arts Alliance. In the end, the Martial Arts Alliance broke the rules. If so, the competition in the martial arts field will become meaningless, and there will be no rules from now on. Long Xiao set the place at the martial arts arena, obviously because he wanted the Martial Arts Alliance to take action, and the Long family could just stand by. I wish Zhishan would not be so stupid, and listen to Long Xiao's advice. Zhu Zhishan's words made Long Xiao instantly embarrassed. He had just been defeated by David and fled back in embarrassment, and then let him follow David to fight alone. He didn't have the courage. I wish the alliance leader, I don't have to do it in the martial arts field. When David releases my father, we can intercept him halfway. Now I can only wish the leader of the alliance to have the strength to kill David. If we don't get rid of him now, this kid will be a big problem in the future. Long Xiao said solemnly. Zhu Zhishan did not speak, but hesitated for a moment, and then said to a member of the Martial Arts Alliance, go and find Deputy Alliance Leader Ning for a meeting. Chapter 1497. Zhu Zhishan knows that he is not David's opponent at all, so he needs to ask the high level to take a shot at a meeting to study. But those high-level executives didn't look down on him at all, and Zhu Zhishan himself knew his status as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Don't look at Ning Zhi as the deputy leader, but he was appointed by the Great Power, and Ning Zhi is still in black copper robe. Zhu Zhishan now wants to understand that he is a puppet, and Ning Zhi's talent is indeed blessing him. Above the mountain. At the beginning, Ning Zhi said that the man in black robe was David, but Zhu Zhishan didn't believe it at all. Now that the facts are in front of him, Zhu Zhishan can only admire that Ning Zhi. Now Ning Zhi, the deputy leader of the alliance, is the real person in power. If you want to invite the top management, Ning Zhi must come forward. Soon, in the conference room of the Martial Arts Alliance, there were several people wearing black robes, but the patterns in front of each of them were bronze, and these were all black copper robes. Don't look at these black copper robes, which are the lowest among the high-level people, but they are not people that Zhu Zishan can afford. The strength of each of these people does not need to be low. In this society where strength is respected, strength represents status and everything. Zhu Zishan briefly introduced the situation, and then said, "Ning Deputy Alliance Leader, now that David has become the biggest threat to our martial arts alliance, so we must get rid of him. What's more, Deputy Alliance Leader Ning and David have an undeniable feud. If you take a few black copper robe masters to kill David, then David will definitely not be able to escape." Zhu Zishan wanted Ning Ji to lead someone to kill David. Now that Zhu Zishan is facing David, he is a little apprehensive. "I wish the alliance leader, you should do it, the 4 black copper robes will follow you, are you still afraid that David will fail?" Ning Ji asked lightly. "How could I be afraid of David? I just want to give Vice Leader Ning a chance to take revenge." Zhu Zishan did not admit that he was afraid of David at all. "Whether I killed that David or not, as long as David is dead, my revenge will be avenged. What I need now is to retreat to improve my strength." At this moment, what Ning Ji wanted was not only to kill David for revenge, but also to have more lofty ideals. Since seeing the high-level people of the martial arts alliance, especially the unpredictable power, Ning Ji is determined to be a person who overlooks the entire martial arts world. As for killing David for revenge, it became less important. Then we have to plan carefully, where is the right place to kill David? Zhu Zishan said, and took out a map, which marked the various roads to the martial arts field. There is no need to plan, the martial arts field is a suitable place. Ning Ji waved his hand and said, "If we attack David in the martial arts field to bully the less, isn't that breaking the rules?" Zhu Zishan looked at Ning Ji with a puzzled face. "Rules?" Ning Ji sneered, "Rules are made by people. As long as you have strength, every word is a rule. Who dares to disobey?" Ning Ji's words left Zhu Zishan speechless. I don't know since when, Zhu Zishan found that the hostility in Ning Ji was getting heavier and heavier, and even he was a little shocked when he saw Ning Ji. "Okay, I'll take them to the martial arts arena tomorrow to prevent David from escaping." After a while, Zhu Zishan nodded and said, "The leader of the dignified martial arts alliance, there is no one else to do what he is now, but there is no way, Zhu Zishan only hopes that after killing David, he can retire in peace." Next day, there was silence around the martial arts arena, because few people came here without belay. In order to avoid hurting innocent people, the martial arts field was built in a very remote place, surrounded by high mountains, just to prevent the aftermath of the fight from spreading out. Chapter 1498. As soon as the sky was bright, Zhu Zishan brought 4 black copper robes to the martial arts field, and sealed the entire martial arts field with a weapon. One after another array of magic circles surrounded the martial arts field. As long as the magic array was activated, David would have a hard time escaping. Zhu Zishan looked at the silent martial arts field, and seemed a little nervous, his body was trembling slightly. He didn't know if he could kill that David this time. You must kill that David as soon as possible, and destroy the Dantian and nascent soul in his body. The reason why this guy can't die every time is because of his status as a cultivator. Zhu Zishan told several black copper robes. "Don't worry, we know how to do it, but in this era of lack of spiritual energy, it is a miracle that this David was able to cultivate to nascent soul realm." A black copper robe spoke slowly. Each of these black copper-robed people has souls in them, and these souls were once immortal cultivators. It's just that they are all evil cultivators. Martial arts practitioners have evil cultivators, and so do immortal cultivators. Thousands of years ago, spiritual energy was full, immortal cultivators were popular, while martial arts cultivators were unknown. Remember URL. It's just that with the passage of time, the spiritual energy is gradually depleted. Immortal cultivators either leave or run out of life and disappear. Slowly immortal cultivators become lonely, while martial arts cultivators prosper. As time goes on, immortal cultivators are almost extinct, and martial arts cultivators have become the top class in this world. There used to be some evil cultivators who, at the end of their lives, used the exercises to keep a trace of their soul, ready to be reborn when the spiritual energy recovered. It's just that time has passed, but there is still no sign of aura recovering, and these souls must find a host, otherwise they will disappear. So this has resulted in the existence of many soul possessions, but as long as the host's strength has risen to a certain stage, the soul can also be reborn. In order to improve the strength as soon as possible, the soul is instructing the host, and scrupulously improving the strength, and even absorbing the strength of others to strengthen itself. By the way, there is one more thing to remind you: this David can also absorb the strength of others to improve yourself. You must pay attention, but don't think about absorbing the strength of this David, so as not to suffer backlash. Zhu Zishan reminded the four black copper robes. Chapter 1499. David looked at Long Jingwa like that, then suddenly took a few puffs of cigarettes and turned around to leave. But just as he walked to the door, Long Jingwa suddenly said, "David, I advise you to let me go early. If I don't go back, no one can open the dungeon. Your mother will have to starve, if she starves to death. But don't care about me." David was stunned, his body trembled slightly, and then he turned around abruptly and slapped Long Jingwa in the face with a slap in the face. Why? She's your sister, why do you treat her like this? Are you human? Are you a beast? I think you're not even as good as a beast. David went crazy, his eyes became scarlet, and he slapped Long Jingwa in the face. Long Jingwa's nose was bruised and his face was swollen, and he vomited blood, but he still had a sneer on his face. "David, let me tell you, you are a wild breed. Your mother almost killed the entire Long family back then. He actually ran away with someone before the big wedding and was pregnant with a wild breed like you. Do you know how much of a joke this made our Long family suffer? If it wasn't for me, your mother would have died by now, and she would have been a bone." Long Jingwa said to David with a sneer on his face. "You fart, how could you be kind enough to save my mother? You're just a fart." David smashed Long Jingwa's face with his fist so fiercely that Long Jingwa was unable to speak at the end, so he stopped. David stood up blankly, and then walked out of the room. He was going to go to Long Wu and ask what happened to his mother. Seeing David's expression, Long Wu couldn't help but worry. "David, what's wrong with you? Uncle Long, what happened to my mother? Who is my father? Did my mother run away with someone during the wedding?" David looked at Long Wu eagerly and asked. He wants to know the truth, he wants to know everything about himself. Long Wu looked at David, sighed after a moment and said, "Your mother really ran away with someone before the big wedding, but your mother was forced to marry. She doesn't want to get married at all. At that time, the master was also forced to be helpless. If he didn't agree, the entire Long family would suffer. How is that possible?" David was a little unconvinced. Isn't the Long family one of the best in the martial arts world in Kyoto at that time? Who can threaten the Long family? Hey, not to mention the whole world, in this entire summer, there are more than tens of thousands of sect families, and many of them have left sects in the world for thousands of years. These sects have survived in other ways, slowly adapting to the new society. Most of these sect families are hidden from the world, so they can survive for so many years. And now if you don't investigate deeply, you can't find out that those sect families have a background of thousands of years. And that Zixiao mansion is the sect that has been left behind for thousands of years. When they proposed marriage to the Long family, the master dared not refuse. Later, the eldest lady escaped, and Zixiao mansion angered the Long family, and wanted to arrest the eldest lady to sacrifice to the sky, so the master couldn't afford to get sick. Then Long Jingwa took the opportunity to poison the master and lock the eldest young lady. Instead of handing it over to Zixiao mansion, he compensated Zixiao mansion for a large amount of resources, and this matter was settled. Long Wu followed David to tell about the situation of the year. David frowned slightly. It seemed that Long Jingwa was right. If he hadn't locked up his mother, he might have been captured by the Zixiao mansion. "Uncle Long, I'm going to Kyoto now. Tomorrow you tell the 4 villains to escort Long Jingwa to Kyoto to exchange," David said to Long Wu. "Isn't it exchanged in 3 days? Why go tomorrow?" Long Wui looked surprised. Chapter 1500. Only Long Jinghua can open the dungeon that holds my mother. Now that Long Jinghua can't go back, my mother will starve. David explained with Long Wu. Then be careful. Whether it's the Martial Arts Alliance or the Long family, they are all eyeing you. If you go to change people this time, they will definitely not miss this opportunity. Long Wu warned David. I see. David nodded. After saying goodbye to the others, David went to Kyoto alone. Kyoto, in front of Dong's house. Gu Jiayi held a sword and faced Dong Jiahao angrily. Although Gu Fuhai tried his best to stop it, he still failed to stop Gu Jiayi from coming to seek revenge from the Dong family. Miss Gu, you shot me over and over again, what happened to me? Dong Jiahao's face was full of sadness, he really didn't know where he had offended Gu Jiayi. You BA5 tard, stop pretending, I will kill you today, and then I will commit suicide. I will never live in this world like this. With anger in Gu Jiayi's eyes, she stabbed Dong Jiahao with one sword. How could Dong Jiahao be Gu Jiayi's opponent? This sword stabbed out with endless brilliance and enveloped Dong Jiahao. This time, Dong Jiahao couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Clang! Suddenly there was a crisp sound, and Dong Likun was standing in front of Dong Jiahao, blocking Gu Jiayi's sword. Ms. Gu, what did Jiahao do to make you kill him? Say it, if he does something bad, I will never forgive him, and I will apologize to Miss Gu on his behalf. Dong Likun followed Gu Jiayi very politely. Dong Likun didn't want to fall out with the Gu family. After all, the entire martial arts family in Kyoto had already become a member of the Martial Arts Alliance, and they all isolated the Dong family. If the Dong family fell out with the Gu family, there would be no place in the capital. Ask yourself what your precious son did, and he dares to do it, why dare not say it? Gu Jiayi, a girl, how dare she say such a thing? Dong Likun turned to look at Dong Jiahao. Jiahao, what did you do to Miss Gu? Dad, how many times have I told you that I didn't do anything, and I don't know why she always troubles me. Dong Jiahao was about to cry in a hurry. Dong Likun looked at Dong Jiahao like that, obviously Dong Jiahao didn't want to lie. Miss Gu, is there any misunderstanding here? I don't think my son will lie. Dong Likun said softly. So that means I'm making trouble out of nowhere, and I lied? Gu Jiayi frowned. No, that's not what I meant, I just feel that there might be a misunderstanding here. Dong Likun quickly waved his hand and said. There's no misunderstanding, you beast son has poisoned me by drugging me, I have to kill him today. After Gu Jiayi finished speaking, the breath on her body skyrocketed, and the sword in her hand also radiated light. Then a sword was cut out, and a sharp and domineering sword energy instantly moved towards Dong Likun and Dong Jiahao and his son. This sword came in an instant, and left a deep ravine on the ground. Dong Likun's feet trembled slightly, and earth walls suddenly rose up on the ground, blocking the sword energy in an instant. After blocking this sword energy, Dong Likun didn't do anything to Gu Jiayi because he didn't want to fall out with the Gu family. Gu Jiayi's face became very ugly, the sword in her hand was swung again, and a dozen sword chi burst out in an instant. Dong Likun frowned, the breath on his body began to skyrocket, and a barrier visible to the naked eye instantly wrapped Dong Likun and Dong Jiahao. Seeing that more than a dozen sword chi came to the front, they were suddenly cut off by a golden light. Back in Elysium City, Long Xiao just wanted to absorb David's strength, and finally lost an arm. We don't need to absorb his strength, just get his nascent soul. A black copper robe smiled coldly. Since David is an immortal cultivator, it is much stronger to directly take out David's nascent soul refinement than to directly absorb strength. That's good, now I will slowly wait for that David to die. Zhu Zhishan glanced at his broken arm, and then his eyes narrowed slightly. Medicine God Valley. The atmosphere of the entire Yaoshan Valley is very cheerful and lively. The atmosphere during Chinese New Year has never been so lively, because David didn't die, he came back alive. In a room in Yaoshengu, David lit a cigarette and sat quietly, and opposite him was Long Jinghua. At this time, Long Jinghua's face was still red and swollen, and his expression was very embarrassed. Uncle and nephew, it seems a little strange to meet in such a scene. It's just that David has never regarded Long Jingwa as his relative, and he can't wait to kill Long Jingwa now. You locked my mother for more than 20 years, what do you want from her? David exhaled a cigarette and asked lightly. Long Jingwa glared at David, but said nothing. David wasn't angry either. He had known such a result for a long time, and Long Jingwa would definitely not say it. It doesn't matter if you don't say it, but I tell you, sooner or later I will kill the Long family, kill both your father and son, and then rescue my mother. David said firmly. Long Jingwa just showed a sneer, but still didn't speak. Chapter 1501. More than a dozen sword chi disappeared without a trace in an instant. Who? Gujai's face changed greatly, and she hurriedly looked around. Dong Lakun was also full of doubts, because he could just feel that the strength of the person who can emit that golden light is absolutely unfathomable. Miss Gu, you are an eldest lady with such a rude personality, isn't it good? At this time, a figure came slowly. After seeing this figure, several people stayed on the spot for a moment. Brother David, you're not dead. Dong Jiahao regained his senses, ran over suddenly, and gave David a hug. Mr. Chen, you. Dong Likun was too excited to speak when he saw David. Only Gujai still stared blankly at David with a very complicated expression in his eyes. After David said a few words to Dong Jiahao, he looked at Gujai and asked, Miss Gu, why do you have to kill Brother Dong? Gujai said angrily, this beast gave me medicine and defiled me. Do you think I should kill him? Brother David, I really didn't, how could I do such a thing? Dong Jiahao quickly explained. David raised his hand slightly and stopped Dong Jiahao's explanation. Miss Gu, you are still perfect, how can you say that Brother Dong has defiled you? How is that possible? Gujai was stunned. When she woke up, her clothes were all gone, so how could she still be in perfect shape? Can't I still lie to you? You can look at your left arm yourself. As David said, a ray of spiritual power instantly penetrated into Gujai's body, and soon a red mark appeared on Gujai's left arm. Seeing the mark, Gujai was full of excitement. Is this Shugongsha? Yes, this is Shugongsha, Miss Ge's Shugongsha is still there, how could it not be a perfect body? David asked. Gujai was speechless for a while, but still said in an atmosphere, this Dong Jiahao tricked me into going to the hotel, gave me medicine, and took off my clothes. This is an indisputable fact. Miss Gu, you must have misunderstood. When did I go to the hotel with you? That's not me. Dong Jiahao explained with a face full of grievances. How could I have misunderstood the hotel I went to with you? Can I still be wrong? Gujai also swore that what she said was true. David frowned slightly, he looked at Dong Jiahao's expression, it didn't look like he was lying, and Gujai didn't look like he was lying. Then there must be some misunderstanding. Suddenly, David seemed to have thought of something, so he asked Gujai, Miss Gu, do you know that there is a disguise technique in this world? What do you mean? Gujai was taken aback. I think there must be a misunderstanding here. Maybe someone has disguised themselves as Brother Dong and deceived you, in order to incite conflicts between the two of you. David followed Gujai to analyze. Gujai fell into silence and said after a while, I will investigate this matter in detail. If it is what Dong Jiahao said, I will never forgive him. Miss Gu, if I did it, I'd like to apologize to myself. Dong Jiahao said firmly. Gujai is also a little overwhelmed now, so she can only leave first and wait until the investigation is clear. Brother David, thank you so much, go to the house and tell me what you have been doing during this time. When Gujai walked back, Dong Jiahao impatiently pulled David into the room. David didn't hide it either, and told Dong Jiahao about his own experience. When he heard that the more than 10 sect families in Kyoto were all destroyed by David, Dong Jiahao couldn't close his mouth in shock. Chapter 1502. Mr. Chen, when you come to Dong's house, do you have anything to tell us to do? Dong Likun knew that when David came to Dong's house, there must be something to explain. David nodded, Patriarch Dong, tomorrow I will go to the martial arts field to meet with Long Shao, and use Long Jingua to exchange Xiaoru, I am afraid that Long Xiao will not keep his word, so I want to borrow the Dong family's hand to exchange this. Spread the word. On the day of the exchange, many colleagues from the martial arts world will go. I believe that Long Xiao will not dare to play tricks in front of everyone. What? Xiaoru was taken away by Long Xiao's grandson. After Dong Jiahao heard this, his face suddenly became angry. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter. Dong Likun nodded. One more thing, that is, let the sect family who offended me come to the Dong family to apologize. I will sit in the Dong family today and wait for those sect families and tell them that they only have one day. After today, what is waiting for them is to destroy the door. David said with murderous intent in his eyes. Feeling the murderous aura on David's body, Dong Likun's body trembled. But he knew that the reason why David did this was to support the Dong family. Now in the situation of the martial arts world in Kyoto, the Dong family is isolated, and sooner or later, it will become the mouthful Chinese food of many aristocratic families. And David acted so high profile this time, and he took the opportunity to warn those sect families not to attack the Dong family's idea. Soon, David was still alive, and the news of his return to Kyoto spread in the martial arts forum. And some time ago, there was a lot of uproar, and the black-robed man who killed 13 sect families was David. This makes many sect families who have targeted David panic. This David is too good, he actually destroyed 13 sect families in a row. At the beginning, there were people who guessed that the man in black robe was Fan Jiang, but no one thought it was David. Wait, the Kyoto martial arts world, I am afraid that another sect family is unlucky. Everyone was talking about it, and many aristocratic sects had prepared generous gifts, and they set foot in the Dong family one after another and followed David to make amends. After all, there are lessons from those sect families ahead, and no one is trying to provoke the evil star David. In the martial arts alliance, Long Xiao hurriedly found Zhu Zhishan. I wish the alliance leader, then David has advanced the exchange time, and also announced the address. There will definitely be many people going to the martial arts field tomorrow. What should we do? Long Xiao asked anxiously. It was originally planned to attack David at the martial arts field, but even if there are people in the know, there will not be too many. But this time, David directly stabbed the matter out, and I don't know how many people will go there. If they are attacking David, the martial arts alliance will be criticized by everyone in the martial arts world. Tomorrow, we will still act as planned. Things have come to this point. The most important thing is to kill David. As for public opinion, we will suppress it strongly. Zhu Zhishan has already been arranged, and the 4 masters of black copper robes have also been arranged properly, and it is impossible to change it temporarily. How sure is it to kill that David? Long Xiao asked. 100%, for black copper robe masters come out, and David can't escape. This time I want to watch him die. Zhu Zhishan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said confidently. Long Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and followed David to fight. After being hanged and beaten by David, Long Xiao was a little afraid of David. Before killing David, in order to stop the official's mouth, I think it is necessary to go to Mr. Shi and let the official come forward to punish David. After all, David destroyed more than a dozen sect families. No matter what kind of grievances they have, they will not change to do so. At this time, Ningji slowly walked in from the outside and said. Then Mr. Shi wears a pair of pants with David, how could he punish that David? Zhu Zhishan said. Chapter 1503. Yes, then if David hadn't been backed by Mr. Shi, how could it have developed to this day? He would have died long ago. Long Xiao also said angrily. It's better if Mr. Shi doesn't care. Since Mr. Shi doesn't care, then our martial arts alliance can eliminate the harm for the people. When the time comes to kill David in public, the official can't trouble us. The corner of Ningji's mouth slightly raised. He guessed that Mr. Shi would not control David, let alone punish David, so they just used this as an excuse. Then who is going to talk to Mr. Shi? Zhu Zhishan asked. Anyway, he didn't dare. Seeing Mr. Shi, Zhu Zhishan trembled all over, and he was afraid that he would be too scared to say a word. As the leader of the alliance, of course it's you, but you can contact some other sect families to go with you to put pressure on Mr. Shi. Ning Ji looked at Zhu Zishan and said, "Me?" Zhu Zishan was taken aback. "Don't you dare." Ning Ji's eyes flashed a bit of mockery. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Zishan gritted his teeth. "Dare? How could I dare not?" Law Enforcement Pavilion. Outside the door, Zhu Zishan brought more than a dozen other sects and aristocratic families, and they wanted to ask Mr. Shi for an explanation. Xing Jun reported to Mr. Shi, "Mr. Shi, David is really not dead. He is the one who killed more than 10 sects and families, and now that Zhu Zishan brings more than 10 sects and families to ask the official to come forward, punish David. Let them all come in." Mr. Shi said calmly. Xing Jun nodded, and soon Zhu Zishan was put in along with those from the sect family. When these people saw Mr. Shi, they were all slightly shocked, and they began to take a cold breath from the bottom of their hearts. "Sit down," Mr. Shi said lightly. However, no one like Zhu Zishan dared to do it. Facing Mr. Shi, the sense of oppression made it difficult for them to breathe. Seeing that these people didn't do it, Mr. Shi slowly opened his mouth and said, "You come to me, what's the matter?" When Mr. Shi said a word, many people bowed their heads and dared not look directly at Mr. Shi. Zhu Zishan looked left and right, no one dared to speak, and finally he had to speak. "Mr. Shi, that David destroyed more than 10 sect families in the Martial Arts Alliance, and now he is openly provoking. We hope that the official will come forward to punish David and give an explanation to those sect families that have been destroyed." Zhu Zishan is full of energy, and his heart is mentioned in his throat. "Well, I know about this." Mr. Shi nodded. "Then what?" Zhu Zishan was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "No, nothing." "Then, we just asked David to be punished, just kill David." "You brought so many people here, are you just telling me about this?" Mr. Shi asked in a calm tone. "Yes, they all hope Mr. Shi can uphold justice." Zhu Zishan's face turned red at this moment, and his heart was about to burst out. "Do you all mean that?" Mr. Shi glanced at everyone and asked. But no one spoke, everyone lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. "Zhu Zishan, they don't seem to mean that." Seeing that everyone was silent, Mr. Shi asked Zhu Zishan. Zhu Zishan suddenly panicked and quickly said to everyone, "When you talk, Mr. Shi asked you. When we came, didn't we all agree?" Zhu Zishan roared loudly at the crowd, but still no one spoke, all bowed their heads. No matter what Zhu Zishan said, no one spoke, and the cold sweat on Zhu Zishan's forehead instantly flowed down. "Zuzishan," Mr. Shi shouted. "Sure. Mr. Shi." Zhu Zishan trembled, he knew that Mr. Shi was angry. "You lead people to surround the Dharma Protector Pavilion and put pressure on me, it's simply lawless." Mr. Shi's tone became cold, and then he raised his hand and waved lightly. A huge force came, and before Zhu Zishan could respond, the whole person flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 1504. When the others saw this, they all trembled with fright, and they didn't dare to breathe. Zhu Zishan hurriedly got up, lowered his head in front of Mr. Shi, and didn't dare to let go of his farts. "You people, give me 10 slaps to show punishment. If you dare to confront the authorities, you will kill without mercy." After the 3 words, "Shawusha," came out of Mr. Shi's mouth, all the people from the sect family were almost scared to pee. No one dared to hesitate in the slightest, and they all began to slap their mouths, one by one, and one louder than the other. And Zhu Zishan's body was shaking like a sieve. During this period of time, no matter what the Martial Arts Alliance does, it seems that the official has never come forward to stop it, not even Mr. Shi. This also made Zhu Zishan have an illusion, feeling that the current strength of the Martial Arts Alliance made Mr. Shi start to be afraid. But at this moment, Zhu Zishan realized that these people, in Mr. Shi's eyes, are not SHT. When the slaps were over, Mr. Shi said coldly, "Get out of here. As for David's affairs, you can handle it yourself." Zhu Zishan nodded again and hurriedly left. After Zhu Zishan took the people away, Xing Jun looked at Mr. Shi with a puzzled look. "Mr. Shi, if you say this, don't you put David in a dangerous situation?" The guys from the Martial Arts Alliance will definitely find a way to kill them. David's. Mr. Sher raised the corner of his mouth. The strength of this guy David is beyond my imagination. It seems that the more pressure he has, the faster his strength grows, so I have to put pressure on him. Xing Jun didn't understand what Mr. Sher meant, but when Mr. Sher did things, Xing Jun was not qualified to intervene. Zhu Zhishan, who walked out of the Dharma Protector Pavilion, is now slapping his chest and gasping for breath. I almost lost my life just now. If there is such a thing, I won't come. Zhu Zhishan wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said. And the other members of the sect family were also angry and accused Zhu Zhishan one after another. The original call for them to come over was to help Wei Wei, and Zhu Zhishan also swore that there would be no problem. But now all of them have become pig heads, and they will be ridiculed when they go back. Back to the Martial Arts League. Ningji asked Zhu Zhishan, leader, does Mr. Sher have any comments? There is a fart statement, and there is something to put pressure on the government. You can do it. I almost died in the Dharma Protector Pavilion. Zhu Zhishan roared angrily. Seeing Zhu Zhishan's attitude, Ningji laughed. It seemed that he had already guessed the result. Did Mr. Sher say let our Martial Arts Alliance figure it out? Ningji asked. Zhu Zhishan was stunned. How did you know? I guess. Ningji raised his mouth. If Mr. Sher wants to control, he can't watch the Kyoto martial arts world become a mess. It seems that Mr. Sher is waiting for the most chaotic time in the Kyoto martial arts world. It's just to rebuild the order of the entire martial arts world. Damn, you asked me to find Mr. Sher, right? I was almost killed by Mr. Sher. When Zhu Zhishan heard this, he immediately followed Ningji angrily and roared. However, he just roared, but he didn't dare to really do anything to Ningji. In the Martial Arts Alliance, Ningji's real power was greater than his leader. Ningji looked at Zhu Zhishan's furious look, and smiled lightly. Go and prepare to kill David, this time I missed, Dening will not let you go. After hearing the great power, Zhu Zhishan shuddered and his face became solemn. He hurriedly walked out of the Martial Arts Alliance and went to the martial arts field to make arrangements. He had to be foolproof. After Zhu Zhishan left, Ningji sneered, it's really a pig, just like this, I can sit on the position of the leader of the alliance. Ningji returned to the backyard and went to continue practicing. Chapter 1505. The next day. There are tens of thousands of people in the martial arts field, and David's miracles again and again make many people want to come and watch the excitement. The exchange of hostages in the martial arts field is the first time in the martial arts world. Especially when the head of the Long family was caught and became a hostage, such a rare thing, I want to come and see. Zhu Zhishan looked at the crowd of people at the scene, his face was very gloomy. I wish the alliance leader, will we still do it in a while? At this time, a black copper robe asked Zhu Zhishan. There are so many people on the scene, if you openly do it, I am afraid it will affect the reputation of the Martial Arts Alliance. Go ahead, as long as you kill that David, everything else will be easy. Zhu Zhishan gritted his teeth and said. The black copper robe nodded, then turned to leave, and went to make arrangements. Soon, Long Xiao and Xiao Ru also came to the martial arts field and sat directly beside Zhu Zhishan. I wish the leader of the alliance, that David made such a big battle, it is estimated that he was afraid that the martial arts alliance would attack him. After a while, David will come, we must not miss the opportunity. Long Xiao was afraid that Zhu Zhishan would give up on David when he saw so many people. Don't worry, David must die today. Zhu Zhishan's eyes narrowed slightly. That's good, Long Xiao nodded. At this time, not far from the martial arts field, the four villains have brought Long Jinghua, and Dong Likun also brought all the masters of the Dong family to the scene. They know that as long as David shows up, the martial arts alliance will definitely not let David go. If the martial arts alliance really disregards his reputation and takes action against David, they can still help. Mr. Chen, if you don't show up, we will take Long Jinghua to return Miss Xiaoru. Ding Dao said to David. No, if I don't show up, wouldn't it mean I'm afraid of the martial arts alliance, and there are so many people here today, no matter how shameless the martial arts alliance is, they won't do anything to me in front of so many people. David didn't believe that the martial arts alliance would be so shameless that it dared to play in front of tens of thousands of people. It seems that David still thinks highly of the shameless lower limit of the martial arts alliance. Ha ha ha, Brother Chen, you still think highly of the people in the martial arts alliance. Just as David finished speaking, a hearty laugh suddenly came. Then Gu Fuhai walked over with Gu Jiai. David knew Gu Jiai, but he had never seen Gu Dahai. When he saw Gu Dahai, he was stunned for a moment. Because he felt the majestic spiritual power surging from Gu Dahai's body. Cultivator? David was slightly surprised. He did not expect this Gu Dahai to be a cultivator. Mr. Chen, this is Gu Fuhai, the head of the Gu family. Dong Likun introduced to David. David frowned. This Gu Fuhai is obviously a cultivator, but how could Gu Jiai, as Gu Fuhai's daughter, be a cultivator? What's the problem? David's face was full of doubts, but this was not the time to ask such a question, not to mention Gu Fuhai would not necessarily tell him. Brother Dong, some time ago, the little girl has been looking for trouble with your Dong family. I'm really sorry. I'm here to apologize to you. I've already investigated. It's really not Dong Jiahao who did that kind of thing. I'm still looking for that person. Gu Fuhai followed Dong Likun to apologize. Patriarch Gu is polite, it's just a misunderstanding, just explain it clearly. Dong Likun said quickly and politely. And that Gu Jiai looked at Dong Jiahao with a little more apology. Although this incident made Gu Jiai very embarrassed, but fortunately, she still retains her perfect body, which is also a fortune in misfortune. Patriarch Gu, I don't know what you just said, what do you mean? At this time, David stepped forward and asked Gu Fuhai. Chapter 1506. Then Zhu Zhishan set up a formation in the martial arts field, obviously to deal with you. It seems that the martial arts alliance must kill you. Even in front of so many people, they will do something to you. Gu Fuhai said. Hearing what Gu Fuhai said, David frowned. Mr. Chen, you still don't want to go. As long as we take Long Jinghua, even if you don't show up, it's impossible not to exchange Long Xiao. We will definitely bring Miss Xiaoru back safely. Ding did not persuade David. Now that you know that the Martial Arts Alliance has set up a formation in the martial arts field, you can't let David show up. I'm still going. David's eyes narrowed slightly. I really want to do it in a while. You bring Xiaoru back to Yaoshan Valley, don't worry about me, even if I can't beat it, I can escape freely. Ding didn't want to say anything, but Davidai stretched out his hand to stop it. There was no way. Everyone followed David towards the martial arts arena. In the martial arts field, Long Xiao saw that David had not come yet, so he was a little anxious. This David, wouldn't he be afraid? Or if he found out that we were going to deal with him, he didn't dare to come. Remember the URL. Long Xiao frowned and said. Impossible, with David's temperament, even if he knew there was an ambush, he would still come, we are waiting. Zhu Zhishan was not in a hurry and said lightly. After waiting for another 10 minutes, everyone saw that David really came. Look, David. Immediately after David appeared, someone shouted. Many people looked at David one after another, and behind David was Long Jinghua, who was being held by the four villains. At this time, Long Jinghua looked embarrassed, obviously he had been beaten, and there was still a bit of the demeanor of the head of the Long family. The moment Long Xiao saw David appear, killing intent burst out in his eyes. And Zhu Zhishan's eyes narrowed, you're here. David took Long Jinghua to the martial arts arena, and then looked at Long Xiao with cold eyes. Long Xiao, I brought your father, and now I let Xiaoru go, and I let your father go home. David, you villain, you actually did something to my father, remember it to me, our dragon family will never spare you. Long Jinghua was beaten like this. Of course Long Xiao wanted to speak ruthlessly to save face for the Long family. After speaking, Long Xiao waved his hand and let Xiaoru go. Xiaoru quickly came to David's side, her eyes full of excitement. Brother Chen, I didn't expect you to be alive, it's great. Tears in Xiaoru's eyes kept falling, she was so happy to see David still alive. Xiaoru, now is not the time to say goodbye, you immediately leave with the four villains. David whispered to Xiaoru. Although Xiaoru didn't know what was going on, she obediently came to the four villains. Under David's stern eyes, the four villains could only take Xiaoru away. "David, I let your people go, why didn't you let my dad go?" Long Xiao shouted at David coldly. "Don't worry, I will definitely let your father go, but not now. You Long family and the Martial Dao Alliance are despicable and shameless, and you have set up a formation in this martial arts field. If you want to catch me, I will not give you a chance. Let your father escort me out of Kyoto first, and I will naturally let him go." David smiled coldly and said while holding Long Jinghua in one hand. "David, you are too despicable, you shameless villain." Long Xiao cursed at the moment of anger. "Yes, I'm just a villain, if anyone provokes me, I'll kill his whole family." David didn't care about Long Xiao's abuse at all, he was about to leave with Long Jinghua in his arms. Seeing this, Zhu Zhishan hurriedly said to the four black copper robes, "Do it." In an instant, four black copper robes jumped up, instantly surrounding David in the middle. Chapter 1507. Be careful with my father. Long Xiao hurriedly reminded. Facing the four black copper robes, David frowned slightly. The four middle-level martial arts masters, it seems that the Martial Arts Alliance has really spent money in order to kill them. Four black copper robe masters, standing in four directions, blocked David's road so tightly that David could not escape at all. "David, just grab your hands, don't make unnecessary struggles." The four of them burst out with chills, and the breath that burst out from their bodies made people feel terrified. David's face changed, and he was holding Long Jinghua with one hand. As long as Long Jinghua was in his hand, these people would be afraid, and he could find an opportunity to escape. David's hand slowly touched the Qianquan circle, and he would use the space technique of the universe circle to escape from here. Although David was able to fight even with the four mid-level marquis masters, this is Kyoto, who knows if the Martial Arts Alliance still has a backer, so David does not plan to fight recklessly. "This Long Jinghua is in my hands, so dare to do something to me." David looked at the four black copper robes coldly and said, "Haha, if you kill him, why not? Our character is to take your life. And the lives of others have nothing to do with us." One of the black copper robes laughed instantly. Not to mention Long Jinghua, they don't even care about Zhu Zhishan's life. In their eyes, they can only complete the task. Seeing that the black copper robe said this, Long Jinghua's face was very ugly, and he felt that he could not hang on his face. Long Xiao, on the other hand, looked at Zhu Zhishan on the side. "Zhu Alliance leader, what do you mean?" "Young Master Long, don't worry, they just said casually, and the Dragon Family Master will be fine." Zhu Zhishan comforted Long Xiao. In fact, Zhu Zhishan himself has no right to order these four black copper robes. "Since this Long Jinghua is useless, then I will kill him." After David finished speaking, he slapped Long Jinghua with a palm. Seeing this, one of the men in black robes suddenly punched David, while the other man in black copper robes stepped forward and caught Long Jinghua instantly. David didn't want to kill that Long Jinghua, he just wanted to attract these four black copper robes. Seeing that there was a chance, David suddenly threw the universe circle, and a black hole appeared in the air instantly. But when David was about to get into the black hole to escape, he found that a golden light flashed in the sky, and then he saw a magic weapon suspended in the air, and bursts of golden light emanated from the magic weapon. This light instantly enveloped the entire martial arts field, and blocked David's escape route. The hole that appeared disappeared, and the Qianquan circle fell to the ground. "Ha ha ha, we already knew you would play this game, so we were ready." Zhu Zhishan laughed. At this time, Gufuhai in the crowd, after seeing the magic weapon in midair, couldn't help being a little surprised. This martial arts alliance is really hidden, and there is such a space magic weapon. "Dad, what is a space instrument?" Gujiai asked curiously. "You'll understand later, David is in big trouble now." Gufuhai stared at the martial arts field. At this moment, David, after realizing that he couldn't escape, instantly sacrificed the dragon-slaying sword. The light on his body began to flicker, and the undamaged golden body covered his whole body. "Let me see how strong your formation is." David said it, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand suddenly swung towards the magic weapon in midair. An incomparably sharp sword chi instantly slashed towards the magic weapon in midair. It's just that the sword chi disappeared without a trace in an instant before it touched the magic weapon. David frowned, and then waved a sword energy again, but the result was still the same, let alone breaking the formation, even touching the magic weapon. Seeing this scene, the corner of Zhu Zhishan's mouth raised. Don't waste your energy, this is a space magic weapon, your sword chi has not disappeared, it has just been sent to another space. At this moment, a secret voice rang in David's ear. Chapter 1508. David was slightly startled, because when he heard this voice, it was obviously from Gufuhai. But David looked down and found that Gufuhai was hundreds of meters away from him and was looking at him. David didn't understand why Gufuhai told himself this, but he didn't have time to think about it now. Boy, aren't you very good? Why can't you break this formation? A black copper robe looked at David, his voice full of sarcasm. David's eyes were slightly condensed, and he held the dragon-slaying sword tightly in his hand. He knew that this time, he was afraid that it would be a fierce battle. Let's start. Immediately afterwards, a loud shout sounded, like a thunderbolt, in David's ear. Then David and the others began to shake violently, and the space began to distort. David looked at the people around him and found that the people around them were slowly disappearing. In the end, there were only a few of them left. In this martial arts field, the surroundings were already empty. David knew that the people around did not disappear, but the other party activated the space magic tool, and they should be in another space now. However, the people around can really see David and the others, but what they see is not a real scene, but more like a mapped picture. Suffer to death. The four black copper robes spoke at the same time. David only felt that there was a loud noise coming from all directions at the same time, and then he felt dizzy, and the whole person almost lost consciousness. God attack. David's face changed, and then a white light flashed in his mind. He didn't expect that these four guys would suddenly launch a divine attack. Taking advantage of David's tense moment, he directly attacked David's mental power. Because a person's mental strength will become very fragile when he is extremely tense, and it is easy to be defeated. Just when David was a little lost, the four black copper robes shot at the same time, and the four brilliants went straight to David and hit David in an instant. David's body flew out directly, and there was obviously nothing in front of him, but after flying out for hundreds of meters, David's body suddenly hit something and fell to the ground. David got up and saw that there was nothing in front of him, but when he reached out to touch it, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared. In this alien space, unless you are dead, or we are dead, or this space will not be destroyed, you don't have to think about escaping, come up with your greatest ability. After a black copper robe finished speaking, the sleeves waved, and the black sleeve robe was like a snake, and instantly moved towards David. When the other three black copper robes saw this, they also waved their sleeves instantly, and the four sleeve robes like spirit snakes entangled David's body in an instant. Immediately after the four people suddenly exerted force, David's body was directly pulled back and hung in the air. David's face changed, golden light suddenly appeared on his body, the power of the terrifying dragon broke out, and his whole body began to soar, trying to break free. But the four sleeve robes are extremely resilient, no matter how hard David struggled, he couldn't break free, but he was so tired that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. Mr. Chen. Seeing that David made a move, he was controlled by the other party. Dong Likun frowned and was about to rush out. Dong Jiahao also brought many masters of the Dong family, got up instantly, and was eager to try. They want to save David. The Dong family is today all because of David, so it is impossible for Dong Likun to watch David die in front of him and remain indifferent. As the so-called repayment of gratitude, otherwise how could their Dong family have a foothold in the Kyoto martial arts world? Brother Dong, don't be reckless. You can't save David if you rush up. You can't even see him, so you're crushed by the space barrier. The matter is not over yet, David should not have been subdued so easily. Gu Fuhai stopped Dong Likun and said. Chapter 1509. Seeing this, Dong Likun could only sit back slowly, but his eyes kept staring at the martial arts field. On the other side, looking at Zhu Zhishan, who was under David's control, the corners of his mouth raised proudly, the black copper robe is the black copper robe, and the strength is really strong, and he subdued this David at once. This time I see that David. How can you escape? This David will not be so easily controlled, this is just the beginning. Long Xiao is not so optimistic, because he has played against David and knows how terrifying David's strength has grown. Humph, then wait and see. Zhu Zhishan glanced at Long Xiao and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. At this time, David wanted to cut off the sleeve robe with the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, but unfortunately his hands were bound and he couldn't move. Humph, with this little skill, I don't know how to make waves in the martial arts world. Seeing David being controlled, a black copper robe snorted coldly, looking very disdainful. Stop talking nonsense with him, kill him directly, and we have completed the task. After finishing speaking, another black copper robe held a sharp blade and stabbed David fiercely. David was bound, and there was no way to dodge at all, he could only make the undamaged golden body play to the extreme. The golden masterpiece on David's body is as bright as the sun in the sky. The power of the dragon is even more protective of the whole body, he needs to resist the opponent's blow, David does not dare to be slighted. After all, the opponent is in the middle stage of Wuho's strength, and each of them is no worse than that Long Xiao. Clang! With a crisp sound, the sharp blade made a white mark on David's body, but it did not hurt David's body. On the contrary, the black copper robe was shaken so that his wrists numb, and the sharp blade in his hand was instantly broken. Damn, this kid's body is really perverted, too strong. The black copper robe whose wrists were numb from the shock cursed angrily. Let's go together, don't give this kid a chance. Another black copper robe said coldly. The other people didn't say much, but moved towards David together. David frowned. If 4 people attacked at the same time, even if David had a golden body, he would not be able to hold it. But no matter how hard David struggled, he couldn't break free from the shackles of this sleeve robe. At this moment, David's dragon-slaying sword trembled. David's thoughts moved, and the dragon-slaying sword was instantly released from his hand. However, David found that the dragon-slaying sword at this time did not seem to be under his own control, but had an independent consciousness. Could it be that the sword spirit generated consciousness? David was overjoyed. I saw the dragon-slaying sword leap into the sky, followed by a ray of light, and a terrifying sword energy descended from the sky. The aura that this sword chi exudes is not owned by David, but emanating from the dragon-slaying sword himself. The 4 black copper robes froze on the spot for a moment, and looked at the dragon-slaying sword in disbelief. The terrifying sword energy instantly cut off the sleeves that bound David, and at the same time, the dragon-slaying sword seemed to have consumed all the breath and instantly fell from the air. David broke free, and then waved his hand to catch the dragon-slaying sword, and the power of the dragon was continuously injected into the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword, which was re-infused with the power of the dragon, began to emit light again, and a humming sound resounded throughout the martial arts arena. 9 Shadow Swordsmanship, the first sword. David waved his backhand and used the 9 Shadows sword technique. I saw a terrifying sword glow followed, and the entire alien space began to twist and shake under this sword. Humph, how dare you resist? A few people snorted coldly, and then activated the magic technique at the same time, only to see the space magic weapon in midair, bursting out with a ray of light in an instant. In an instant, David's terrifying sword glow disappeared and was swallowed up by the light. Chapter 15:10. David frowned, he knew that his sword glow was sent to another dimension, not disappeared. Space rotation. I saw a black copper robe shouting loudly. Then the 4 of them grabbed the space magic tool in midair at the same time. The space instrument seemed to be gravitationally affected, and it suddenly turned, and then reversed its direction. I saw the space fluctuate, and after a while of distortion, David found that the people who could not see it had come back. But the people around at this moment suddenly couldn't see David and the others on the martial arts field. It's as if the entire space has turned around. With the shaking of the space instrument, a terrifying aura shot out from the space instrument. Brush brush. One after another, sharp sword beams shot out from the space magic weapon and went straight to David. Remember URL. I rely on. David's expression changed, and he couldn't help but utter a foul language, and hurriedly waved in front of him to form a barrier, and his undead golden body was also exerted to the extreme, exuding brilliant golden light. Jianmong, whose breath was all too familiar, instantly arrived in front of David. These sword lights all disappeared inexplicably after David swung out one after another, but they all came back and came towards him. Clang clang clang. One after another sword light hit the barrier in front of David, and instantly defeated the barrier, and then hit David. The terrifying power caused a large number of scales on David's body to fall off and disappear, and the undamaged golden body was directly destroyed. And David's body also flew upside down and hit the ground directly. Although he was not injured, David's golden body was broken, which made David lose his advantage directly. This magic weapon is too terrifying. David looked at the magic weapon in midair, his face became very ugly. Ha ha ha, is it cool to hit yourself with your own moves? One of the black copper robes laughed wanton. David didn't speak, his brows were wrinkled, he was thinking about the way to crack. If it goes on like this, the four people don't have to do anything, and they are afraid that they will die in their own hands. At this time, Dong Likun outside became a little impatient because he suddenly couldn't see David's situation. Dad, do you think something will happen to David? Gu Jiayi asked Gu Fuhai. Gu Fuhai's face at the moment is also not very good looking at the empty martial arts field, his expression is solemn. It's hard to say, this time it depends on David's good fortune, the other party's space magic weapon is too strong. Gu Fuhai said. Then you find a way to save him, the guys in the martial arts alliance have nothing good. After listening to Gu Jiayi, she prayed to Gu Fuhai. Gu Fuhai gave Gu Jiayi a stern look. You forgot how I told you, our Gu family will never be allowed to participate in any battles, and will never join any organization, just do your own thing. Seeing that her father was angry, Gu Jiayi was too frightened to speak again. At this time, David was still cautiously looking at the four black copper robes. He didn't dare to make a move easily. Every time he made a move, he was the one who was finally attacked. Why, don't you dare to do it? If you don't dare to do it, then we can do it. After all, the four black copper robes rushed towards David together. Seeing this, David reluctantly raised his sword and slashed at the four with a fierce sword beam. But the four of them didn't seem to really attack David. And above the space magic weapon, a ray of light instantly swallowed David's terrifying sword glow. Space rotation. Then the four of them repeated their old tricks, and with a wave of space fluctuations, the terrifying sword glow suddenly moved towards David. David tried his best to block. The undamaged golden body on his body was completely shattered, and disappeared without a trace. And he himself was shocked with blood from his nose and mouth, and his face was very ugly. Chapter 15:11. Ha ha ha. Seeing David's embarrassed appearance, the four black copper robes burst into laughter. David seemed a little helpless at the moment, he could only look at the four people angrily. Facing this space magic weapon, David had nothing to do. Because every sword beam technique can be swallowed by this magic weapon, David has no way to destroy this magic weapon. As long as this space magic weapon is not destroyed, David will not even think about passing these four black copper robes. But just when David was helpless, a familiar secret voice came into David's ears again. This space magic tool can swallow any spiritual power technique, but it can't swallow the flesh and pure power, do you understand? David was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes flashed, he seemed to understand. Although this space magic tool is powerful, it cannot devour the flesh, so it is not that it cannot transport people to another dimension. All it can swallow is the magic that relies on spiritual power. If it relies on the power of the flesh itself, that is to say, there is no way to swallow the space instruments at all. David looked at Gu Fuhai gratefully, and then put away the dragon-slaying sword in his hand instantly, and the power of the dragon also converged directly into the body. He has to use the power of the flesh to smash this space magic weapon, and only then will he have the power to fight with these four black copper robes. After David was promoted to the third realm of nascent soul, his physical body has also been greatly improved. The current David, even without the blessing of an indestructible golden body, is extremely tyrannical in his physical body. The 4 black copper robes saw that David actually put away the dragon-slaying sword, and even the breath on his body was restrained. All of them were slightly stunned, and their brows were slightly wrinkled. Could it be that the kids saw through the cracking method of this space magic weapon? A black copper robe whispered. "Leave it alone, kill him, and don't let him get close to the magic weapon." The other black copper robe finished speaking, and then punched David with a punch. David has no undamaged golden body and body protection, and has restrained all his breath. Now he is an ordinary person. As soon as all these black copper robes are shot, they are full of confidence. Boom! The black copper robe arrived in front of David at a very fast speed and smashed hard on David's body. David flew out by himself and fell directly to the ground. Slowly getting up, David looked at his body. His face became colder and colder. And the black copper robe looked at David with a look of surprise. He didn't expect that David, with his physical body, would forcefully resist his own punch at this moment, and it would be fine. It's just that David at this time did not pay attention to these 4 people, but kept looking at the space magic weapon in the air. The 4 black copper robes also saw what David meant, so they shouted, "Boy, you have no chance." After finishing speaking, the 4 people activated the magic technique at the same time, and rays of light came towards David. As black copper robes, everyone has a soul in their bodies, so the techniques they practice are countless. The overwhelming spells smashed directly at David. Each of them was like a thunderbolt, bombarding David's body. David did not have an indestructible golden body to protect his body, so he could only rely on his physical body to resist. David dodged while leaning on the space magic weapon to approach. The dense techniques constantly bombarded David, making it very difficult for David to take every step forward. David only felt as if his body was being roasted in flames. One after another wounds appeared, and blood continued to spray out. At this time, the people around the martial arts field were all stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. They don't understand what kind of perseverance David is relying on to persevere. Under this kind of attack, even the Iron Man will blow you into scum. While shocked, everyone had to admire David's physical strength. Damn, this guy's body is too perverted. If you don't kill him today, it will be a big problem in the future. Zhu Zishan looked at David's perverted body, and was frightened in his heart. Chapter 15:12. On the martial arts field, David was covered in scars and his face became more and more ugly. As the 4 black copper robes continued to wave a technique, the scars on David's body became heavier and heavier. However, in this case, David hadn't fallen, which made the 4 black copper robes feel very surprised. Hateful. Looking at the space magic weapon in the air, David couldn't help but scolded. "Boy, today you are sure to die. Don't make senseless resistance, or you will die even worse." A black copper robe said coldly. "Fkuck your mother fkukers, you 4 beat each other, and you have a fkuking face, come on if you have the ability." David shouted angrily. Humph. With a cold snort, several people hit David with another technique, instantly hitting David, and knocking David out dozens of meters away. David's body was already torn apart and his flesh was blurred, but David still stood up with difficulty. To oppose the martial arts alliance, there is only one dead end. The 4 black copper robes slowly raised their palms, and black and golden rays of light continued to flicker. These rays of light gathered together, and a huge force was rippling. David frowned. He knew that this was the fatal blow of the 4. The power of terror is constantly rising, and it is heading towards David with the power of endless destruction. The surrounding space began to distort, and the distorted space seemed to tear David apart. As soon as David gritted his teeth, the power of the dragon on his body erupted, and then a solid barrier was formed around him. Clang! The black gold light slammed into David's body fiercely, and the burst of power caused dense cracks to appear in the entire martial arts field. The magic weapon in midair also began to sway in the aftermath, and it seemed to be shaky. Wow! The barrier on David's body shattered, and one after another force began to hit David's body. What? David roared, the blue veins bulging on his body, and his powerful fleshly body was brought to the extreme. The light dissipated, and David could already see the bones, looking extremely terrifying. When the 4 black copper robes saw this, they all fell into a sluggishness. This was their strongest blow, and David actually took it down with his flesh and blood. Simply incredible. Even the people outside the martial arts field saw the scene in front of them, and their jaws dropped in shock. Is this fucking human? Perverted, too. Perverted. The 4 masters of the martial arts alliance can't kill David, this is a shame. Everyone was talking about it, and they were all convinced by David's perverted flesh. At this time, Gufuhai's face was solemn, his eyes narrowed slightly. This David, whose body is so powerful, is not an ordinary cultivator. Gufuhai whispered softly. Dad, what did you say? Gujai asked. Oh, nothing. Gufuhai quickly shook his head. On the martial arts field, David stared at the 4 black copper robes with murderous intent in his eyes. Even though David is now seriously injured, he still has a strong killing intent. The eyes of the 4 black copper robes looking at David were all terrified. The 4 masters in the middle stage of Wuho could not kill David even if they joined forces, and they also had space magic to help out. Such a lineup and strength, I am afraid that the 7th rank Wuho could not bear it, but David at this time but endured. It's my turn now. David gritted his teeth and raised his fist slowly. Holy light fist. After a cry, David's body rushed towards the 4 black copper robes. David did not use the slightest spiritual power, but slammed into it with the power of his flesh. Chapter 15:13. Even though he didn't use his spiritual power, there was still a faint white mist on David's punch. This is because David's speed is too fast, and the force is large enough to cause the moisture in the air to condense. Is this guy crazy? The 4 black copper robes saw that David was actually relying on the strength of the flesh, and rushed over directly, and couldn't help but be stunned. But this time, the 4 black copper robes did not dare to despise David, and the black and golden rays of light flickered from their bodies. But just when the 4 black copper robes were preparing to defend against David's attack, David's figure suddenly changed direction. David paused, and the whole person walked straight towards the space magic tool in the air. Stop him. At this time, the 4 black copper robes reacted and hurriedly waved their energy towards David. But it was too late, David's body had already reached the space magic weapon. The holy light fist smashed hard on the magic weapon. Boom! With a deafening sound, the space instrument sent out waves of turbulence, and the entire space trembled. Boom boom boom. The energy hit David one after another, but David ignored it at all. What he has to do now is to completely destroy this space magic weapon, otherwise he will die. Holy light fist. David pumped up his strength again and punched the space magic weapon again. Then there was another loud noise, and I saw that the space instrument began to shake continuously, and the entire alien space began to shake violently. It's broken, the space is about to break, stop him quickly. A black copper robe turned pale in shock and shouted. You long holy fist. Heavenly palm. At this moment, the 4 black copper robes resorted to their lifetime skills and smashed one after another at David. Boom, boom. Several spells hit David in an instant, and David's body flew straight up, smashing heavily on the space magic weapon. The original crumbling magic weapon was knocked down directly at this moment, and it fell to the ground and shattered instantly. And the alien space disappeared without a trace at this moment. David's body then slammed into the martial arts field, smashing the martial arts field into a big hole. The alien space was broken, and everyone could really see the battle in front of them at this moment. Everyone stared at David in the pit, and they wanted to know what happened to David. Many people are looking forward to David being able to stand up. The sect family in the martial arts world is not all under the orders of the Martial Arts Alliance, and there are many sect aristocratic families who do not look down on the practices of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance. It's just that due to the strength of the Kyoto Martial Arts Alliance, no one dares to resist. Now David is fighting against the Martial Arts Alliance alone, and many people already regard David as a lone hero. David has also become a spiritual sustenance in the hearts of many aristocratic families in the martial arts world. Although they dare not fight with the Martial Arts Alliance, they hope David can win. I hope David can stand up and keep fighting." Under everyone's attention, David slowly stood up and walked out of the deep hole. David's body is already bloody at this moment, and he can't even see his face. However, David's eyes looking at the 4 black copper robes became more and more cold. With a wave of his hand, the dragon-slaying sword reappeared in David's hand. Immediately afterwards, David's mouth opened lightly, his eyes turned scarlet, and the dragon crystal on his chest began to glow. The endless power of the dragon was injected into the dragon-slaying sword. And David's aura has skyrocketed to the extreme. The terrifying murderous aura instantly enveloped the 4 black copper robes, and the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand also seemed to respond to David's murderous aura, making bursts of buzzing sounds, looking extremely excited. Chapter 15:14. Today, I will never die. David spoke slowly, his voice was extremely cold, as if it came from the 9 Serenity Hell. The 4 black copper robes trembled all over, and a trace of panic flashed in their eyes. David moved, and his body was like a shooting star, bursting out in an instant. Immediately afterwards, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand drew an arc in the air, and the dazzling sword glow was like a machete, one after another toward the 4 black copper robes. The 4 black copper robes turned pale in shock, hurriedly glowing with black and golden light, forming a barrier in front of them to resist the attack of Jinmong. Clang clang clang. Jinmong hit the black-gold barrier, making a sound like a metal collision. Soon the barrier was shattered, and the 4 black copper robes were all wounded by sharp sword beams on their chests. Blood was pouring out. Seeing the injured self, the 4 black copper robes also became angry. The 4 people attacked David at the same time, and 4 terrifying rays of light instantly enveloped David. David gritted his teeth, looked at a person, and then instantly waved the dragon-slaying sword in his hand. David's movements were so fast that only an afterimage of David was left in the air. Seeing David coming towards him, the black copper robe was full of horror, instinctively stepped back, and kept waving a technique in his hand to stop David. However, David completely ignored it, and let the magic trick hit him, and his body was ripped apart. David, this is simply a life-for-life style of play. Is this David crazy? Seeing this scene, Zhu Zhishan only felt a chill on his back. Soon, the sharp dragon-slaying sword instantly penetrated the black copper robe's body. The black copper robe's eyes were wide open, looking at the penetrated chest, his eyes were full of incredible. Blood splattered, and a black mist suddenly flew out from the mouth of the black copper robe. Seeing this, David waved the dragon-slaying sword in his hand horizontally, and the black copper robe's body was instantly chopped into 2 pieces. This is the spirit fire, which can deal with the fleeing soul. Then David waved abruptly, and a flame instantly moved towards the black fog. After the flame touched the black fog, it exploded directly. The raging fire burned in the air, and there was a miserable cry in the flames, which made people's scalp numb. Many screams disappeared, and the flames slowly went out. A black copper robe was completely wiped out like this. Seeing this, the remaining 3 black copper robes could only do their best. The palm of heaven. The 3 mobilized magic and attacked David again. And David repeated his old skills, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand exuded a dazzling brilliance, and a sword beam shot out. When the 3 saw it, they joined together in an instant, and the terrifying black gold light blocked David's sword glow. This time, neither side got any advantage. The 3 of them looked at David, and there was a desire to retreat in their eyes. They did not expect that David's strength was so perverted that it exceeded their imagination. This guy is too perverted. If we continue to fight, even if we kill him, none of us will survive. Let's withdraw. One of the black copper robes said. The other 2 looked at each other and nodded, but he didn't dare to turn around and run, for fear that David would make a sneak attack behind him, and he would definitely lose his life, so he could only watch David first and choose the chance to escape. And at this moment, David has long been anxious in his heart. Now he doesn't have much spiritual power to support him. Although his body is tyrannical, it is a miracle that David can stand now after such a serious beating. Chapter 15:15. David has now felt that his eyes are starting to faint, and he will fall directly without knowing when. Go to hell. David suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, and a burst of scarlet blood stimulated David, which instantly made David's breath skyrocket. When the remaining 3 black copper robes saw this, they were all startled. "This kid is crazy, he actually burns blood, he wants to die with us, let's go." A black copper robe saw this and was so frightened that he turned around and ran away. And the remaining 2 black copper robes did not hesitate, 2 black mists shot out, and the entire martial arts field was shrouded in black mist. When the black fog dissipated, David was the only one left on the huge martial arts field, holding the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and supporting it on the ground. And the 3 black copper robes have long since escaped and disappeared. OST. Seeing this, Zhu Zhishan's face was so ugly. Long Xiao, who was beside him, also changed his face, he didn't know what he was thinking. The people around looked at David, who was covered in blood, and all showed admiration. David looked around, the whole person suddenly darkened and fell heavily on the martial arts field. This sudden change shocked many people. And Zhu Zhishan frowned. "Long Xiao, our chance has come." After speaking, Zhu Zhishan jumped up and landed on the martial arts field. Now he doesn't care about shame or honor, as long as he can kill David. Seeing this, Long Xiao also jumped up and went up to the martial arts arena. "Mr. Chen. Brother David." Dong Likun and Dong Jiahao brought many masters of the Dong family to the martial arts arena one after another. For a time, the Dong family followed Zhu Zhishan to form a confrontation. "Jiahao, take Mr. Chen down, who dares to do something to Mr. Chen, kill Wuxia." Dong Likun said to Dong Jiahao. Dong Jiahao nodded and was about to step forward to take David off the martial arts field, but was stopped by Long Xiao with a palm. "No one is allowed to take him away," Long Xiao said coldly. "Long Xiao, you are taking advantage of Brother David's coma, so shameless, wait until he wakes up if you have the ability." Dong Jiahao scolded Long Xiao angrily. At this time, Zhu Zhishan had a gloomy face and said to Dong Likun, "Dong Patriarch, why should you fight against our martial arts alliance for a David? Do you know the consequences of going against my martial arts alliance? Now that you leave, I can guarantee that your Dong family will not fall in the Kyoto martial arts world, otherwise, there will be no Dong family in the Kyoto martial arts world in the future." Dong Likun snorted coldly, "Zhu Zhishan, as the leader of the martial arts alliance, you have done such a shameless thing in front of so many martial arts circles. The 4 of you were beaten away when you dealt with Mr. Chen, but you still want to take the opportunity to attack, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by everyone?" Zhu Zhishan frowned. "Stop talking nonsense, I have to kill him today." Saying that, Zhu Zhishan's aura skyrocketed, and a wave of coercion attacked Dong Likun. Not to be outdone, Dong Likun burst out his breath. The disciples of the Dong family obeyed the order and vowed to protect Mr. Chen to the death. Dong Likun gave an order, and everyone in the Dong family took a stance. For a time, many people in the martial arts alliance, including the masters of the Long family, also went to the martial arts field one after another, and the entire martial arts field was about to turn into a big battle. Dozens of people all exuded aura, one by one glaring at each other. However, looking at the strength, the Dong family is much weaker. If they really want to fight, it is only a matter of time before the Dong family loses. Maybe the Dong family will really disappear in this war. Although they knew they were invincible, none of the Dong family flinched. Chapter 15-16. The atmosphere on the scene was extremely tense, and the war was about to break out. "I wish the leader of the alliance, all the people you sent ran away, and they failed to kill David. Now that you are taking advantage of David's coma, if you do something to him, are you out of style?" Just when the two sides were arguing, there was a hearty sound, and then Gu Fuhai floated to the martial arts field. Gu Fuhai stood in the middle of the martial arts field with a faint smile on his face. "Patriarch Gu, what do you mean?" Zhu Zhishan frowned. "Nothing else, just to see that you are too shameless, and shame on me in the martial arts world of Kyoto." Gu Fuhai said lightly. "You?" Zhu Zhishan's face was angry, but he did not dare to do anything to Gu Fuhai, but said sharply, "Master Gu, your Gu family has never asked anything in the martial arts world, but today you stand out for this David." "Why?" Do you want the Gu family to fall into the whirlpool of this battle and follow our martial arts alliance as an enemy? I advise you to keep yourself safe. Do you want to ruin the reputation of the Gu family for so many years? After Zhu Zhishan finished speaking, the threat on Gu Fuhai's face disappeared instantly, and then he looked at Gu Fuhai coldly. My Gu family has no intention of becoming an enemy of your martial arts alliance, and I don't want to compete for any resources. But your martial arts alliance is despicable and vulgar. In order to make our Gu family and Dong family enemies, you actually attacked my daughter. Don't think that I don't know anything. If I find conclusive evidence, I will be the first to turn the head of you, the leader of the martial arts alliance. Gu Fuhai's words made Zhu Zhishan's heart tremble. Zhu Zhishan didn't know about Gu Jiayi at all. Those were all done by Ningji, but looking at Gu Fuhai like this, Zhu Zhishan can be sure that the guy Ningji must have done something to Gu Jiayi. Patriarch Gu, this may be a misunderstanding. When the time comes, I will definitely give Patriarch Gu an explanation, but today's matter, I hope Patriarch Gu will not interfere. It's absolutely useless to fight against the martial arts alliance. If the Gu family still wants to ignore the world and take care of himself, you'd better go back. Zhu Zhishan acts both hard and soft against Gu Fuhai, hoping that Gu Fuhai will leave it alone. This time is the best time to kill David. If Gu Fuhai intervenes, then this opportunity will be wasted. What if I have to do it? Gu Fuhai looked at Zhu Zhishan, his eyes were sharp, with a faint murderous intent. You! Zhu Zhishan's face turned red, he gritted his teeth, unable to say a word. If he forcibly attacked David at this time, he would not be the opponent of Gu Fuhai and Dong Likun at all. After all, if the two of them joined forces, it would be difficult for him and Long Shao to deal with it, not to mention that there was also a Gu Jiayi who was staring at him. Dong Jiahao, take David away. Gu Fuhai said to Dong Jiahao. Dong Jiahao was slightly taken aback, but he quickly stepped forward and carried David on his back. Seeing this, Long Shao widened his angry eyes, and suddenly waved out a hand, and a black mist hit David. He couldn't just watch David be rescued like this, such a good opportunity couldn't be wasted. Court death. Gu Fuhai frowned and waved it casually. A terrifying aura headed towards Long Shao, and after that black mist touched Gu Fuhai's aura, it instantly vanished and disappeared without a trace. Long Shao couldn't dodge in time, and was knocked out heavily. Long Shao slowly got up, his body was fine, it seemed that Gu Fuhai didn't kill him. You are daring to make a move, and you will die next time. Even if you are the son of the Long family, what can you do? Gu Fuhai's face was gloomy, and in his tone, he didn't take the Long family into his eyes at all. Chapter 15-17. Long Zhao's expression was ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. Gu Fuhai's random palm just now let him know the gap between him and Gu Fuhai. No one would have thought that Gu Fuhai, who has always been indisputable in the world, has such a strong strength. Patriarch Gu, think about it. After seeing the strength exposed by Gu Fuhai, Zhu Zhishan was also trembling in his heart. Stop talking nonsense. If I find out that your martial arts alliance has moved my children, you know the consequences. After Gu Fuhai finished speaking, he turned to look at Dong Likun. Brother Dong, let's go. Seeing this, Dong Likun hurriedly led someone to leave with Gu Fuhai. Seeing David being taken away, Zhu Zhishan shouted loudly, "You wait, I will make all of you pay the price." Long Shao had a gloomy expression, his eyes narrowed slightly. At this moment, he was severely hit. He always thought that he had a soul possessed. In addition to his own talent, his cultivation speed was extremely fast. Remember URL. Now he is also a person of status in the Kyoto martial arts world. But the blows over and over again made him realize the reality. Patriarch Gu, thank you so much, this time thanks to you, otherwise we and Mr. Chen would have been buried in the martial arts field. On the way, Dong Likun knelt down directly to Gu Fuhai. Dong Likun knew that if Gu Fuhai didn't show up, none of them could escape. It doesn't matter if they die, but David can't die. If it weren't for David, there would be no Dong family today. Dong Likun once felt sorry for David, he will not be doing things that hurt his conscience, so for David, he can die. Brother Dong, what are you doing? I just can't get used to the style of the martial arts alliance. What's more, my daughter's affairs must be done by people from the martial arts alliance. When I find evidence, I will go directly to seek an explanation. Gufuhai helped Dong Likun up, and then continued, Brother Dong, where are you going to send David? Dong Likun glanced at David, who was seriously injured, hesitated, and said helplessly, Mr. Chen is seriously injured, so he can only go to Dong's house first and wait for a few days to rest. Brother Dong, the Martial Arts Alliance and the Long family are eyeing David. If you take him to the Dong family, the Martial Arts Alliance will want someone. Can your Dong family be able to resist it? Gu Fuhai asked. Dong Likun was stunned for a moment, then shook his head awkwardly, no, but now send Mr. Chen to Yaoshan Valley, I'm afraid his body can't stand it. David is now covered in blood, looking like he is going to die at any time. Brother Dong, if you believe me, then take David to my house. I believe that the Martial Arts Alliance would not dare to go to my house, nor would I have thought that David would cultivate in our Gu family. Gu Fuhai said sincerely. Dong Likun looked at David, who was unconscious, and then nodded heavily, okay, then I would like to thank the Gu family. Soon, David was sent to the Gu family for self-cultivation, and Gu Fuhai found a very comfortable room for David. Dad, why did you give up ancestral training for a David and participate in the battle in the martial arts world? Gu Jiayi asked very puzzled. The Gu family has ancestral training, and they are not allowed to participate in any disputes in the martial arts world. So for so many years, the Gu family has been alone and never fought with others. There are some things that you can do if you want to be alone. The world of martial arts is going to change, and there will be no more stable days in the future. You don't understand many things, and you don't need to understand them. You just need to cultivate with peace of mind. Gu Fuhai sent Gu Jiayi away, then took out a black pill, stuffed it into David's mouth, and left. Chapter 15:18 Martial Arts Alliance. Ningji was sitting in the hall drinking tea. He knew that when the 4 black copper robes came out, David would definitely die. Although he couldn't kill David and avenge his father, Ningji didn't care. His current ambition is not only about revenge. At this moment, the 3 black copper robes hurried back. Seeing the person coming back, Ningji quickly got up to greet him. The same black copper robe, Ningji did not dare to pretend to be big in front of these people. But when he saw several people with scars and only 3 people came back, a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Have you killed that David? Ningji asked suspiciously. The 3 black copper robes did not speak, but grabbed the tea bowl and drank it loudly. After a while, a black copper robe said, Then David's strength is beyond our imagination, how did you provide information? Now we have lost a space magic weapon, and 1 person has died. You can think of your own reasons, how to explain it to the great master. When Ningji heard this, the whole person was stunned. Impossible. No matter how strong David is, he can't be the opponent of the 4 of you. How could it be like this? Ningji didn't understand, how could it be impossible for the 4 middle-aged Marquis black copper robes to kill David with a space magic weapon? No matter how fast David's strength grows, he won't be so perverted. What do you mean? The 3 black copper robes looked at Ningji at the same time. Are you saying that we didn't do our best? The 3 people's eyes were cold and threatening. They know the consequences of not getting the job done if they don't do their best. I didn't mean that, I just felt a little weird. Ningji frowned. Let's talk when the leader of the alliance comes back. He watched this scene and can testify for us. After a black copper robe finished speaking, he sat down directly and stopped talking. Ningji also sat back, and now he can only wait for Zhu Zhishan to come back. Soon, Zhu Zhishan also came back, with anger and unwillingness on his face. If Gu Fuhai hadn't intervened, David would have died. If the 3 black copper robes hadn't retreated in the end, David wouldn't be able to hold on at all. It's all fucking rubbish. Zhu Zhishan cursed fiercely, but it was useless no matter how much he scolded, and there is no if. Seeing that Zhu Zhishan was back, Ningji hurried forward. I wish the alliance leader, what happened to David? The 4 black copper robes failed to kill him. Ningji asked in confusion. If these black copper robes hadn't run away timidly, then David would have died. Zhu Zhishan glanced at the 3 black copper robes and said with a face full of resentment. The status of these black copper robes is higher than that of Zhu Zhishan, otherwise Zhu Zhishan would have ordered the 3 black copper robes who escaped to the FA. Escape? Ningji was taken aback and glanced at the 3 black copper robes. Zhu Zhishan, what the hell are you doing? Are we running away? Don't you know what was going on at the time? Then David broke the space magic weapon and killed one of our brothers. In the end, they all started to burn blood, and they were going to fight to the death with us. If we fight, we will just die in vain. The 3 black copper robes roared at Zhu Zhishan and defended themselves. After you escaped, David immediately fainted. He was already at the end of the shot and was trying to scare you. Zhu Zhishan said disdainfully when he saw that the 3 black copper robes still had the face to defend themselves. Since you fainted, did you kill that David? One of the black copper robes asked. Zhu Zhishan was suddenly speechless. I wish the Alliance leader, since David fainted at the end of the force, you should be able to kill him easily, so did you kill him? Ningji also asked Zhu Zhishan. Chapter 1519. Originally, I wanted to kill him, but the Dong family and the Gu family in the middle protected David, so I couldn't do anything. Zhu Zhishan explained. What? The Gu family even protected David? After Ningji heard this, his expression was slightly shocked. The Gu family has never asked about the martial arts world. How could they suddenly oppose our martial arts alliance for David's sake? Patriarch Gu said that someone in our martial arts alliance moved his daughter. When he investigates clearly, he will personally go to the martial arts alliance to take revenge. When Zhu Zhishan said this, he stared straight at Ningji. Because he knew that Ningji must have done this, and he had to use this method to provoke the Gu family. Sure enough, Ningji's expression changed slightly after hearing this, but it was only fleeting. I wish the leader, since David was seriously injured, he will definitely not leave the capital. We should set up a net to kill David in the capital. Ningji pulled the topic away from the Gu family. The capital is so big, where do we go to find David? If he hides in Dong's house, it's fine. If he hides in the Dharma Protector Pavilion or Ji's house, can we still visit the door in person to ask for someone? Zhu Zhishan asked. No matter where he hides, as long as he doesn't leave the capital, I have my own way. I will apply now and let the top management dispatch some more experts. If it really doesn't work, I will dispatch a black silver robe and see if David can still do it. Escape. Ningji's eyes were slightly condensed, and it seemed that he would not stop killing David. It's better not to report this matter to the top, otherwise none of us will have good fruit. I'll find a way myself. Zhu Zhishan knew that as the leader of the alliance, he had failed many times, and the senior management was very upset. If you don't get it right, you're going to get out of here. He still has a trump card in his hand. When he releases Fan Jiang, he will definitely be able to kill David. Well, I won't report this matter for now. If you can't kill that David, don't blame me for reporting it truthfully. After Ningji finished speaking, he turned and left. The 3 black copper robes followed Zhu Zhishan and looked at each other. Now they know that several of them are grasshoppers on a rope. If they can't kill David, none of them will want to live. Law Enforcement Pavilion. Although Mr. Shi said he didn't care about David, he was always concerned about the martial arts field. At this moment, Xing Jun has learned the whole process from the martial arts field, and will report back. When he heard that Gu Fuhai actually went against the martial arts alliance for David's sake, Mr. Shi's expression changed obviously. The Gu family actually came forward. Mr. Shi frowned slightly. To save David, I don't know if it's Gu Fuhai's intention, or Ji's ancestors' intention. Mr. Shi, Gu Fuhai himself said that it was because the martial arts alliance moved his daughter, so he targeted the martial arts alliance. Xing Jun explained. Do you believe it? Mr. Shi asked Xing Jun. Xing Jun didn't speak, but shook his head. Back then, Gu Fuhai's wife died in a fight in the martial arts world, and the Gu family didn't come forward. do you think Gufuhai would fight against the martial arts alliance for his daughter? Mr. Shi continued. Then why did Gufuhai save David? Could it be that he has any intentions and would rather break the rules of their Gu family for so many years? Xing Jun asked, very puzzled. Mr. Shi pondered for a moment. I don't know what the Gu family's intentions are, but it will become more and more lively in the future. Some guys who have been hidden for thousands of years seem to be coming to the surface. Then what about David? He is still in the Gu family, will he be in danger? Seeing that Mr. Shi didn't know about the Gu family's intentions, Xing Jun asked. No, since Gufuhai saved David, he won't kill him. You continue to pay attention to the movements of the martial arts world, but remember, don't interfere, we officially treat it as non-existent for this period of time. Mr. Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a breathtaking light in his eyes, as if nothing could escape his eyes. Chapter 15:20. Gu family. David slowly opened his eyes. The wound on his body had healed. David's own terrifying self-healing ability, coupled with Gufuhai's medicinal pill, David's body healed very quickly. Looking at the luxurious room and the soft big bed, David frowned slightly. He only remembered that he fainted in the martial arts field, and he didn't remember anything after that, and he didn't know where it was. David got up and found that he was actually naked, but a brand new dress was placed on the bedside. David got dressed and got out of bed, wanting to see where this is. At this moment, Gujai pushed open the door and walked in with a steaming bowl of soup in her hand. Seeing David awake, Gujai was a little surprised. You're awake. Gujai's eyes widened, her face full of incredulity. David was so badly injured that he recovered and woke up in 2 days. It's amazing. Remember URL. Miss Go. Seeing that it was Gujai, David was also slightly taken aback. What am I doing here? Of course it's in our Gu family, otherwise where do you think you're at? Gujai put the soup on the table and said. GE's house. Why am I in the GE's house? David is a little strange. He has nothing to do with the Gu family, nor does he have any friendship. How can he be in the Gu family? Gujai explained it to David, and explained everything after he fainted. After David heard it, he was afraid for a while. If Gufuhai hadn't come forward at that time, he would have become a lonely ghost by now. Miss Gu, thank you for taking care of you. David said gratefully. No need to thank you, the practice of the martial arts alliance is indeed shameful. You should drink this ginseng soup to make up for it. I will tell my father that you are awake. After Gujai finished speaking, she turned and walked out of the room. David looked at the ginseng soup and drank it immediately. A warm current wandered in David's body instantly. David knew that this ginseng soup must be made from old ginseng that is more than 1,000 years old, and there are many precious medicinal materials in it, otherwise it would not have this effect. At this time, David was very grateful to the Gu family. No matter what the Gu family had planned, Gufuhai saved his life, and he should repay the family. Soon, Gufuhai pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing this, David hurriedly stepped forward to salute. Patriarch Gu, thank you for your life-saving grace. You're serious, I'm just doing my best. Besides, I've long been unaccustomed to the style of the martial arts alliance. Gufuhai gently supported David and said lightly. Patriarch Gu, as long as you have a place where you can get my David, I will go through fire and water and do whatever it takes. David said gratefully. Chapter 15:21. After Gufuhai heard this, surprise flashed in his eyes. Are you Long Ruodong's child? David looked at Gufuhai and nodded. Yes, I heard Uncle Long say that my mother's name is Long Ruodong. No wonder, no wonder. Gufuhai suddenly realized that he seemed to understand something. Patriarch Gu, do you know about my mother? Seeing this, David hurriedly asked. I know a little bit, but I don't know your father's identity either. Many people knew about your mother back then. Zhixiao Mansion was so angry about it that it almost killed the Long family. Gufuhai said calmly. Seeing that Gufuhai was talking about this Zhixiao Mansion again, David asked, Patriarch Gu, can you tell me about the situation in this Zhixiao Mansion? Gufuhai glanced at David. It seems that you don't know anything about the world of immortality. David shook his head. I don't understand at all. Gufuhai looked at David in surprise, didn't say anything, but forgot one glance, then raised his hand and waved. In an instant, a secret space appeared, and David and Gufuhai seemed to be transferred to other places in an instant. Just like the 90,000-mile mountain and river map David obtained, it can be instantly transferred to other places. However, the map of 90,000 miles of mountains and rivers is only the transfer of consciousness, but the real body has not moved at all. And this secret space that Gufuhai casts at will, so that David can truly feel that he has indeed entered another space. David looked at Gufuhai in surprise. He didn't expect that someone could control the space technique so easily. If you have such a space magic, you can easily escape, and you will no longer need a space magic like the Chinquan circle. Seeing David's shocked look, Gufuhai just smiled faintly. I can now tell you the secret of the Shou Xian world. Actually, our Gu family is an aristocratic family of cultivators left over thousands of years ago. Because of the depletion of spiritual energy, many aristocratic families of cultivators are slowly becoming lonely. Some went to other airspaces, and some survived in seclusion. The strength of these hidden world sects is beyond your imagination. These talented children of the martial arts world, the sect family, in the eyes of the Shoshin sect, are not in the stream at all. It's just that with the depletion of spiritual energy and the rampant martial arts, Shou Xian sect family can only choose to retreat, not to care about the world, nor to conflict with the world of martial arts. After all, every consumption, in this era of lack of spiritual energy, requires a lot of time. To make up for it, a lot of immortal cultivators have also gradually declined with the changes of the times, and completely disappeared in the long river of time. David frowned slightly and said, Patriarch Gu, as you are a cultivator, is your Gu family also a hidden world sect? And I have also met other cultivators. How to explain this? Before David met Gufuhai, he met Duda and Humatsi. These two people were veritable cultivators. Moreover, Duda has reached the nascent soul realm, and his strength is definitely a leader. What's wrong with that? Gufuhai smiled lightly. Although many sect families who cultivate immortals are hidden from the world, they will also have spokespersons to stay in the society. For example, our Gu family is the spokesperson for the first sect to stay in the society. From my grandfathers we will integrate into the society and develop normally. However, we have ancestral teachings, and we must not have any ties and disputes with the martial arts world. This is why our Gu family has been independent from the world for so many years. There are still some loose cultivators who are unwilling to go into seclusion, and will also integrate into the society, or find a remote place with abundant spiritual energy, and continue to cultivate. But these loose cultivators, no matter how they cultivate, it is impossible to ascend to immortality. Chapter 15:22. David's face was full of surprise. Could it really be possible to ascend to immortality and live forever? Seeing David like that, Gufuhai laughed again. It is said that immortals live with the heaven and the earth. That's just the world's nonsense. Immortals also have lifespans. How can they live forever? It's just that the lifespan of immortals is very long, reaching thousands of years old, or even thousands of years old. I have never heard of immortals who truly live the same life as heaven and earth. Actually, I haven't even seen a real immortal, but it's just passed down by word of mouth from my ancestors. Gufuhai's eyes are full of longing light, and it seems that he also has a very longing for immortality. David looked surprised. If it wasn't for Gufuhai, David would never have known the secrets of these immortal worlds. Patriarch Gu, what happened to some evil spirits in the Martial Arts Alliance? The 4 black copper robes that dealt with me were all possessed by evil spirits. David was a little puzzled why so many people possessed by evil spirits suddenly appeared in the martial arts world. These evil spirits are all leftover souls after the death of the demon cultivators. I heard that in a war between gods and demons that year, the demon cultivators were almost slaughtered. At that time, many big demons were suppressed. But the soul still wanders the world. Now these evil spirits have suddenly recovered and attached themselves to other people, so that they can be resurrected one day. I feel that the entire martial arts world will collapse soon, and a new order will be re-established. Gufuhai's face became solemn. David listened to Gufuhai's words, and the whole person fell into contemplation. Sometimes, David always felt like he was in a trap, and his every move was being controlled by others. Every step he took, it was as if someone had already planned it. At this moment, the door suddenly rang, and Gujai broke in. It's just that Gujai, who broke in, didn't see David and Gufuhai. Because the two were in another space, Gujai couldn't see it at all. "Dad?" Gujai shouted. Gufuhai waved his hand, put away the secret space technique, and the two figures instantly appeared in front of Gujai. Gujai is not surprised, it seems that she often faces this kind of thing. "Jai, what's the matter?" Gufuhai asked. "Dad, the Martial Arts Alliance sent a lot of people to block all the passages in the capital, and I found that there were many strangers walking around our Gu family. I suspect they were also from the Martial Arts Alliance. It seems that the Martial Arts Alliance knows that David has not left the capital, and wants to intercept David in the capital." Gujai said. "It's okay, they don't dare to break into my Gu family to search, David is very safe here," Gufuhai said confidently. But David frowned, he couldn't stay at Ge's house forever. Besides, his top priority is to rescue his mother and Sonia, but now, after listening to Gufuhai's secrets in the cultivation world, David suddenly feels powerless. His current strength, if he really wants to put it in the world of immortals, is nothing. Even in the current martial arts world, repeated blows made David feel a deep sense of frustration. The masters sent by the Martial Arts Alliance almost surpassed David's cognition. This time, for black copper robes were sent directly, and David almost died in the martial arts field. At this rate, when will I be able to rescue Sonia and my mother? Patriarch Gu, I can't stay in the Gu family all the time. I still have my own things to do. I'll report this time for saving my life in the future," David said to Gufuhai gratefully. "David, I don't need you to help me, but I have something very strange. I want to ask you," Gufuhai said. "Patriarch Gu, feel free to ask if you have anything." "I know, and I will tell you the truth." David nodded. "Then I won't hide it anymore. Your body is so strong, you are definitely not an ordinary cultivator." "Who are you?" Gufuhai asked curiously. This time, I stopped David. David knew that Gufuhai was also an immortal cultivator, and he would definitely be able to see his identity as an immortal cultivator. But when asked who he was, David really couldn't answer. Because he doesn't even know who he is. He doesn't even know who his father is now. Seeing that David didn't speak, Gufuhai thought that David was embarrassed, so he said, "If it's embarrassing, just pretend I didn't ask, I'm just curious." "Patriarch Gu, there's actually no problem, because I don't even know who I am, because I was abandoned when I was very young. I only recently learned that my mother is the eldest lady of the Long family, and I don't know who my father is, so I can't answer you." David followed Gufuhai truthfully. Chapter 15:23. "Then where are you going? I can find a way to take you there." Gufuhai also knew that David could not stay in the Gu family all his life. David pondered for a moment and said, "I'll go to the Dharma Protector Pavilion and see Mr. Sher." Gufuhai knew what David meant when he saw Mr. Sher. After all, in Kyoto, the only person who could really help David was Mr. Sher. "Okay, I'll take you there." Gufuhai nodded, then said to Gujai, "Jai, go prepare the car." Soon, a luxurious Rolls-Royce drove out from Ge's house, the window was closed, and the people inside the car could not be seen. After the car drove out of Ge's house, someone followed quietly and called Zhu Zhishan. Zhu Zhishan frowned after receiving the call. "Follow me, as long as they don't leave the capital city, don't care." After that, Zhu Zhishan hung up the phone and went directly to the dungeon. Remember URL. At the end of the dungeon, Fan Jiang slowly raised his head with a smile on the corner of his mouth. "You came to beg me?" Fan Jiang asked. Zhu Zhishan shook his head, "I'm here to give you a chance to leave here." Seeing Zhu Zhishan like that, Fan Jiang smiled even more brilliantly. "For so many years, what I like to watch the most is your pretentious look." After speaking, Fan Jiang got up slowly, then grabbed the iron railing in front of him with both hands, and with a little force, he broke the railing and walked out. When Zhu Zishan saw this scene, he was instantly shocked, and his wide eyes were about to fall. You. Zhu Zishan was so shocked that he was speechless. Are you trying to say why this formation has no effect on me? Fan Jiang smiled coldly. Zhu Zishan didn't speak, but looking at his expression, he really wanted to know, how could Fan Jiang ignore the formation in the dungeon? You must know that the formation in the dungeon of the Martial Arts Alliance was set up by a master of magic hundreds of years ago. How could it be so easily destroyed? I can tell you, in fact, the formation here has never been useful to me. For more than 20 years, I just don't want to leave. I have had an epiphany here for more than 10 years, but I have never been able to break through the realm of the Great Marquis, so I have to go out to find an opportunity. But over the past 20 years, thanks to your care, I can do one thing for you, but only one thing: you and I owe nothing to you. Fan Jiang slowly followed Zhu Zishan and said. Zhu Zishan swallowed his saliva. He did not expect Fan Jiang to reach the peak of Marquis more than 10 years ago. After Fan Jiang went out, the evil cultivators in the entire martial arts world were about to revive. However, Zhu Zishan doesn't care about these. What kind of evil cultivator is not evil, in this society where strength is respected, as long as you can increase your strength? You help me kill someone. Zhu Zishan said. Give me the information. Fan Jiang didn't ask who Zhu Zishan wanted him to kill. It is good. Zhu Zishan felt relieved when he saw Fan Jiang's confident look. At the peak of Wuho's strength, David could not escape even with his wings. Soon, Zhu Zishan gave David's information to Fan Jiang, but Fan Jiang frowned slightly when he saw David's information. Immortal cultivator. Fan Jiang blurted out. Zhu Zishan nodded, not bad. In just 1 year, from an ordinary person who is inconspicuous, he can cultivate to the nascent soul realm. He is really a genius. In this era of lack of spiritual energy, how did this guy cultivate? It seems that there must be a secret hidden in him. Maybe my chance lies in this person. Fan Jiang's eyes were full of fire. Chapter 1524. Law Enforcement Pavilion. After Gufuhai sent David to the place, he left. He did not enter the Dharma Protector Pavilion. It seemed that Gufuhai did not like to deal with Mr. Shi. David walked into the Dharma Protector Pavilion and met Zhao Waoqi head-on. Since this time, Zhao Waoqi and David have not met. Mr. Chen. Zhao Waoqi was very excited to see David take the initiative to come to the Dharma Protector Pavilion. Pavilion Zhao, long time no see. David smiled slightly. No, I heard that the Martial Arts Alliance has been looking for trouble for you, and sent people to hunt you down several times. Why are you still staying in Kyoto? Zhao Wuji asked with some puzzlement. Although I often heard news about David, Zhao Waoqi didn't know much about the inside story. Many things are not something that he, the pavilion master of the Dharma Protector, can intervene in. What's more, now that Mr. Shi sits in the Hufa Pavilion, Xing Jun will handle some of David's affairs, so Zhao Waoqi has little ability to help David. I'm here to ask Mr. Shi for something. David said. Oh, Mr. Shi is waiting for you in the lobby, I'll take you there. After Zhao Waoqi finished speaking, he walked towards the hall with David. David frowned slightly. He didn't understand, how did Mr. Shi know that he would come and was still waiting for him? After entering the hall, Zhao Waoqi turned around and left. Mr. Shi was sitting in the main seat drinking tea, while Xing Jun was standing beside him. Sit down. After David entered, Mr. Shi spoke slowly. David was not polite, he sat down directly, and before David could speak, Mr. Shi was the first to speak. If you ask me to help you, you don't have to speak, whether it's your mother or your girlfriend, I won't intervene to save them. If you want to save them, you have to rely on your own ability. If you don't have the ability to protect them, it may be a better choice for them to be locked up. David looked at Mr. Shi in amazement. He hadn't opened his mouth yet, but Mr. Shi was able to guess what he was thinking. David really came to ask Mr. Shi to see if Mr. Shi could come forward and ask the Martial Arts Alliance to let go of his girlfriend, or let the Long family let go of his mother. But before he could speak, Mr. Shi indifferently refused, which made David somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Shi, since you are unwilling to help, can you tell me how much power the Martial Arts Alliance is hiding now? How can I defeat the Martial Arts Alliance and save my girlfriend? David found that his understanding of the Martial Arts Alliance was too one-sided. After this time and again, he discovered that the strength of the Martial Arts Alliance was unfathomable, and every time it was able to send out high-strength masters. Mr. Shi did not speak, but suddenly looked out the window, his eyes filled with an indescribable confusion. When David looked at Mr. Shi, there was an indescribable sadness in his heart. Although Mr. Shi has always been in front of everyone, he has been very calm and unfathomable. But at this time, David seemed to be able to see through Mr. Shi's heart, and there seemed to be helplessness in Mr. Shi's heart. After a while, Mr. Shi regained his calm expression and quietly took a sip of tea. You shouldn't only focus on the Martial Arts Alliance. Your real enemy is far more terrifying than the Martial Arts Alliance. After Mr. Shi finished speaking, he got up and left the hall, leaving only David with a confused look looking at Mr. Shi's back. He didn't understand what Mr. Shi meant. Why is his real enemy more terrifying than the Martial Arts Alliance? Who is his real enemy? Just when David was confused, Xing Jun walked up to David. He took out a talisman directly from his arms, and the rune carved with a cinnabar pen on it, but David couldn't understand it at all. Chapter 1525. Although David also knew some spell techniques, but when he saw this spell, he couldn't understand it at all. This is given to you by Mr. Shi, and it can save your life at a critical moment. Xing Jun handed the spell to David. Life-saving rune? So powerful? David took the spell and looked at it carefully. Mr. Shi explained, you must take this rune with you today, because you will be killed today. After Xing Jun finished speaking, he also turned and left, leaving only David in the empty hall. Put away the spell, David walked out of the Dharma Protector Pavilion. At this time, Xiao Waoqi had already prepared the car at the door, and he was driving the car himself. Mr. Chen, get in the car, I'll take you out of the city. I believe no one will dare to attack the law enforcement pavilion. Xiao Waoqi rolled down the car window and said. David did not refuse, he got into the car directly, and then the car quickly drove out of the city. And David and the others had just left the door of the Dharma Protector Pavilion, and the news had already reached Zhu Zhishan's ears. Humph, today, I must see the head of David. Zhu Zhishan snorted coldly. However, Fan Jiang, who was beside Zhu Zhishan, did not speak. The tiger-headed knife behind him turned him into a car and left. Outside Kyoto. Xiao Waoqi stopped the car, then sent someone to look around, and then said to David, Mr. Chen, you can get off the car, there is no one around here. David nodded and got out of the car. But just after getting out of the car, David's brows were wrinkled, and his face became a little ugly. Mr. Chen, what's wrong? I have sent people to observe all of this area. Seeing David's expression, Xiao Waoqi hurriedly asked. Gate Master Zhao, you will leave soon, don't stay here. After David finished speaking, he raised his head slightly and looked at a mountain not far away. Xiao Waoqi also hurriedly followed and found that there was a person standing on the top of the mountain. Soon, the man made a slight vertical motion and jumped straight down from the top of the mountain. The body was like a big bird. After sliding for a distance in the air, it landed firmly in front of David and the others. Although the other party tried his best to restrain his breath, David could still feel the powerful pressure on the other party. David's brows furrowed deeper, and his face was a bit ugly. But when Zhao Wuji saw the person in front of him, his expression changed greatly, and his body couldn't help but take a few steps backwards. Fan Jiang. Zhao Wuji's breathing began to become rapid, and his face was extremely pale. And the other members of the Dharma Protector Pavilion also stepped back one after another, as if seeing a devil. Seeing the expressions of Zhao Wuji and the others, David instantly understood that this person was an extremely dangerous and terrifying figure, otherwise Xiao Wuji, the pavilion master of the Dharma Protector, would not have such an expression. Gate Master Zhao, who is this person? David asked in a low voice. Mr. Chen, called Fan Jiang at this time, was the biggest evil cultivator in the martial arts world 20 years ago, but he should have died 20 years ago, so why did he suddenly appear here? Zhao Wuji said with a trembling voice. The head of the evil cultivator who became famous 20 years ago. Then the strength of this person must be unfathomable now. This guy named David stays, the others get out of the way. I'm in a good mood today and don't want to kill more. Fan Jiang pointed at David, and then said coldly. Gate Master Zhao, you should leave first. Staying here will only add casualties. David said to Zhao Waoqi. Mr. Chen, then you have to be more careful. This Fan Jiang was already a Marquis 20 years ago, and now I'm afraid he has already broken through to the realm of Marquis of Great Marquis. Zhao Waoqi exhorted David. Chapter 1526. David nodded, and then Zhao Waoqi took the people away. He knew that if he stayed, nothing would change. The other party waved his hand and he could kill them. Zhao Waoqi wanted to hurry back and report to Mr. Shi that Fan Jiang, the leader of the evil cultivator, was still alive. This was important news. When Zhao Waoqi walked back, Fan Jiang was not in a hurry, but carried his hands on his back and stared at David like vultures, as if he wanted to see through David. You are young, but you have a lot of skills. If you don't have a big chance, then your identity is not simple. Today, I may be able to find a breakthrough direction from you. Fan Jiang had a grim smile on his face, as if David had become his prey. Why did you kill me? Was it at your command, or was there another reason? David didn't understand, he didn't know Fan Jiang at all, and he didn't have any grievances or hatred, so why did the other party want to kill him? It doesn't matter why, what matters is that you're going to die soon. Tell your secrets and hand over your treasures. I may make your death more comfortable. Fan Jiang looked at David with a bit of playfulness in his eyes. David's eyes narrowed. Are you sure you can kill me? At this time, David remembered the spell given by Mr. Shi, as well as the words he warned at that time. Saying that he has a bloody disaster today, it seems that Mr. Shi's guess is good. It seems that the spell can save his life. What? Can't you still have help? Fan Jiang looked around. No, I don't have a helper, but even myself, you can't kill me. David sneered. Oh? Fan Jiang raised his brows slightly, with a bit of playfulness on his face. Tell me, why are you so confident that I can't kill you? There is no reason. If you don't believe it, you can try it. David is angering Fan Jiang. If the spell worked, David could take the opportunity to escape. In the face of Fan Jiang, a master of the Peak of Marquis, David really couldn't think of any other way besides running for his life. Are you irritating me? You can't wait to let me do something to you. Is there something life-saving in you? Fan Jiang looked at David with a sneer, and seemed to see through David's mind. David frowned, but his heart began to panic. He didn't expect this Fan Jiang to be so smart and able to see through his own mind. Humph, if you don't dare to shoot, then I'll come. A golden light burst out from David's body, and a terrifying breath spread out instantly. Fan Jiang, on the other hand, looked at David extremely calmly, and seemed to be unconcerned about the strength David showed. Let me teach you, what kind of skills do you have, the leader of evil cultivators 20 years ago? David let out a loud shout, and then punched him. The fist is covered with golden light, and the power of the terrifying dragon is constantly exuding. The corner of Fan Jiang's mouth showed a sneer, and he lifted it up to meet David directly. Boom! The terrifying force collided together, and David only felt a huge anti-shock force, causing him to quickly retreat back. On the other hand, Fan Jiang did not move, with a strong sense of sarcasm on his face. David rubbed his numb arm, feeling even more uneasy in his heart. Fan Jiang's strength is really strong, and the gap between David and Fan Jiang's strength is too great. It's not rude to come and go. After Fan Jiang finished speaking, his body instantly disappeared in place. That extremely fast speed made David unable to react at all. Bang! Fan Jiang punched David's chest, and David's body flew out instantly. Large scales on the body fell off, and the undamaged golden body became fragmented. David frowned and his face became extremely ugly. Chapter 1527. With one easy punch, the opponent broke his undamaged golden body, and David knew that he was going to be in trouble. What a powerful body-protecting magic, I can actually block this punch. Fan Jiang looked at David with great interest and said. David looked at Fan Jiang solemnly, "Did you kill me under the order of the Martial Arts Alliance? Then Zhu Zishan is not qualified to order me, but I am here to kill you, and it is indeed his intention." Fan Jiang did not hide anything. After hearing this, David didn't ask anything. Since Zhu Zishan found it, David knew that there was no room for negotiation. Now I can only fight to the death. David now hopes that the spell given by Mr. Sher will really work at the critical moment. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the dragon-slaying sword appeared in David's hand. Immediately afterwards, the power of the dragon was activated, and under the blessing of the power of the dragon-slaying sword made a humming sound. Fan Jiang saw the dragon-slaying sword in David's hand, and his eyes instantly filled with light. Spirit sword? You can actually own a spirit sword with a sword spirit? Fan Jiang's breathing began to become rapid, and it seemed that he liked David's dragon-slaying sword very much. Since you know it's a spirit sword, how dare you fight me? David asked. Ha ha ha, this spirit sword of yours, the sword spirit has not yet been formed, I just took it over and confessed to the master, and then it will belong to me. Fan Jiang laughed and flipped it over, holding the tiger-headed knife behind him. The tiger-headed sword was glowing with a cold light, and on the body of the sword, a lifelike tiger was drawn forward. The tiger-headed sword was in Fan Jiang's hands, and the sound of tiger roars came out. Seeing this, David did not dare to delay any longer, and directly urged the power of the dragon to slash at Fan Jiang with a sword. The terrifying sword energy slashed towards Fan Jiang with the power to open up the world. And Fan Jiang snorted coldly and waved his backhand. The tiger-headed knife also burst out with a roar of tigers. Wherever the blade passed, a deep ravine was left on the ground. Clang! The sword chi and the blade collided fiercely, and the terrifying power spread everywhere, and the hills not far away also began to crack. This time, David took a few steps backwards, and although Fan Jiang didn't move at all, his expression changed obviously. It's a spirit sword. Fan Jiang's face gradually became gloomy. If you have any good things on your body, let's take them out together, otherwise there will be no chance. While speaking, Fan Jiang's aura began to explode, and a strong coercive force rushed towards David. The peak of Marquis Wu is really extraordinary. David's face changed, resisting this coercion. David could feel that Fan Jiang's aura was extremely strong. It was obvious that he had stepped into the peak of Marquis Wu for a long time. David's face was full of solemnity, the dragon crystal on his chest suddenly flashed light, and a large amount of divine dragon power began to swim around him. David was thinking about finding an opportunity to use the Qianquan circle to escape. However, it will take a certain amount of time to display the Qianquan circle. At that time, Fan Jiang will start because he is afraid that the space-time teleportation array of the Qianquan circle is not ready. Come again! David shouted, and the power of the dragon swarmed again, flocking to the dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword burst out with a dazzling golden light, and a golden dragon slowly appeared, hovering above the sword glow of the dragon-slaying sword. I saw David swung out his sword, golden light poured out, and the circling golden dragon let out a dragon roar and flew straight towards Fan Jiang. Fan Jiang frowned, not daring to stand by. Slowly raising his hands, a burst of energy slowly poured into the tiger-headed sword. The next second, Fan Jiang shouted angrily and waved his hands suddenly. The blade roared out, and the fierce tiger depicted on the tiger-head knife also seemed to have life, uttered a roar of the tiger, and then jumped up. Chapter 1528. Rumbling. The dragon and the tiger collided, and the terror spread to the surrounding with Yue. I saw that the golden dragon figure was instantly dissipated by the fierce tiger, and the terrifying blade was sharp and went straight to David. The blade was extremely fast, slashing straight at David. Boom! There was another loud noise, and David was instantly slashed with a wound on his chest. The body also flew backwards heavily. Fan Jiang hit a hit, but he didn't stop his hand, but slid his hands, and the sharp blade struck again. It quickly crossed David's body. Brush brush. David's body was slashed by one after another, and blood suddenly shot out. After a while, David was already covered in scars. David's face changed greatly, and the powerful dragon power continued to surround his body, but he still couldn't stop the sharp edge. David's indestructible golden body can be broken, and relying on his powerful fleshly body, there is no way to stop this blade. Seeing David's tragic appearance, Fan Jiang sneered, "With your strength, you can turn the world of martial arts in Kyoto upside down. It seems that the world of martial arts is really lonely." David didn't speak, he slowly stood up from the ground, gritted his teeth. Since the force can't match that Fan Jiang, David intends to trap him with magic. As long as he leaves a chance for himself, he can escape by relying on the Qianquan circle. A faint blue light appeared on David's body, followed by a light blue flame on the dragon-slaying sword. This is the spirit fire for refining medicine pills. Spirit fire slash. David gathered the breath in his body and slashed out in an instant. This time, a roaring fire dragon appeared. After uttering a loud dragon roar, it spit out spiritual fire and rushed towards Fan Jiang quickly. Fan Jiang's eyes narrowed. "I can actually use the spirit fire, I really have some skills." After Fan Jiang finished speaking, his hands trembled slightly, he muttered something in his mouth, and a roar of a tiger came out, only to see a tiger like a tiger made of ice, appearing out of thin air. The tiger roared loudly, and the water columns rose into the sky. "Fire and water are incompatible. Destroy me!" Fan Jiang shouted loudly, and the icy tiger went straight to the fire dragon. Zzzz. A sound that seemed to be burning flames sounded. The spirit fire on Huolong's body dimmed a lot, but it didn't go out. Instead, it broke through the ice tiger and headed towards Fan Jiang. Samadhi really fires? A trace of panic flashed in Fan Jiang's eyes instantly. Before he could react, the flame had already fallen on him. Fan Jiang was instantly enveloped in flames, and the scorching burning sensation made Fan Jiang in agony. Fan Jiang was shocked, and a billowing black mist appeared from his body instantly. The black mist condensed into a piece of armor and wrapped his body directly in it. He hopes to use this method to put out the flames on his body. Seeing this, David hurriedly stabbed out with a sword, and the sky-piercing sword glow flashed with cold light and stabbed straight towards Fan Jiang. With this kind of opportunity, if he could kill Fan Jiang with one sword, David would not have to be chased by this guy. Good boy, if you have the opportunity to not escape, you still dare to kill. Fan Jiang was furious when he saw that David took the opportunity to kill him. The backhand of the tiger-headed sword in his hand was a wave, and the condensed blade edge directly greeted it. Even if he was scorched by the spirit fire, Fan Jiang's perseverance was beyond ordinary people. Under such circumstances, he could still resist. Boom! Jianmong blades collided with each other, the hills not far away were cracked, and the rocks rolled down. The terrifying power instantly made David back 10 meters, adding a lot of wounds to his body. The flame on Fan Jiang's body went out, and the armor condensed by the black mist was also directly damaged. Although it did not cause substantial damage to Fan Jiang, it also made Fan Jiang look very embarrassed. The face is full of smoky marks, and the clothes are even more tattered. Chapter 1529. Looking at the embarrassed look on his body, Fan Jiang's eyes showed a chilling look. The sharp eyes make people shudder. Boy, I'll make your life worse than death. Fan Jiang's aura started to soar again. David felt the breath of Fan Jiang's body, and his face became even more ugly. He thought he could kill Fan Jiang with one blow. But after all, he underestimated the strength of Wuhou Peak. Now that he lost the best chance to escape, David began to feel a little remorse. At this moment, he can only hope on the life-saving rune given by Mr. Shi. The peak of Marquis Wu is really powerful, but it's a pity that your talent is ignorant. You haven't stepped into the realm of Marquis Wu for so many years. David gasped heavily and deliberately angered Fan Jiang. He knows that when people are extremely angry, mistakes will occur. Fan Jiang listened to David's humiliation, and sure enough, his face became furious. For so many years, he has never stepped into the realm of the great Marquis. This has always been the sore spot in Fan Zhang's heart. David is now exposing his scars in front of him. How can Fan Zhang not be angry? You wanna die? Fan Zhang put the tiger-headed sword behind his back, and bursts of brilliance began to gather on his hands. These bursts of brilliance followed Fan Zhang, and Fan Zhang was still chanting words. I saw a string of words flashing in the air, flashing light. Not only do you know how to spell, but now it's time for you to taste my power. As Fan Zhang said, the strings of words suddenly gathered together and burst into a dazzling light. And the terrifying aura also instantly moved towards David. David frowned tightly, anxious in his heart. If it goes on like this, there is no way for him to find a chance to escape. Whoosh! Soon, a town character was formed in the air, like an iron tower. Violently pressed towards David. David felt that the air around him was stagnant, and his whole body seemed to be pressing down on a mountain. The ground under his feet began to crack, and David's feet also fell into the ground. David did not dare to stand by at all, put away the dragon-slaying sword, waved his palms suddenly, and a golden light instantly greeted him. Boom! The terrifying energy exploded instantly. David only felt his body froze, followed by endless darkness. There were bursts of soreness all over his body, causing David to grit his teeth. I don't know how long it took. David felt as if he was trapped in a cage, surrounded by endless darkness. Breathing has also become extremely difficult. I didn't expect you to be alive. At this moment, Fan Zhang's voice came from above David's head. It was only at this moment that David reacted, and his whole person was directly smashed into the ground by a huge force. No wonder in an instant, it was dark in front of me, and it became difficult to breathe. A burst of spiritual power instantly condensed on the soles of his feet, and David's body jumped out. David stared at Fan Zhang with an unsightly expression on his face, and even the bursts of severe pain made David know that his body might not be able to withstand it for long. David groped for the life-saving rune on his body, and planned to use the life-saving rune to resist Fan Zhang's blow for a while, but he took the opportunity to escape. If you continue to fight, there is really no chance at all. Fan Zhang seemed to see David's intention to escape, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly. You want to run away? Don't you want to avenge your girlfriend? After Fan Zhang finished speaking, blood mist began to rise around his body. The blood-red mist exudes a breath that David is very familiar with. This is Sonia's breath. David's eyes were wide open, and his face became more and more angry. He didn't expect that Fan Zhang was also sucking Sonia's blood to improve his strength. Your girlfriend's blood is really the best cultivation resource in the world. It's a pity that I have taken so much, but I still haven't been able to break through to the realm of the Great Marquis. It's a pity, it's a pity. Fan Zhang looked at David playfully. This time, he was angering David. Chapter 1530. David gritted his teeth. He knew that Fan Zhang was deliberately provoking him like this, but David couldn't control himself at all. David's aura is constantly rising, killing intent is everywhere. A pair of eyes stared at Fan Zhang, wishing to bite Fan Zhang to death. Don't look at me like this, kill me if you can. If you don't kill me, then I will continue to suck the blood of your girlfriend, maybe I will kill her. Fan Zhang smiled, with a bit of evil charm in his smile. Go to hell. David was completely enraged. At this moment, he will never consider running away again. Seeing David being provoked, Fan Zhang showed a satisfied smile on his face. David's body glowed with a faint golden light, and his whole body was like a shooting star, heading straight for Fan Zhang. Fan Zhang was not in a hurry. His right hand slid on his chest, and a ray of light was rapidly condensing. Bang! Fan Zhang punched out, and the huge fist hit David's chest instantly. Fan Zhang's blow directly activated the life-saving rune on David's body. I saw a red light from the life-saving rune, and a huge force made Fan Zhang fly upside down in an instant. On the other hand, David fell to the ground and looked at the rune in front of his chest. The life-saving rune had turned into ashes and disappeared. David knew that if there was no life-saving rune, Fan Zhang's blow just now would definitely kill him. Fan Zhang got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. What a powerful life-saving rune, but now I see what you can use to save your life. Fan Jiang walked towards David step by step, the breath on his body soared with each step, bringing endless oppression to David. David knew that, with his current strength, if he followed Fan Jiang to fight, that would be hitting a stone with an egg. Slowly getting up, David took a deep breath and said firmly, "Fight." After speaking, David suddenly bit, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from the tip of his tongue. Immediately afterwards, the blood mist was quickly absorbed by David's body, and the breath on David's body began to climb rapidly. David's cultivation is growing rapidly, his golden body is flourishing, and his golden body is also restarted. Burning blood? It seems that your girlfriend is really important to you. Fan Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly. He knows the consequences of burning blood essence. Once he burns blood essence and forcibly improves his cultivation will be affected in the future. If he burns blood essence, he will be completely useless, and he will never be able to cultivate. Fan Jiang didn't expect that David would be angered by his own 2 words, and he would desperately burn his blood. However, Fan Jiang was not afraid. Even if David burned his blood essence and forcibly improved his cultivation, he would still be 108,000 miles away from him. He is now the pinnacle of Marquis, and he is simply incomparable to David. Go to hell! David shouted angrily, his eyes were full of cold light, and golden light surrounded his fists. Holy light fist! A gust of wind blew up in an instant, and the fist wind was hoarse, and it came towards Fan Jiang with the breath of death. Cracks appeared under David's feet, densely spreading dozens of meters away. It can be seen that David's punch has exhausted all his spiritual power. The smile on Fan Jiang's face instantly froze, replaced by an incomparably thick one. Then there was a loud shout, and a punch greeted him. Boom! Xingguang fist collided with Fan Jiang's breath. The rock made a rumbling sound and began to collapse. The smoke and dust are everywhere, and the earth trembles. Fan Jiang's figure took a few steps backwards, and the improvement of David's cultivation has greatly increased his strength. But just when the smoke and dust had not dissipated, David's figure suddenly emerged from the smoke and dust, and endless brilliance flickered above David's boxer. Fan Jiang was stunned for a moment, raised his hand and hit a barrier, but unfortunately the barrier was penetrated in an instant, and then David was punched firmly in the chest. Chapter 1531. Fan Jiang's body flew out and smashed directly on the hillside not far away, causing the mountain to shake. Fan Jiang looked at David coldly. I didn't expect you to burn blood essence and improve your strength so much, but it's a pity that your blood essence can't last long. At most a quarter of an hour, after a quarter of an hour, you will be reduced to a crippled person who will be slaughtered by others. A quarter of an hour is enough to kill you. David had a murderous look on his face. Since he chose to burn blood, he must kill Fan Jiang. Ha ha ha, you are too confident. Even if you burn blood, how can you compare yourself to me? You are just a hairy boy, and you dare to speak up. Fan Jiang laughed loudly, his eyes full of playfulness. David didn't pay attention to Fan Jiang. He didn't have much time, so he couldn't waste a minute and a second. I saw David's feet start shaking, and his body was like an arrow from Li Xian, rushing directly to Fan Jiang. The golden fist smashed out fiercely with the momentum of destroying the dead. Fan Jiang's face turned cold, but his figure suddenly disappeared. David's punch directly hit the hill. Rumbling. For a time, the entire hill began to roar, like a volcanic eruption, rocks flying, and the mountain collapsed. David frowned, and his face became a little ugly. This Fan Jiang, if he just dodged and didn't confront him head-on, David would instantly become a cripple when the time came. Are you afraid of me? David exited and sarcastically said to Fan Jiang. Afraid of you? Fan Jiang sneered. I said, even if you burn your blood essence and forcibly improve your cultivation, it is worthless in front of me. If you're not afraid, why do you need to hide? David asked coldly. I know you're irritating me, but I'll give you a chance, and I'll convince you of losing. After Fan Jiang finished speaking, the breath on his body wrapped himself tightly. David's blood was also burning, and after a roar, the golden light on his body actually had a faint blood red color. Seeing this, Fan Jiang also became crazy, and the endless breath became stronger and stronger. Bring it on! Fan Jiang shouted loudly, and then punched out, punching wind, tiger roaring. David didn't hesitate and also waved his fist. The fist wind came out, and the dragon roared. The two fought against each other without hiding. David knew that he didn't have much time, so every punch was a desperate shot. In the blink of an eye, the two battled dozens of tricks. Fan Jiang became more and more frightened at this moment. He did not expect that the power that David burst out was so terrifying. Moreover, David's body is extremely fierce, and he is not afraid to fight even more. The light on Fan Jiang's body is getting dimmer and dim, which makes Fan Jiang's eyes full of shock. But Fan Jiang wasn't afraid. If he couldn't do it, he would use his speed to delay time. As long as the time is up, David will become like a dead dog to be slaughtered. Go to hell! David slammed a punch, brilliance everywhere, and a golden dragon penetrated Fan Jiang's body instantly. Fan Jiang was startled, and his body quickly retreated. At this moment, he felt a terrifying force in his body spreading to the surrounding. With a sudden muffled sound, a blood hole appeared in Fan Jiang's chest, and the blood flowed out instantly, staining the ground red. Fan Jiang looked down at the injured body, with anger in his eyes. You're a genius to hurt me like this. After Fan Jiang finished speaking, black mist filled his body, and the black mist condensed on the wound on his chest, and finally the wound was healed. David frowned. He didn't expect that he would not be able to kill Fan Jiang. The peak of Wuhou is really not to be underestimated. Come again. David was full of fighting spirit and shouted angrily. David's figure flashed out and went straight to Fan Jiang. But Fan Jiang retreated again and again, intentionally avoiding David's attack. Chapter 1532. You dare not fight me? David asked Fan Jiang when he saw that Fan Jiang was retreating again and again to avoid his own attack. You are struggling right now, why should I bother you? When the time is up, you will naturally obey. Fan Jiang didn't want to fight with David anymore. After all, David didn't insist on it for long. You are at the peak of Marquis, and there are times when you are afraid. David sneered at Fan Jiang. But this time Fan Jiang smiled coldly. It's useless, you don't have to use aggressive tactics on me. When the time comes, you will find that what you are talking about now is all nonsense. David's face was gloomy and he was not talking. He knew that his time was running out and he couldn't waste a minute and a second. Then David burst into breath and walked towards Fan Jiang. But Fan Jiang was constantly taking advantage of his speed to dodge. David gritted his teeth, punching punch after punch, but it was all useless. Remember URL. Fan Jiang's speed is too fast, the two people at this time are like cat and mouse. With a sneer on his face, Fan Jiang seemed to enjoy the feeling of being chased. David stopped and looked at Fan Jiang coldly. What? Are you out of strength? Fan Jiang asked with a smile. David did not speak, his eyes glowed with coldness. Seeing that David didn't move, Fan Jiang also stopped. I saw David raised his hands, his feet trembled slightly, and then he said something in his mouth. Rays of light radiated from David's feet. All of a sudden, the surrounding scenery is over, and the two people seem to have changed to space. Space magic. Fan Jiang frowned slightly when he saw this. At this moment, David, Long Jing kept flickering, and the blood on his body was boiling all the time. The cold sweat on his forehead dripped onto the ground and evaporated instantly. David doesn't know much about space magic, and he can't do anything like Gufuhai, who can create a space with a wave of his hand. Now he can only do his best to use space magic to see if he can control Fan Jiang. At this moment, Fan Jiang was trapped in this space, and the whole person felt a heavy sense of restraint. Now, let me see where you're going. David paused and rushed towards Fan Jiang. This time, Fan Jiang was not dodging, but waving his fists to attack. Bang bang bang. The speed of the two people was very fast, and they collided with each other in an instant, only to see a golden light flashing. Soon, the two separated, and David's body was bombarded with wounds that were shocking. David gasped heavily, staring at Fan Jiang. He made a fatal mistake at this point. Although he used the space technique to trap Fan Jiang, but the huge consumption of spiritual power caused him to fight with Fan Jiang, and he didn't take any advantage at all. If he continued to spend like this, in a few minutes, David knew that he would definitely lose. Fan Jiang also saw this, with a bit of a sly smile on his face. You must have consumed a lot of strength by using this space technique. I see how long you can last with the strength you are burning blood essence to improve. What? David spewed out another mouthful of blood essence, his face was grim, and he walked towards Fan Jiang again unwillingly. The golden fist carried endless coercion, and David exhausted every punch with all his strength. Fan Jiang followed David with all his strength. Without the slightest bit of carelessness, Fan Jiang knew that David was his last dying struggle. After a dozen punches. Although there were some wounds on Fan Jiang's body, it was not a big problem. David was extremely desperate, he panted and looked at Fan Jiang, his face full of unwillingness. The surrounding scenery is slowly changing, and it has returned to its original appearance. Chapter 1533. And David's breath is slowly disappearing and wilting. Ah, how can this happen? Why is this? David yelled in pain. He hasn't even seen his mother once, Sonia is still suffering, he hasn't been rescued yet, and he doesn't know his identity. But did it die like this? David was unwilling, but the breath on his body was quickly disappearing, and finally David's body collapsed. He wanted to get up again, but found that his body had no strength. Fan Jiang stepped forward and looked down at David coldly. And David is now just like Fan Jiang said, like a dead dog, being slaughtered by others. You have a lot of treasures on your body. It seems that I can't send you directly to hell. Fan Jiang said with a sneer. David didn't speak, he was still working hard, he wanted to stand up. Although there was no more spiritual power in his body, David had to stand up with the strength of his body. Even if he died, he couldn't die like a dead dog. But just as David raised his head, Fan Jiang stepped on it. Pfft! The half-body, which was finally lifted, fell back heavily. Stop struggling, it's useless, you hand over all the treasures on your body now, I'll let you choose the most comfortable way to die. Fan Jiang looked down at David with a disdainful smile on his face. You dream. David glared at Fan Jiang fiercely. Although he knew that he was going to die, David would not let Fan Jiang get anything. Okay, since you don't hand it over, then I'll smash your head. Fan Jiang said, raised his foot and stepped on David's head. But before Fan Jiang's feet fell, he stopped in midair. He felt a strong breath coming. Immediately afterwards, I saw a figure from far and near. I can't see that person walking, but the figure of that person is approaching rapidly. Fan Jiang's heart trembled, he retracted his foot and stared at the person who came. The person who came was dressed in a Chinese tunic suit and glasses, and looked polite. However, the aura on his body was extremely strong. Fan Jiang's face suddenly became very ugly after seeing the person coming. Mr. Shi. Fan Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly. Mr. Shi didn't even look at that Fan Jiang, but put his eyes on David, who was covered in blood. When will your temper become less impulsive? After Mr. Shi finished speaking, he waved his palm lightly, and a soft wind rushed to his face. David only felt a strength in his body and stood up all of a sudden. Mr. Shi. David faced Mr. Shi, his face full of embarrassment. You have a chance to escape, why not? Is it because of a few sarcastic words? What about a few words? Before you have absolute strength, forbearance is the most important thing you should do. Knowing that you can't do it, but you want to do it, that's courting death. Not every time you have such good luck, and not every time someone comes to your rescue. Do you know how many people are waiting for you? Your life is not yours, and there are many people waiting for you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Mr. Shi's face is calm, but every word has an extremely stern tone. It's like the elders are reprimanding their children. David's face turned red and white from what Mr. Shi said, and he lowered his head, like a child who made a mistake. Fan Jiang was on the side, but Mr. Shi regarded him as heir, which made Fan Jiang's anger continue to burn. The surname is Shi, this David I'm going to kill today, do you want to meddle in your business? Fan Jiang blushed and shouted at Mr. Shi. Chapter 1534. Then Mr. Shi slowly turned his head to look at Fan Jiang. You can't kill him. Why? Fan Jiang was taken aback. Because I'm here, you can't kill him. Mr. Shi said calmly. 20 years ago, I was not your opponent, but now who will live and who will die? Fan Jiang's aura suddenly skyrocketed. I was able to kill you 20 years ago, and I can still. Mr. Shi's face was still calm, and he still spoke in that unhurried tone. Although the tone is gentle, but with a kind of firmness. Fan Jiang's face was ugly, and he instantly took the tiger-headed knife in his hand. But looking at Mr. Shi's calm appearance, Fan Jiang's heart was turning upside down. I haven't dared to do anything to Mr. Shi for a long time. After a while, Fan Jiang put away the tiger-headed sword. Since you want to save this David, then I won't kill him. Anyway, the Martial Arts Alliance wants him to die. I can't commit against you for the Martial Arts Alliance. After Fan Jiang finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. He followed David without any grievances or hatred, but he was only entrusted by Zhu Zishan, and he should not be guilty of following Mr. Shi for this matter. Because Fan Jiang was clueless, he didn't know if he was Mr. Shi's opponent. Did I let you go? Mr. Shi asked. Fan Jiang was stunned. I won't kill him anymore, what else do you want? Kill you. Mr. Shi said slowly. Kill you. These short words made Fan Jiang tremble, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Don't think I'm afraid of you, if you really fight, it's a lose-lose. Fan Jiang looked at Mr. Shi cautiously and said. Both lose. Mr. Shi suddenly smiled, you deserve it too. When the voice fell, Mr. Shi's aura suddenly changed. The originally calm face was instantly filled with Ling Lai's killing intent, and now Mr. Shi is like a killing god. The cold killing intent on his body made David feel a burst of shock. Feeling the explosive breath on Mr. Shi, Fan Jiang couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The surname is Shi, you and I have no grievances and no grudges. You can't fight me to death, right? I've said it all, if you let David go, he won't be bothering him anymore. And now the entire martial arts world has already been messed up into a pot of porridge, you can't kill me for my identity as an evil cultivator, right? In that case, wouldn't you officially kill half of the entire martial arts world? Fan Jiang is begging for mercy with Mr. Shi. Don't talk nonsense, let's do it. Mr. Shi has made up his mind. Seeing this, Fan Jiang could only roar loudly, the tiger-headed sword in his hand was playing like a tiger, and the monstrous force rose to the sky, and the terrifying blade came towards Mr. Shi. Facing the terrifying blade, Mr. Shi actually slowly raised a hand and looked at it calmly. Mr. Shi's performance made Fan Jiang even more angry. The tiger-headed knife in his hand emits light, and the blade is even sharper. But just as the terrifying blade wave after wave came towards Mr. Shi raised his right hand and patted forward gently. A breeze blew, and it collided with the blade edge of the waves. The terrifying blade, after touching the breath shot by Mr. Shi, disappeared instantly without a trace. There is no aftermath of the sky and the earth, and there is no deafening sound. Fan Jiang's hard blow was silently resolved. David was a little dumbfounded, he had never seen such strength before. That Fan Jiang also widened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. It was his strongest blow just now. To be resolved so easily, the gap between him and Mr. Shi's strength is self-evident. Fan Jiang's heart is full of panic, he has long lost the courage to shout with Mr. Shi. Now Fan Jiang has only one thought, and that is to escape. He knew that he had no chance of winning. Chapter 1535. You want to escape? Mr. Shi seemed to see Fan Jiang's thoughts, and said slowly. Fan Jiang didn't speak, but at this moment, he seemed to see the shadow of David just now. Just now David was asked this by himself. But now, it's his turn. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Fan Jiang turned around and ran, all the energy condensed under his feet, and the speed reached the extreme in an instant. He wants to escape from here and will never come to Kyoto. 20 years, he spent 20 years in the dark dungeon. Come out today, must not die. He hasn't had a good time yet. Fan Jiang's speed was so fast that he disappeared in the blink of an eye, but Mr. Shi didn't seem to be in a hurry. Remember URL. Aren't you going to chase? David asked Mr. Shi in a low voice. He can't run. Mr. Shi's voice fell, but the person disappeared. David's jaw dropped in shock. He had never officially seen Mr. Shi make a move, but when he saw it today, David completely understood why those people in the Kyoto martial arts world met Mr. Shi like a mouse seeing a cat. After Fan Jiang ran far away, he looked back and found that Mr. Shi hadn't caught up, so he breathed a long sigh of relief. Damn, it's too perverted. Fan Jiang patted his chest. But just after he breathed a sigh of relief, Fan Jiang felt a gust of wind behind him. When he was looking back, he found that Mr. Shi was behind him. Fan Jiang was startled instantly, and he staggered and almost didn't fall. You can't escape. Mr. Shi put his hands on his back and said quietly. Fan Jiang looked at Mr. Shi in horror. He found that Mr. Shi was not running, and that Mr. Shi's feet were not moving. It's flying, Mr. Shi is actually flying. Fan Jiang is cowardly. He stopped and knelt down in front of Mr. Shi with a thud. I beg Mr. Shi to let me go. I will hide in the mountains and forests in the future, and I will never show up again. Fan Jiang began to beg for mercy. Mr. Shi looked at Fan Jiang and smiled coldly. It's useless, you have to die. If you don't die, then David's strength can't be restored. Fan Jiang was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Mr. Shi meant. Then David burns blood essence, and now his blood essence is depleted, his dantian is closed, he is already a crippled person, he can't cultivate at all, even if he kills me, he can't recover. Mr. Shi shook his head, who said that if the blood essence is burned, there is no way to recover, as long as he absorbs your strength, he can recover. When Fan Jiang heard it, he immediately understood that Mr. Shi wanted David to absorb his own strength. You must know that Fan Jiang has practiced for decades before reaching the peak of Wuhou. How can he be absorbed by people casually? Do not. Fan Jiang raised his head and roared, all the energy condensed on his hands, he couldn't absorb the strength of others, he had to resist. Mr. Shi looked at the crazy Fan Jiang, raised his hand and slapped it out, instantly smashing all the techniques that Fan Jiang had condensed. In front of Mr. Shi, Fan Jiang didn't even have the chance to make a move. Fan Jiang still wanted to gather strength to resist, but Mr. Shi grabbed the collar by the collar, and he was carried in the air like a little chicken. All the energy in Fan Jiang's body dissipated in an instant, and it couldn't be condensed again. With Fan Jiang in his hand, Mr. Shi quickly returned to David. Seeing that Fan Jiang, the evil cultivator leader, is like a little chicken in Mr. Shi's hands, this makes David refresh his cognition once again. Mr. Shi threw Fan Jiang in front of David. Fan Jiang, who was arrogant and stepped on David's head just now, fell to the ground like a dead dog. If you absorb his strength, you will be able to recover. Although your bloodline is different from other people's, burning blood essence will have side effects after all. Use it less in the future. Mr. Shi reprimanded David. David glanced at Mr. Shi. Although he was very curious, how did Mr. Shi know that his bloodline was different from others, but he did not dare to ask. Chapter 1536. David walked towards Fan Jiang step by step, while Fan Jiang shrank his body, his eyes full of horror. It is really not easy to cultivate to his level of strength. But it seems that the strength is about to be absorbed by others. And little life is not guaranteed. No, do not want. I still have several major evil sects under my command, and I know several ancient ruins. As long as you don't kill me, I can tell you all of them. Fan Jiang is following David to beg for mercy. Therefore, the more powerful people are more afraid of death. David didn't want to let Fan Jiang go, but when he heard Fan Jiang say he knew of several ancient ruins, his heart moved. Seeing the hesitation in David's eyes, Fan Jiang knew that his words had an effect, so he continued, those are ancient ruins that are thousands of years old. No one knows the location except me. As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to help you find those ancient ruins." David really stopped. The ancient ruins thousands of years ago really made David very interested. To know a city of bliss, David has raised 2 realms. If you are looking for a few ancient ruins, then your strength will grow faster. If you don't absorb his strength, you are a waste now, and you can't cultivate it all. You know those ruins, what's the use? At this time, Mr. Sure faintly reminded. David woke up immediately. He burned blood essence. If he didn't absorb Fan Zhang's strength, he couldn't recover at all. Even if he found those ancient ruins, what's the use? When David thought of this, he slapped Fan Zhang's head with his palm, and immediately started the concentration technique, and began to continuously absorb Fan Zhang's strength. You absorb his strength and you can leave him alive. Isn't it the same as knowing the address of the ancient ruins? Mr. Sure asked David to only absorb Fan Zhang's strength, not to take his life. This sucks his strength dry, and he will die as a mummified corpse. David looked at Mr. Sure in surprise. He still can't control it at all, and Fan Zhang can't handle the huge power of the concentrate heart art. After all the strength is absorbed, he will definitely die. Don't worry about it, I have my own way. After Mr. Sure finished speaking, he quietly drove David to absorb Fan Zhang's strength. Fan Zhang only felt that the energy in his body continued to spread outward, and then entered David's body. Fan Zhang's face is hideous, and it can be seen that it is very painful. Soon, Fan Zhang's body became smaller and smaller, and finally it was directly reduced to half the size of the previous body. David let out a long sigh, and a wave of spiritual power began to swim in his dantian again. The peak of Marquis Wu is really extraordinary. David clenched his fist, his face full of excitement. But when he looked at Fan Zhang, he found that Fan Zhang had already lost his breath. Died. David looked at Mr. Sure and asked with a puzzled look. Mr. Sure said he had his own way, but Fan Zhang was still dead. He's not dead. Mr. Sure shook his head, and saw a faint white light wave from Mr. Sure's hand, instantly covering Fan Zhang's body. Fan Zhang's corpse soon formed a cloud of black mist, and finally the black mist turned into a human figure, and turned into the appearance of Fan Zhang. The white light enveloped Fan Zhang, making Fan Zhang's face full of pain. Do you have to be beheaded? Fan Zhang roared, but there was endless panic in his eyes. At this time, Fan Zhang had already become a soul. Fan Zhang knew that he was going to die, so there was a trace of his soul left, and he planned to take the opportunity to escape. But he didn't want to be seen through by Mr. Sure, and directly trapped him. If even this trace of soul is gone, then Fan Zhang has really disappeared from the world. Don't worry, I won't eradicate your soul, just control you. You know how to do the next thing. As long as you do well, I will find a host for you and resurrect you. Mr. Sure said lightly. Chapter 1537. I know, Fan Zhang nodded again and again, then turned around and knelt down directly to David. In the future, I would like to follow Mr. Chen and help you find those ruins. David looked at the soul of Fan Zhang in front of him in surprise. It felt like he was in a dream. David, put him away, maybe you can use him later. Mr. Sure said to David. David nodded, opened the storage ring, and directly put Fan Zhang's soul into the storage ring. David would not let Fan Zhang live in his body. Mr. Sure, thank you. David looked at Mr. Sure gratefully and said. Mr. Sure smiled faintly, you will have more brains in the future, don't rush to it like that, that is the biggest thank you to me. After finishing speaking, Mr. Sure waved his hand and motioned David to leave. On the other hand, he was carrying his hands on his back and could not see his movement, but his body instantly appeared 100 meters away. David glanced at Fan Zhang's corpse again, then turned and walked towards Yaoshan Valley. Not long after David left, Zhu Zhishan came with 3 black copper robes. When he saw Fan Zhang's mummified corpse, Zhu Zhishan's eyes widened, his face full of shock. This Fan Zhang is actually dead? Zhu Zhishan said in surprise. The 3 black copper robes were also shocked. They had heard about Fan Zhang's ability a long time ago, and now they were killed by David. How terrifying David's strength was. The smell of burning blood? At this time, a black copper robe suddenly frowned and said. Others also quickly closed their eyes slightly to feel it. Yes, someone here has indeed burned blood essence, and this breath should be that of David. Another black copper robe said. When Zhu Zhishan heard this, his originally shocked expression showed a hint of joy. So, David burned his blood essence and forcibly improved his strength before killing Fan Jiang. Zhu Zhishan asked hurriedly. It's very likely that with David's strength, he can't be Fan Jiang's opponent at all. Even if he burns his blood essence and forcibly improves his strength, he may not be able to beat Fan Jiang, but now that Fan Jiang is dead, then David is definitely not much better. Even if he doesn't die, he's a waste now. As long as he finds and beats him, he can easily be caught. A black copper robe said. Great, I'll send someone to track down the whereabouts of David and see if he is dead or not. Zhu Zhishan's eyes flashed, and he turned and left. As for Fan Jiang's body, they didn't even care about it. Kyoto Dragon House. The news that David forcibly burned his blood and killed Fan Jiang was soon known to the Long family. After all, the Long family is also a member of the Martial Arts Alliance, and Zhu Zhishan will not hide the Long family. When Long Jinghua heard the news, his expression changed. You must know that Fan Jiang was rumored to be dead 20 years ago, but he didn't want to be imprisoned by the Martial Arts Alliance. It can be seen that the secret of this Martial Arts Alliance is deep, and I am afraid that many of these members do not know. However, David forcibly burned the blood and essence. Even if they were immortal, they would be useless. Long Jinghua hurriedly told Long Xiao the good news, but after hearing the news, Long Xiao's face became very ugly. Shower, then David forcibly burned his blood essence, and now he is a waste person if he doesn't die. You should be happy. Long Jinghua said to Long Xiao. Dad, as long as I don't see that David, I always feel uneasy. Besides, even if David forcibly improves his strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to kill Fan Jiang, but now that Fan Jiang is dead, it proves that David's strength is stronger than ours. Imagination is high. Long Xiao clenched his fist tightly. You must know that Fan Jiang was a famous marquis 20 years ago, and no one knows how powerful he is now. Chapter 1538. Now that David forcibly improved his strength and killed Fan Jiang, this kind of terrifying record is no longer something that Long Xiao can match. Dad, I'm going to retreat to practice. Long Xiao took a deep breath, and there was a deep and terrifying light in his eyes. He only has one arm now, so he must practice harder than others. Long Jinghua looked at Long Xiao, then patted Long Xiao on the shoulder. Okay, now that David is nothing to worry about, if you can be promoted to the realm of the Great Marquis, our Long family will surely regain its glory. Great Marquis? Long Xiao smiled coldly. My goal is Martial Saint. Kyoto Budo Alliance. After Zhu Zhishan returned, he immediately sent people to search for David's whereabouts, especially on the way to Yaoshan Valley. Now that David is dead or alive, it is not enough to threaten our martial arts alliance. I am relieved. Zhu Zhishan let out a long breath. Remember URL. It was because of David that he lost an arm and almost lost his position as the leader of the alliance. Now that David is dead, he has become a cripple, and Zhu Zhishan can finally sleep peacefully. You all think that Fan Jiang was killed by David? At this time, Ningji slowly walked out from behind. Seeing Ningji, Zhu Zhishan's originally relaxed mood suddenly became a little nervous. I don't know why, but when Zhu Zhishan faced Ningji during this time, he was always nervous. Obviously he is the leader of the alliance, and Ningji is the deputy leader. But Zhu Zhishan is afraid to see Ningji. We went to the scene to see that Fan Jiang was dead. It wasn't David who killed it. Who else did it? You can ask the three of them. There is still the smell of David burning blood. It should be not long after the battle. Zhu Zhishan said. Yes, we did feel the breath of David's burning blood essence at the scene. David is the only way to kill Fan Jiang, otherwise he is not Fan Jiang's opponent. A black copper robe explained. Even if David burns blood, he is not Fan Zhang's opponent. Fan Zhang must have been killed by someone else. Ning Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. Who? Who in the entire capital will help David kill Fan Zhang? Zhu Zhishan asked incredulously. Mr. Shi. Ning Ji spoke slowly. Hearing the 3 words of Mr. Shi, Zhu Zhishan's body trembled. Impossible, how could Mr. Shi help David to kill Fan Zhang? Besides, we have people everywhere, and we didn't find that Mr. Shi left the law enforcement pavilion? Zhu Zhishan feels unlikely. Whether you believe it or not, I will report this matter immediately. If Mr. Shi really took action on that Fan Zhang, it would prove that David is not necessarily a waste now. If this is the case, our strategy for David will be changed. After Ning Ji finished speaking, he turned around and left. On the other hand, Zhu Zhishan had a blank look on his face, and muttered to himself, impossible, how is it possible, that David burns his blood, and even if he doesn't die, he must be a waste. Zhu Zhishan didn't want to believe what Ning Ji said, he didn't want to make David his nightmare. Medicine God Valley. Everyone surrounded David with joy on their faces. David was left alone to deal with the black copper robe, which made everyone in Yaoshan Valley very worried. Especially Xiao Ru. If David has 3 strengths and 2 weaknesses, she will not be alive. David went to the martial arts field to save her. Now that David is back, Xiaoru is very happy. But this time, David couldn't be happy. This time, he really saw the horror of the martial arts alliance. If Mr. Shi hadn't suddenly appeared, David would have been dead by now. Chapter 1539. David stayed in Yaoshan Valley for a few days, and Gulinger was the happiest these few days, staying by David's side all day. However, David was a little unhappy. After all, his mother and Sonia hadn't been rescued yet. He needs to continue to improve his strength. Are you still worried about Sonia? On a big rock, Gulinger sat next to David, and then asked softly. David looked in the direction of Kyoto, then nodded. I'm so useless, I can't even protect my girlfriend. David's face is full of self-blame. It's not your fault, it's because the martial arts alliance is too powerful, don't blame yourself too much. During this time, everyone is working hard to cultivate, hoping to improve their cultivation and help you. Gulinger comforts David. Whether it is the 4 evil people or Zhao Ligua, they are all trying their best to cultivate, and with the help of the medicinal herbs of Yao Shengu, everyone's realm has also improved rapidly. They know that only if they are strong enough can they really help David. Xiaoru, wait for me. At this time, Zhao Chuang's voice suddenly came, and David followed Gulinger to see that Zhao Chuang was playing with Xiaoru. These two are a good match. Seeing the 2 people fighting, a smile appeared on David's face. It's a good match. This guy Zhao Chuang usually does what he's saying, but his heart is not bad. Xiaoru is also pure-hearted. The 2 of them are very good together. Gulinger nodded and said, when I have time, I'll talk to Master Zhao and settle the matter between the 2 of them. There is a happy event like this, and it can also make everyone happy. David said with a smile. I still use you, Uncle Long talked about it a long time ago, but Zhao Chuang is a little stronger. And he feels that his strength is too low, even Xiaoru is inferior, so he must improve his strength to Wuhou before marrying Xiaoru. He said that with his current strength, he can't protect Xiaoru at all, and he can't give Xiaoru a sense of security. It's possible that Zhao Chuang watched Xiaoru being taken away, but he couldn't do anything, and he hit him hard. Gulinger thought of Sonia when Xiaoru was arrested ahead of time, so she looked a little lonely. Zhao Chuang's talent is good. If he really works hard, it will not be difficult to reach the realm of Marquis. David looked at Zhao Chuang not far away and decided to take this kid with him. If you don't take him, Zhao Chuang relies on his own efforts, and he doesn't know how long it will take to reach the realm of Marquis. Could it be that Xiaoru has to wait for him all the time? But Zhao Chuang's strength is too poor. If he takes him to a particularly dangerous ancient ruin, it will definitely become a burden, and maybe it will be dangerous. We must find a place that is safe and rich in resources. Where is such a perfect place? David frowned slightly, thinking about what exactly would be suitable for such a request. Soon, a place flashed in David's mind, that is Penglai Island. After killing Duda, David always wanted to visit Penglai Island. He wants to see what kind of island it is, and can cultivate so many immortal cultivators in this era of lack of spiritual energy. In Penglai Island, David can also retreat and cultivate by the way to improve his cultivation. After having this idea, David didn't stay in Yaoshenggu for a long time. Called Zhao Chuang, followed everyone to say goodbye, and went straight to Penglai Island. Because Penglai Island is overseas, David and the others need to go through the formalities and travel by boat. Along the way, David was happy to call Zhao Chuang a knowing choice. Don't look at Zhao Chuang's usual carelessness, but he took good care of David along the way. 5 days later, David and Zhao Chuang set foot on the legendary immortal island, Penglai Island. Chapter 1540. Brother Chen, why is the air here different? It feels very comfortable to breathe. After landing on the island, Zhao Chuang asked David. David did not speak, but the pores on his body opened, feeling the rich spiritual energy on Penglai Island. Like Penglai Island, there is no such rich spiritual energy in other places. It's really strange, why is there such a strong spiritual energy only on this island, but not in other places? Moreover, this spiritual energy seems to be only shrouded in Penglai Island, and it does not spread at all. David frowned slightly. You must know that the aura is like the air, it will drift away, but the aura on Penglai Island is rich, and as soon as you leave the island, the aura will be thin immediately. Where does such a strong spiritual energy come from? Could it be that there are ruins under Penglai Island? David remembered that Suolong Island was coming, and wondered if there would also be relics under Penglai Island. Brother Chen, this place is really like a paradise. I knew that I brought Xiaoru and Linger's sister with me. As soon as Zhao Chuang arrived here, he started thinking about Xiaoru. After all, young people, in love, can understand. Let's go around first, if it's really good, it's not too late for them to come over. After David finished speaking, he took Zhao Chuang and started to turn around on Penglai Island. Penglai Island is not very big, with a population of only tens of thousands, but everyone is cultivating immortals. This made David very surprised. It was not easy to find so many immortal cultivators. According to Gufuhai, most of the immortal sects have gone into seclusion, but there are still so many immortal cultivators active on Penglai Island. And there seems to be no special attention here. Logically speaking, the spiritual energy here is so rich, it should be a place that many people dream of, and many sect families will definitely compete. But looking at the peaceful Penglai Island right now, it doesn't look like it is suffering from war. After turning around, David and Zhao Chuang rented a set of courtyards to live in, so that they would not be disturbed when they practiced. Such a rich spiritual energy is an excellent place for cultivation. No matter what the reason is, David must improve his strength as soon as possible. Zhao Chuang, I brought you out to let you cultivate well and improve your strength. You can't be lazy. The environment here is the most suitable for cultivation. David warned Zhao Chuang. Brother Chen, don't worry, for Xiaoru, I will also work hard to cultivate. I believe that I will soon be able to reach Wuhe. Zhao Chuang looked confident. Seeing Zhao Chuang's confident look, David nodded with satisfaction. David started to set up the spirit gathering array in the place where they rented. With such a strong spiritual energy, when adding the spirit gathering array, the richness of the spiritual energy here can be imagined. It took a full day for David to set up a spirit gathering array, and then passed it on to Zhao Chuang with a set of mental methods, and the two began to practice. The rolling spiritual energy condensed towards the courtyard where David and the others rented like a thick fog. Soon, the entire courtyard was shrouded in spiritual mist, and this small courtyard was also in danger. A wave of aura swept through David's body, and the pores of David's body opened, greedily absorbing this rich aura. David's condensing heart art is different from other cultivation methods, and it requires a huge amount of spiritual energy. At this moment, the rich spiritual energy on Penglai Island just makes up for this. After only 10 days of seclusion, David has already touched the ceiling of the 4 realms of nascent soul. As long as he practices for a few days, He will definitely be able to break through. This perverted cultivation speed made David feel stunned for a while. You must know that when he was in Bliss City, with tens of thousands of beast pills and that shark bead, David was promoted to the third realm of nascent soul. Chapter 1541. You must know that the higher the realm, the greater the spiritual energy required, and the longer the cultivation time. But at this moment, David found that his cultivation speed had reached an astonishing speed. When David and Zhao Chuang were cultivating, they didn't know that this small courtyard had already been targeted. Such a huge amount of spiritual power, gathered in a courtyard, was foggy all day. How could it not attract the attention of others? At this moment, two people in uniform and holding a machete were staring closely at David's courtyard. It's been 10 days, and this spiritual fog has condensed and won't disperse. There must be a gathering spirit formation here. Let's hurry up and tell Du King the news. One of them whispered. The other person nodded, and then the two turned around and prepared to leave. But just when the two turned around, I don't know when, a masked man appeared behind the two. Just as the two turned around, the masked man shot instantly. With both hands in the shape of claws, they directly squeezed the throats of the two of them, squeezing the throat bones instantly. The two of them didn't have time to struggle, they just died. After killing the two of them, the masked man looked at David's foggy courtyard, and couldn't help cursing, "Too careless, I really thought it was peaceful here." After the masked man finished speaking, his body flashed and he entered the courtyard. At this time, David was at a critical moment of cultivation. He was like an old monk who was in meditation, and he couldn't even notice what was going on outside. Entering the room, the masked man looked at David who was cultivating, and suddenly let out a sneer. "I didn't even set up a defensive formation, I was careless, I was too careless," the masked man said, tearing off the black scarf from his face. A pockmarked face appeared. This man turned out to be a flax. Humatsi looked at David's body with a faint dark golden light, and couldn't help but smile. This is about to break through again. With that said, Humatsi took out a few spells and tossed them at will, and several spells began to surround David. The rays of light surrounded David, while the beard himself sat leisurely aside, took out a lot of melon seeds and knocked it up. Another day and night. The dark golden light on David's body became more and more intense, accompanied by a humming sound. Looking around, David at this time is like a fairy, extremely mysterious. In a small realm, this guy needs such a huge spiritual power, it's too perverted. Looking at David, Humatsi was speechless. There was a sudden wave of spiritual power, and David suddenly opened his eyes, his body glowing with golden light. Comfortable, it's really comfortable to practice in this place. David couldn't help but sighed in admiration. You almost lost your life, see if you are still crying, Humatsi said with a smile. David was taken aback for a moment, because he had just woken up, he didn't notice the flax seeds. Hearing Humatsi's voice, David's face became a little ugly. Master Hu, why are you here? David asked in surprise. I've been here for a few months. If I wasn't here, you might have been assassinated long ago when you were cultivating. You practiced, and you didn't even set up a defensive array. Didn't you stick your head out and be chopped off? Humatsi reprimanded David. David's face was suddenly embarrassed. He was really careless at that time. He felt that there were immortal cultivators here, and it was not unusual for people to cultivate immortals. In addition, none of these people on Penglai Island knew him, who would kill him. Master Hu, you said someone wanted to harm me, what the hell is going on? No one here knows me. David asked in surprise. He didn't understand why someone would harm him here, just because he was filled with spiritual energy and formed a spiritual fog. Would those people kill him? Chapter 1542. You set up such a large spirit gathering array, and the aura in a radius of several kilometers was condensed by you. You have generated a spiritual mist here. Do you think it will attract attention? And now the biggest person in charge on Penglai Island is that Duda's younger brother Duzideng. If he knew that you were the one who killed his brother, would he take revenge? Humatsi's series of rhetorical questions made David realize that he had made a very serious mistake. Broken. David thought of Zhao Chuang at this time. Hu Matsi has been guarding himself, but Zhao Chuang is not guarded, isn't it dangerous? David hurriedly rushed to the next room and found that Zhao Chuang was practicing with his eyes closed, and there was a faint light on his chest. Seeing that Zhao Chuang was all right, David breathed a sigh of relief. If Zhao Chuang had an accident because of his carelessness, David would feel guilty. This kid has a good talent. In this environment, breaking through Wuhou is just around the corner. David looked at the faint light on Zhao Chuang's chest and smiled slightly. Don't worry, here, he will never be able to cultivate in the Marquis realm in his entire life. Hu Matsi on the side said. David was taken aback. Why is this? Don't you realize that this Penglai island is very strange? Hu Matsi asked back. David shook his head. What's so strange? There is so much spiritual energy here, but there are no real masters. Only Duda cultivated the nascent soul, which is the Marquis of the martial Dao world. The others are at most Jindan realm. Now Duda's younger brother, Du Zidong, also it's just the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. People here, no matter how they cultivate, it is difficult to break through to nascent soul. I have stayed here for several months, but my strength has not improved in the slightest. Hu Matsi explained. Why? David's eyes widened, but he did feel that the strength of the people on Penglai Island was generally low. In this kind of environment, the strength cannot be improved, which is a bit contrary to common sense. Hu Matsi shook his head. I don't know why, but I suspect that this island has been cursed. Now basically all immortal cultivators are hiding in seclusion, or hiding in prosperous cities. There is almost no place where such large-scale immortal cultivators live. But here is an exception, and the spiritual energy is so abundant, so I suspect that it is cursed here, so the strength of the people here cannot be improved, or the improvement is extremely slow. For such a price, these immortal cultivators don't have to go into seclusion and can live and communicate normally. David was shocked when he heard it. He couldn't imagine what kind of curse could affect tens of thousands of people on the entire island. This is outrageous too. No, why don't I have any influence at all? In just 10 days, I have risen to a small realm. David suddenly remembered that when he was cultivating, he didn't notice anything unusual. And the speed of cultivation is extremely fast, even David is very surprised. I don't know that, maybe it has something to do with your physique. Hu Matsi knew the identity of David Long's son. This Penglai island is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface, there must be some secrets in it. David frowned slightly. Hu Matsi rolled his eyes. You still need to say, if there is no secret, I will appear here, but I have been searching for a few months, but I have not found any ruins or tombs. Don't worry, let's look for it together. David decided to follow Hu Matsi to discover the secrets of Penglai Island. Whether it's a curse or a formation that can affect tens of thousands of people on such a large island, the opponent is definitely an expert. Chapter 1543. Penglai Island, inside the highest palace. Du Zidong sat on the throne, and since Duda died, Du Zidong took over the throne. Although it is only the peak of the Golden Core realm, it is also the highest realm in Penglai Island. In the martial arts world, the peak of the Golden Core is nothing but the peak of the great martial sect, not even Marquis Wu. However, although Xiao Xian and Xiao Wu were originally fellow practitioners, the pinnacle of the Golden Core of immortal practitioners, even against the newly promoted Marquis in the martial arts world, would still have the power to fight. Elder, can the vision be found out? Why did the spiritual mist suddenly appear? Du Zidong asked the great elder beside him. King Du, the two people I sent to investigate have yet to return. They haven't even heard from them at all. It is estimated that they were killed. The elder said in a low voice. What? Du Zidong slapped the table and stood up. Could it be that someone dares to move the palace guards? This is courting death. King Du, I suspect that the person who did it is not a citizen of my Penglai Island. It is very likely that he came from outside. The elder explained Dao. Our Penglai Island rarely has conflicts with the outside world. Except for some tourists, there has never been such a wounding incident for so many years. You should go and investigate it yourself. Du Zedong said with a gloomy face. As ordered. The elder nodded, and then led the way. Soon, the great elder came to the courtyard where David and the others were renting. Looking at the two guard corpses, the elder's brows instantly wrinkled. How dare you dare to kill the palace guards? The great elder's face was full of anger, and he led him towards the courtyard. At this time, David and Humatsi had already left, but when he left, David set up a defensive formation. Make sure that Zhao Chuang will not be disturbed when he is practicing. When the great elder led people towards the courtyard, a white light suddenly flashed, followed by a terrifying force that directly knocked the great elder and the guards out. It turned out to be a formation. The elder was shocked. He is also a master of the Golden Core realm now. He didn't expect that the formation deployed by the other party would directly knock him out. The person who sets up the formation must be very strong. The great elder slowly drew out a sword, a white light flashed across his chest, and then a sword slashed forward. He wants to forcibly break this formation. A huge rebound force made the sword in the elder's hand fly away, and the elder also fell directly to the ground. So strong. The great elder's eyes were wide open, his face full of inconceivable. At the same time, David, who was eating at a hotel, suddenly changed his face. It's broken. What's wrong? Humatsi asked. Someone is forcibly breaking the formation. After David finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash and left the hotel. Hey, wait for me. Seeing this, Humatsi hurriedly shouted at David, but David had long since disappeared. Waiter, pack. Humatsi looked at the dishes on the table, but he hadn't eaten them yet. It would be a pity to throw them away. Soon, Humatsi chased David with the food. When David returned to the courtyard, he found that a group of people had already surrounded the courtyard. One of the middle-aged men, holding a sword, looked very ugly. Who are you? Why are you surrounding this place? Seeing this, David stepped forward and asked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man glanced at David, and then said angrily, I am the great elder of the palace of Penglai Island. I found the bodies of 2 of our guards here. I suspect that you killed them. Now go back to me to investigate. The great elder? David glanced at it and found that the great elder was only in the 3rd realm, while the other guards had lower strength. Most of them were only Wuzong, and even the great Wuzong did not reach it. I didn't kill any of your guards. If you can't show any evidence, please leave immediately. You are not welcome here. David said with a gloomy face. Chapter 1544. The first elder was stunned. He did not expect David to dare to speak to him like this. You're young and your tone is not too small. It seems that you don't want to stay on Penglai Island. After the first elder finished speaking, he waved his hand gently, and 2 guards rushed up in an instant. The 2 guards shouted loudly, and then slashed the steel knife in their hands towards David. Looking at the 2 guards rushing over, David wanted to laugh. With this kind of strength, David stood still, and he didn't even need to activate the indestructible golden body, and it was impossible to hurt himself. David's physical strength is now strong enough to resist the attack of the great Wuzong. Clang clang. With 2 crisp sounds, the steel knife fell on David's body, and it broke into 2 pieces. The 2 guards were instantly dumbfounded, and even the great elder frowned slightly. Just like you can't hurt me at all. David's face was calm, and then with a slight wave of his palm, a burst of energy sent the 2 guards flying out. At this moment, David is like a god in the sky, facing a bunch of mortals. A proper dimensionality reduction attack. Sure enough, there are 2 brushes. The elder said with a cold face, give it to me. The first elder shouted angrily, and a dozen guards rushed towards David instantly. David's breath spread instantly, and the terrifying coercion caused the guards to kneel on the ground, unable to stand up. The great elder was dumbfounded and looked at David with an incredible face. We are from the court. If you dare to hurt us, King Du will not let you go. The first elder trembled and threatened David. David smiled coldly, you King Du came, and I slapped him to death with one hand. Do you think I would be afraid of him? After David finished speaking, all the breath on his body burst out. Feeling the terrifying breath on David's body, the first elder knelt down with a puff. You are in the nascent soul realm, but you are actually in the nascent soul realm. The elder looked at David like he was looking at a monster. David was also very strange when he saw the expression of the great elder. Logically speaking, the nascent soul realm is a very small realm in the realm of immortal cultivation, and even a half-step immortal cannot reach it. But looking at this great elder's expression, it is obvious that he rarely sees masters of the nascent soul realm. Is it really the same as what Humatsi said, only that Duda is in the nascent soul realm? Is it impossible for other people to reach it in their lifetime? Thinking of this, David intends to ask the great elder carefully. After all, he has lived here for so long, and he is also a member of the court, so he must know the secret inside. David took back the pressure on his body, and the first elder and the guards let out a long sigh of relief. Get your people back, and I'll ask you something, David said to the elder. The first elder did not dare to hesitate at all, and hurriedly waved his hand. You all step back. Soon, all the guards left, leaving only David to follow the great elder. I ask you something, you have to answer me honestly, David said coldly. Don't worry, sir, I promise to know everything without saying anything. The first elder was frightened by David's realm, and said with a look of fear. I ask you, do you not have any immortal cultivators in the nascent soul realm in your entire Penglai Island? David asked. The first elder swallowed and said, yes, but in the entire Penglai Island, only our former king Duda is a master of the nascent soul realm, but a few months ago, Duda was invited away and has not returned yet. I heard that he was called by a man called Duda. David's was killed. The current king Du is Duda's younger brother Du Zedong to take over. This Du Zedong is just the pinnacle of Jindan. Hearing the first elder mentioning himself, David laughed secretly in his heart. Fortunately, these people on Penglai Island did not know him. Chapter 1545. Why is there so much spiritual energy here, and why are you cultivating so slowly? And the realm doesn't seem to be able to break through to nascent soul? David continued to ask. He couldn't believe it, the entire Penglai Island would be affected by a formation or a curse. Because of such a huge area and personnel, it is impossible to imagine what realm the people who cast the formation or curse have reached. The first elder looked embarrassed and shook his head. I don't know what's going on, only the royal family should know that Penglai Island has been under the control of the Du family for hundreds of years, and King Du must know how to respond. Thing. What you said is true. David frowned, staring at the elder. As the great elder, David decided that it was impossible for him not to know. What he said is true, the secret is probably only known to the Du family. At this time, Humatsi chased up with the food. When the first elder saw another person, he felt the aura on Humatsi. It turned out to be in the Golden Core realm. Following the realm of Du Zedong, his complexion changed again. There are only a handful of golden cores in the entire Penglai Island. Seeing Humatsi say this, David believed the words of the great elder, so he waved his hand and said, okay, you can leave, don't provoke me in the future. Don't dare, don't dare. The elder turned around and fled in a hurry. Seeing that David had let the elder go away, Humatsi asked in confusion, why did you let him go? They will definitely come back to make trouble. Don't be afraid when you come, that Du Zedong is only at the peak of Jindan, not my opponent. David smiled lightly, but the smile disappeared soon, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. However, I always feel that the highest realm of Penglai Island is only the peak of Jindan, there must be something hidden behind it. It seems that we need to find time to follow the Du family. People to talk to. I don't think the environment here has any effect on you at all. You should hurry up and cultivate. If there is a master hiding behind this Penglai Island, what can we do if we dig it out? I'm afraid that with your strength, I can't deal with it at all, and I'm going to cause trouble for myself at that time. It's still my own secret investigation, you can continue to practice, but this time remember to set up a defensive formation. Humatsi said to David. You're right. David nodded. The people who exist here are all cultivators. Unlike the martial arts world, the realm of cultivators is higher, even if it is above the immortals, there are still many realms. However, after the martial arts world entered the martial arts and entered the realm of transformation, there was no record of it. And some martial arts, great martial arts and the like, if they are placed in the world of immortals, they are not worth mentioning at all. In essence, there is no way for a warrior to be compared with a monk. It's just that the environment has changed now, the spiritual energy is exhausted, and it is not suitable for cultivators to survive, and the martial arts world will become prosperous. But Shouwu is Shouwu after all, and the upper limit of the martial arts world is too low for the Shoshin world. David didn't know what kind of masters he would meet on Penglai Island, which is full of immortal practitioners, but those who can control such a large Penglai Island from behind and lay out formations or curses must be powerful. Even if they dug up the secret now and found the master behind it, it was not something they could handle. Now it is better to hurry up and cultivate, and when your realm improves and your strength is strong enough, you can crack the secret of Penglai Island. We have 3 months as the deadline. After 3 months, you come here to find me. No matter what level I can reach, I will check the secrets of this Penglai Island. David said. Okay. Humatsi nodded. David set up a defensive formation and entered the state of cultivation again. And Humatsi was secretly investigating the secrets of Penglai Island in Penglai Island. Chapter 1546. Penglai Island, in the palace. Du Ziding's face was full of disbelief. You said you met a master cultivator in the nascent soul realm? Yes, and the other party is only in his 20s, very young. The first elder followed Du Ziding to report truthfully. A master of nascent soul in his 20s? How could it be possible? Du Ziding couldn't believe that there was such a young master of nascent soul in the world. After all, this world is no longer suitable for the existence of immortal practitioners, and it is impossible to cultivate to nascent soul at a young age by relying on the barren spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or some medicinal herbs and spiritual stones. King Du, this is absolutely true. I definitely didn't lie to you. In front of that person, I didn't even have the chance to move. The great elder said with oath. Du Ziding was silent, and after a while, he said, remember, no one should disturb him, and don't monitor that person, so as not to anger the other party. If the other party has no malicious intentions and leaves in the end, we will leave it alone. If he doesn't leave and stays with us, we're trying to figure out a way. Understood. The elder nodded. Then the first elder walked out of the palace, while Du Ziding got up and walked back. Du Ziding went all the way to the end of the back garden, and at the end, he saw a wall blocking his way. After looking left and right, Du Ziding walked to an extremely secret place and pressed the switch. The wall in front of me suddenly faded slowly to both sides, and behind it is an open scene, like another space. And here, 4 guards in armor are standing on both sides. The aura on these guards is not weak, and it is obviously much stronger than the guards outside. These guards are also Du family members. This is a restricted area, all the people here are descendants of the Du family, not a single outsider. When the 4 guards saw Du Ziding coming in, they immediately saluted. Du Ziding didn't even look at the guards, he hurriedly walked inside, and soon a mansion appeared, and a wave of spiritual power visible to the naked eye enveloped the mansion. These are all taboo powers, and there are dozens of taboo powers, which isolate this mansion from the outside. I saw a red light flickering faintly on Du Ziding's left chest, and then the dozens of forbidden powers seemed to have turned on the switch and disappeared instantly. Du Ziding stepped in, and after Du Ziding entered, dozens of forbidden powers recovered again. Entering the huge mansion, there are still people guarding them. These people have cold faces and dull eyes, as if they are puppets. However, the fluctuations in the breath of these people can actually follow Du Ziding's. It can be seen that their strengths are the same, and they are all masters of the Golden Core realm. The masters of the Golden Core realm act as guards here, and it is conceivable what kind of strength the people inside will have. Du Ziding entered the mansion and was then taken to a room beside him. When Du Ziding came out, he had already changed his clothes. Immediately afterwards, Du Ziding began to kneel, kneeling in 3 steps and walking towards the hall. Entering the hall, on the throne in the middle, there is a monster with a tiger's head and a human body. At a glance, it can scare people to death. But Du Ziding saw this monster, but he was not afraid at all. His face was full of piety, and he knelt down heavily. "What's the matter with me?" The monster on the throne opened his mouth, and his mouth even spit out human words. Great immortal Huli, a master of the nascent soul realm, entered Penglai Island, and he is only in his 20s. I sent someone to inquire, but he was massacred. I asked how immortal Huli would deal with it. Du Zedong asked respectfully. Chapter 1547. The nascent soul realm in his 20s. Huli Daxian was stunned. If this was in ancient times, it would not be surprising, but in today's society, there are still such geniuses. After thinking for a while, Huli Daxian said again, "Don't worry about him for now, as long as he doesn't make trouble, let him go." The power of belief during this period is showing signs of weakening. How do you do things? It's far worse than your brother. Huli Daxian said in a cold tone. When Du Zedong heard this, his body trembled with fright. "I'll do it right away, please spare my life." "Go, if you can't do this position, then change." Huli Daxian waved his hand. Du Zedong withdrew with a cold sweat on his face, and then left in a hurry. And that Huli Daxian came to a valley behind the mansion, and in the middle of the valley, a huge sculpture was placed in it. This sculpture looks very simple, and has experienced countless years of devastation, with some traces of damage. But even so, it still can't hide the majesty of the sculpture. There was a futon in front of the sculpture, and Huli Daxian knelt down deeply. After Du Zedong returned to the palace, he immediately called the elders for a meeting. Notice, everyone will participate in the pilgrimage. Anyone who does not participate will be directly expelled from Penglai Island. Du Zedong said with a cold expression. After the elders took orders, they immediately went to arrange. For a time, everyone on Penglai Island put down what they were doing and began to go to the nearest temple to worship. Humatsi, who was eating, saw that many people put down what they were doing, and hurried out, so they followed curiously. I saw a lot of people pouring into a temple, and then left after 3 worships and 9 kowtows. Humatsi also followed in, only to see that there was no deity and Buddha enshrined in the temple, just a stone statue more than 1 meter high. Humatsi was a little stunned. He didn't understand how these people would kneel and worship a stone statue. How to say these are also immortals, kneeling towards a stone statue, what's the point? Why don't you kneel when you enter the temple? Do you want to be expelled from Penglai Island? An old man over 70 saw Humatsi standing in a daze, so he yelled at Humatsi. Seeing this, Humatsi also hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed twice. But Humatsi didn't know that when he knelt down and worshipped, a trace of white air rose from his body and instantly entered the body of the stone statue. After kneeling and worshipping, Humatsi walked out with the old man. "Brother, let me ask you something, why don't you kneel to the gods and Buddhas, but you have to kneel to a stone statue?" And like they got an order, they all hurried to kneel and worship. Humatsi took out a cigarette, handed it to the old man, lit it in person, and asked curiously. The old man smoked a cigarette and glanced at Humatsi. "New here, right?" "Yes, newcomer." Humatsi nodded again and again. "Tell you, this is an order from the palace. Everyone must worship today, otherwise they will be driven out of Penglai Island, so people hurried to worship." The old man explained. "Brother, why does the court force the worship of this stone statue?" Humatsi asked. "Then how would I know, anyway, that's the rule, someone will explain it to you when you come to the island, no one will tell you." The old man looked at Humatsi strangely and asked. Humatsi shook his head. "I've been here for a few months, and I haven't seen anyone say." "Then you must have come to Penglai Island, or to play. It's no wonder that you are on the temple and don't know how to kneel. Let me tell you, there are rules on Penglai Island." The old man followed Humatsi, and Humatsi gradually understood. Chapter 1548. It turns out that the people on Penglai Island are not native residents. All came to the island one after another. In fact, many people don't know what kind of immortal cultivators they are. The reason why they come to Penglai Island is because they can prolong their life on the island. After defecting to Penglai Island, someone will send something similar to a scripture and let everyone recite and practice. And at the specified time, worship. Many people found that after reciting and practicing, they could live to be more than 100 years old, and it gradually spread. This has also allowed the initial dozens of people on Penglai Island to grow to tens of thousands of people from all walks of life. Let me tell you, when I came to the island, I was sick all over my body, and now I'm all healed up. I advise you to stay too, this is a fairyland. The old man persuaded Humatsi. Humatsi smiled, brother is right, let me think about it. Humatsi left, but he had more doubts in his heart. Who is it, who is behind the control, to let so many ordinary people step into the path of immortality? This matter is a bit big, let's talk about it after David finishes practicing. Humatsi didn't dare to investigate further, so he could only find a place to squint and wait for David to finish his practice. Time flies, time flies. 3 months in cultivation, the time has passed in the blink of an eye. For 3 months, David has been cultivating, and the Penglai Island court has not troubled him, everything is very calm. But at this time, thousands of kilometers away from the Kyoto martial arts world, suddenly there was a black-robed man wanton killing and absorbing strength. Many people are panicking, and some people speculate that David is back secretly. Damn, this guy Long Shao doesn't know how to restrain himself. If I keep doing it like this, I can't help him anymore. Zhu Zhishan was walking back and forth in the hall of the Martial Arts Alliance. This time, for the murder of the black-robed man, Zhu Zhishan knew that it was not David who came back to take revenge, but Long Shao. In order to quickly improve his cultivation, he could only choose to take action against other sect families in the martial arts world. Not only in the Kyoto martial arts world, but also in other places, people often disappear for no reason. This matter is getting bigger and bigger, making Zhu Zhishan also have a lot of pressure. He had already sent someone to look for Long Jinghua, and he wanted Long Jinghua to restrain Long Shao well. During this period of time, Zhu Zhishan has always been anxious and anxious. For such a long time, David has not heard from him at all, as if he had evaporated from the world. But David didn't come to Kyoto to make trouble, and Zhu Zhishan felt a little more relaxed. But Zhu Zhishan was afraid that David would not know when he would return to the capital and fight against their martial arts alliance. Zhu Zhishan can only comfort himself every day, imagining that David has become a waste, so he dare not show up. I wish the alliance leader, I don't know why you are in such a hurry, why are you bringing me here? Long Jinghua hurried into the hall and asked Zhu Zhishan. You still have the face to ask, look at these for yourself. Zhu Zhishan picked up the document on the table and slammed it on Long Jinghua's face. You guys are too unrestrained. Recently, people in the Kyoto martial arts world have been reporting, some people in black robes attacked, and even the Zong in the alliance. A family of aristocrats has also been attacked. The martial arts alliances in other places have also reported the news of the black-robed people appearing. Are you trying to disrupt the entire martial arts world? I tell you, I have been pressing this matter. If the official finds out, it will be found out at that time, and none of your Long family will want to live. Zhu Zhishan roared angrily, and he was originally angry, but it happened to be caused by Long Jinghua. Long Jinghua, as the head of the Long family, was reprimanded like this by Zhu Zhishan, and he couldn't hold his face. Chapter 1549. Long Jinghua didn't look at those documents, and said with a slightly displeased expression, I wish the alliance leader, I will persuade my shower about this matter, but it is not only my shower who does this frequently. If you want to chase, then go to Ningxi, go to those black copper robes. After Long Jinghua finished speaking, he turned around and left without giving Zhu Zhishan any face. Zhu Zhishan stood there blankly, watching Long Jinghua's back, and took a long time to catch his breath. Presumptuous, too presumptuous, what kind of attitude is this talking to me? Zhu Zhishan gasped straight at the table. However, Zhu Zhishan himself knows that his current alliance leader is just a false name, and he has long lost his real power. As for going to Ningxi in those black copper robes, Zhu Zhishan didn't have the courage. Long family, a very secret room. Long Xiao's body exuded bursts of cold light, and around Long Xiao, there were mummified corpses all over the ground, all of which died after being sucked out of their strength. Long Jinghua sent people to arrest people everywhere for Long Xiao to practice. In the past, Long Jinghua disdained this, but now, he supports Long Xiao very much. In the past 3 months, Long Xiao has worked very hard, and at this time he has already reached the peak of Wuhou. This kind of promotion speed, the entire martial arts world is afraid to find few. But this is also thanks to the soul in his body, otherwise Long Xiao would not have been able to strike so fast no matter how talented he was. To find an opportunity to break through the Great Marquis. As long as I reach the Great Marquis, the entire martial arts world, who can be my enemy? Long Xiao sneered. The breakthrough of the Marquis of Great Marquis is not a matter of pure cultivation. I think that Fan Jiang has been trapped in the peak of Marquis Wu for more than 10 years and has never been able to break through to Marquis of Great Marquis. The breakthrough of this kind of big realm requires opportunity and process, and it is also a qualitative leap. As for the circumstances under which he can break through the Great Marquis, no one can predict. Some people, maybe in their sleep, their strength has broken through to the Great Marquis, and the whole body seems to be remodeled and entered a higher realm. Whether it is divine consciousness or the control of all things, it is a new height. So the higher the realm, the harder it will be to break through. And if you force a breakthrough, there will be times when you fail. If you fail, you will lose your skills and become ordinary people. In the past, there were also warriors who failed to break through, couldn't bear the pain of being an ordinary person, and committed suicide. I don't know where David is now, maybe he is my chance. Long Xiao's eyes were slightly condensed, and the killing intent on his body was vertical and horizontal. He has always wanted to kill David with his own hands, but this time, David's blows made Long Xiao hate David. At this moment, Long Jinghua walked in, feeling the killing intent on Long Xiao. Long Jinghua shivered involuntarily. Since Long Xiao was possessed by a soul, Long Jinghua always felt that Long Xiao was not like his own son. Xiaoer, Zhu Zhishan came to me today, and wanted us to stop. Long Jinghua said to Long Xiao. Stop? Long Xiao sneered for a while. I am about to break through the Great Marquis, and I will break through the martial saint in the future. Our Long family will be the first family in the martial arts world in the future, how can I stop? When Long Jinghua saw Long Xiao like that, his heart was also infected with enthusiasm. Yes, in the future, our Long family will regain its glory and become the first family in the martial arts world. Long Jinghua was full of excitement and longing. I'm going to find that David, he's not dead, I always have a knot in my heart. After Long Xiao finished speaking, he walked out of the secret room. He has to find David and kill him with his own hands, so that he can unravel the knot in his heart and break through without any distractions. Long Jinghua did not stop him, but went directly to the dungeon. Long Ruodong was afraid that he would not be able to escape another beating. Chapter 1550. Penglai Island. David is as comfortable as bathing in a hot spring. He has never felt such a strong spiritual energy, and he has never absorbed it so recklessly. You must know David's condensing heart art. It is a superior method. The speed of absorbing spiritual energy is much faster than other people in the same realm. Moreover, David's Dantian spiritual power transformation is also quite fast, otherwise the spiritual energy enters the Dantian and cannot be quickly converted into spiritual energy, and the body will soon become a state of filling, and it will not be able to absorb the spiritual energy. Why is this David still awake? Outside the small courtyard, Humatsi was anxiously waiting for David. Humatsi has been here for many days and has been waiting for David to wake up from his practice. He didn't dare to disturb him easily. If David was at a critical moment of breakthrough, he would be hurt if he disturbed him easily. Suddenly, Humatsi found that 2 rays of light shot out into the sky in an instant, followed by a terrifying aura that came out from the small courtyard. The breath of the 7th realm of nascent soul. This guy has broken through to the 7th realm of nascent soul after 3 months. Humatsi felt the terrifying aura, and his eyes widened instantly, his face full of incredible. You must know that the higher the realm of immortality, the more difficult it is to cultivate. Even if there is a huge spiritual energy support, it will take time to absorb so much spiritual energy. But it doesn't seem to matter to David. The speed of David's strength is many times faster than others. Humatsi rushed into the courtyard and kicked open the door. You kid, you're too awesome, and in just 3 months, you hit the 7th realm of nascent soul? Flax's face is unbelievable. David's face did not see the slightest excitement and joy, but his brows were slightly wrinkled. I thought I could reach the peak of nascent soul, but I didn't want to be so bad. David's words almost didn't make Humatsi vomit blood. He has been on Penglai Island for several months, and his strength has not increased at all, but David has grown so much that he is still not satisfied. The speed of your cultivation is already very perverted. You are still not satisfied. It's true that people are more dead than others. Humatsi sighed for a while. If it weren't for the resistance, I would indeed be able to reach the peak of the nascent soul, but during my cultivation, I seem to have encountered resistance and could not take a step forward. Could it be that this Penglai Island can only make people promoted to the nascent soul? No way. Are you ascending? David's face was solemn, his brows furrowed, thinking about what was going on. In the beginning, the training progressed very quickly, but the resistance became greater as it progressed to the back. Until the 7th realm of nascent soul, David's repair speed actually stagnated, so David woke up. So you were also affected? Humatsi looked surprised. He thought that David would not be affected by the formation or the curse here. How has your investigation been in the past few months? David asked Humatsi. Humatsi quickly told David what he knew. When David heard that there are many temples on Penglai Island, and only one stone statue was enshrined in the temples, he felt that something was wrong. He felt that there must be something wrong with this stone statue, and that so many temples enshrined the same stone statue. It must have been deliberately done by someone. Let's go, take me to see. David couldn't wait to see it. What about your friend? Humatsi pointed to another room. I'm going to wake him up. David went to the next door and woke Zhao Chuang from his practice. In the past few months, Zhao Chuang's strength has increased every bit, and after a few months of practice, he has cultivated a sense of loneliness. Brother Chen, why do I feel that my strength has not changed at all? Zhao Chuang looked depressed.